rounds left in RCI's Esports Challenge, and that can only mean one thing. We're live here from Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. The weather playing along for the time being, but looking ever threatening here in the mountains. Hello, everybody. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Matt Malcolm with Stewie behind the cameras to bring you the IMB 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, the penultimate round of the championship. And Matt, I'm not going to waste any time as we're in the middle of qualifying here. Some of the team names, some of the players have changed where they were racing, a case of musical drivers, but more or less than anything, it is still a 6-hour race. It's still one of the meccas of motorsport. What do you look forward to today?
Yeah, so Jesse, I'm excited to see what the weather's going to have in stock for us, especially with all these teams mixing in with new blends, with drivers having transfers and a few team renames as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the weather's going to be holding out. I mean, we saw a wet practice earlier on today. We've got rain coming in within the next 10 minutes, as we can see Lomi coming in to within a 600th of a second of Campanella of the 201 Aston Martin for Gladius competition. But yeah, I think for most point there, I'm more excited to see what strategy is going to be at play here at Spa.
Right, you are. There's going to be some different team names, and we'll try to keep you abreast of the changes here. Of course, new year, silly season doesn't only apply for professional athletes in other sports, it also applies to those in sim racing. And due to the unique nature of the RCI 6-hour Esports Challenge, that has led some drivers not finishing where they started or maybe racing in new colors. Some drivers, though, are exactly where you left them. We'll keep you up to date on that, and we'll try to keep ourselves up to date with that as the day goes on. Final 5 minutes or so of qualifying here. Of these spots incredibly vital indeed for a 6-hour race. What are you going to see here today, Malk? I reckon it's going to be just about a 6-hour qualifying session, maybe?
It really sort of depends on how the weather really sits, really, because as I've said before, the weather can play any sort of havoc here at Spa. Whether you have rain that will wash out the circuit or you have a bright sunny day, you just won't know. So having a 6-hour qualifying session is plausible, but it really sort of depends on how well the drivers can cope with the conditions.
That's true. We are expecting weather. We saw it looming whenever practice or qualifying started, I should say. Exactly, as if on cue, the drizzle has appeared here in the mountains, and we are going to sort of go through a transition here, the final 4 minutes, where no fast laps are going to be ran. The track is down to green and pretty much where it's going to be. Abeladze for the 255 competition car picking up where they've left off all season long. New year, but that's the only thing new at the 255 camp, on provisional pole, and dare I say it, I think they might be safe. The 44 of BF Racing Esport may be home in second place. Their Visceral Esports on the table there. That's one of the changes that we're talking about here. Actually, no, I just was reading the wrong number. I was confusing the 27 with the 44. Numbers are hard. As I was saying, the 44 of Visceral Esports, Fabrizio Campanella taking a drive out there. This is more of a reconnaissance drive for Campanella, just trying to figure out what it's going to be like. The track's gone from green to greasy. It's losing grip all the time. Likely out there on a set of dry tires, trying to get a mental image in their head, one of the few drivers out there. And right before Abeladze took the pole position for 255 competition, we saw Nashki Dashvili go out there and set a time that was good enough for top 5 in the 202 there at the last, well, for Gladius competitions. Watching Fabrizio out there, it looks like a lot of fun. It's a lot of sawing at the wheel, though, if you're behind the wheel.
Yeah, definitely. I think with especially what you said with means of like reconnaissance laps, you saw how quickly that went from an optimum track all the way to greasy. So definitely taking full advantage of Campanella's actions here, going through the dry tires, seeing what the greasy conditions could be like with how quickly it'll be during the middle of the lap. So really interesting to see with how volatile the track conditions have deteriorated. It'll be, I'd say, very interesting for the start of the race for everyone to say.
Yeah, of course, we'll have to see, because the weather doesn't stay static whenever we go to a different session. The qualifying could be on a Saturday, the race could be on a Sunday. and the weather could be completely different. And of course, you're going to get a server reset in there as well, which is going to further throw into the randomizer. Talking to some of the event managers and drivers that had been out on the tracks in the practice sessions leading up to today's race, they got a little bit of everything, completely unpredictable, which is a perfect mirror of the weather in the region. What I can promise you is we won't see snow here today. It is cool, but not too cold. Not that snow is possible in AC. Anyway, qualifying all but over. Everybody in the garage not wanting to put the cars in any more danger. Certainly looking to make some adjustments potentially, and you may see a car leave pit lane at some point just to get an idea of what it felt like. That was the 27 of BF Racing that we saw there. That was so many wonderfully colored cars, a lot of familiar painted up automobiles here. Just strange in an open quali session to see them all sitting in the pit lane.
Definitely a wall of colors here, Jesse, but I think it's just like when it comes to just how some of these cars are just well designed and everything. It's just we keep talking about this every single race, Jesse. But is there any other new favorites among them that you kind of grown to love, or was there anything like that? Because I do. There's a few that I've grown to like, especially the one that you liked at first sight with the skid mark racing. I have grown to like how colorful and how much that color pops onto the track, is especially. But I think all of them are absolutely lovely liveries, and I think. Would you say there's any other ones that spot to you?
Well, I mean, you nailed it. My favorite is a skid mark racing car. They take that real serious with the tire tread on the car, but there's so many great cars painted up out there. The CRT team is another car I quite like. Some of them I've not got a too terribly good look at, like the 32, but very striking indeed. Who can go wrong with the Williams Academy car? Very, very bright colors on that. Hard to not be able to pick that out of a crowd. There is the CRT Pro car. Ace-Tech Sim Sport, easy to spot in a crowd. I mean, there's so many. Obviously, Skidmark's my favorite personally, but man, ask me which one of my fingers I like the most, because they're all great.
Oh, definitely. I think what's great as well is that it's not just the way that these are designed, it's also the way that they manage the textures as well. Because, like, obviously when you do liveries, you can put colors onto all that sort of thing, and it'll give it sort of that good look. You see as we go past the Williams car there, it's got that really nice metallic, but also like a glossy look to it as well. So having those extra little extra details just really makes those cars pop out.
There is your pole setter for today. Abeladze able to get it done for 255 competition again. Already more points in the till for a team that has sort of walked away with the championship a little bit. Qualifying done. We'll get the race server set up and the cars out on the grid. In the meantime, let's take a look at the championship point. Here's how they stack up after 4 of 6 rounds. 255 competition out in front with 264 points. They're not away from the 71, renamed the B Alien Academy team. They are not too far clear as 255 competition. They will have to perform here today. Luckily for them, they're in the right position to do it. Team Racing Point, the number 32 in third place, also still in a relative striking distance. Will have to keep real close to the top 2 Astons today for that Ferrari to have a shot in the finale in 1 month's time. The number 39 in fourth place, 196 to their name. CRT Pro inside the top 5, 182. Veloce Esports 800 and 176, and the Veloce Esports 55 on 172. Of course, some of these teams potentially change names. We'll again keep working on that. But the 73 here on 167, a couple points behind them, is one of the RCI Esports house teams. That's the blue team, 2 points behind them. And of course, 9 points off of that is the number 44 with 155. BF Racing Esports, the number 27, just outside of the top 10. Probably would have been inside the top 10 had the races earlier on gone the way that they had planned. 143 at MG ITJ setups. The 179 car has 132 2 points inside the top 12. Matt Malcolm, take us away.
Currently for P13, you got the STR Esports for the 38 Ford Mustang, and as well as that, you got the Gladius competition, the 202 with 124 points and 129, with the Gladius competition putting a really respectable P4 finish at St. Monza last month. Visceral Esports of P15 with 120 points for the 45 Aston Martin, along with Home Sim Racing Esports for the Ford and 117 points. You've also got West Competition Racing of currently P17 with 113 points, one of the only few BMWs that are running for the competition. You got Provincial Saprosi Racing with 96 points in the Lamborghini number 6, along with Remilton for Future with 94 points, currently sitting at P19. Sky Sim Sports, one of the pro drivers in the IMB Community Series, leading the championship, currently at 91 points with the 47 Aston Martin, along with our BS Plus competition in the 89 Lamborghini, currently also in 89 points. Got the 201 Gladius competition, currently at 83 points, along with Brabham Motorsport, the number 62 Ferrari, is currently leading with 78 points. That's tied alongside with the Mudcap Racing with the 20 Ferrari.
That's your top 24. The list does go on. G League Esports Elite, 78 points in 25th place. Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinich, 75 points. All of these teams incredibly close, and what a nice triple tie for 27th place. Brabham Motorsport, 52. The Williams Academy, 777. And the Drive Just Boys Classic 996 Mustang, all tied for 27th place. And that is also to say they're only 9 points out of a top 25 spot. Behind them, Vesta Sports, 60 points for them. Williams Academy, 776. The 59 points. RCI Esports Red on 58. Tied with Skidmark Racing for 32nd. Gladius Competitions, 46 on 50 points. 1 point behind them is the Visceral 123 Ferrari. And in 36th place is the Rinwelton for Friends, number 72, with 44.
Coming on to the final page here. In P37, you got 5-Star Racing with 37 points with the 24 Mustang. Along with that, not far behind, you got Prampunja Esports with the 25 Aston Martin, currently with 32 points. Also in P40, you got the Flyby by Prime with 22 points for the 595 Ford Mustang. And P41, you got Low Fuel Motorsports Esports with 18 points, along with Team Nitro with 15 points in P42. And P43, you got Drive Just Boys FU2, got 14 points. And then P44, you got Flyby Esports, currently with 8 points. So quite a lot of interesting parts there, with quite a few teams being very close to each other. So every point matters here, Jesse, especially as we've only got 2 rounds remaining here.
Yeah, it's incredibly close. The top 3 or 4 are still close enough that if one team has a disaster mount, everybody else can jump on them. And that's the problem. Racing with a lead or playing with a lead in any ball sport is the scariest, most dangerous thing, because if you take your sort of foot off the proverbial pedal, or in this case, the literal pedal, you could potentially put yourself at risk, and nobody does that. I would never tell my guys to take their foot off the gas a little bit if they had a nice lead, because you don't want to put yourself in that uncomfortable position of how much is too much, what do I do? You want to go for it, but danger lurks everywhere. You're sharing a track with 30-something other cars. The weather is probably not going to cooperate today. Anything could happen. So that's why we point that out. Any of those top teams have a disaster here today. Not only is that going to throw them into the clutches of the teams behind them, it could also throw their championship in doubt as well. Just want to clarify and go back to the first page of the championship standings and clarify some of those team names that have been updated in 2025. We will show you that, and we'll bring you back to live pictures in a moment as well. Continuing the conversation, Malka, 255 competition has the most to lose right now. Obviously, you don't want to let off, but playing with a lead like this is dangerous. Here is the updated names. As we said, the 255 competition team, nothing changed there. The 71 team, they are B Alien Academy now in second place there. The Veloce 39. The other Veloce teams are correct as well. But just look at that top 4. all still mathematically have a legitimate shot of winning this championship. And it's not even really a long shot. There are several other teams behind them that do have that long shot. I don't know how you feel about it, but like I said, playing with the lead, a little bit dangerous here, especially at Spa.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you go back to even just near the halfway point of the season. I mean, we saw the Renmalton, now named B Alien Academy, they were leading the championship by a long way because they won the first three races quite handily in Kyalami. They took a narrow victory in Silverstone, and they ran away with it again in the likes of Watkins Glen. But like at Monza, they I think something happened with them. I've still yet to find out what was the issue. I think they had some technical issues, but they weren't able to race on Monza, and that's what cost them this lead in the championship. So it's like what you said: if you lift your foot off in the pedal, yeah, ever so slightly, you're going to lose out to the competition by quite a large margin. So that's given the 255 competition a pretty decent margin over the rest of the competition, but still, there's still a lot of points to gain, and there's still a lot of great opportunity to be made for this round, and of course our grand finale at Barcelona.
Yeah, you're wondering what happened to the B Alien Academy team. Well, the last race here, they were absent from the starting grid. They qualified, as far as I could tell, the 71, but they were absent. Some sort of a gremlin for them kept them out of that race. So they effectively scored absolutely nothing. That's lost them their lead in the championship. They're a strong team. They're going to have to battle back today, but it's gone exactly the way you would expect it for 255 competition. If you were that team, you would want what you've got here today. You've got bonus points for being on the pole position, and you've got everybody else right where you want them. What would be your message if you were team manager at 255 competition, specifically for the start?
Play the safe game. Just take the car home. That's exactly what I would do if I was in that position. Just drive your own race and just bring the car home, because that is what's going to bring you towards the closer to the championship, is just bring that consistency in. I think that's what we saw with Renmalton. They had the speed, they had the consistency. Just unfortunately didn't weren't able to be available for Monza, but I think had they were, I think they could have held out on that lead against the rest of the competition.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I'm going to disagree with you, though, Malk. I'm going to go the opposite direction on that. I'm going to say run like hell. I think is what you've got to do here. I think if you are 255, you've got to ride the literal Aston that got you here. You got to drive the wheels off that thing and hope and pray that it's a clean first couple of laps, and hope that the weather is going to work in your favor today, and all those things combined make for a happy race team. They're no stranger to this position. They know where they are. And the B Alien team is the same thing. They've been here before. They know how to get these points back. And if I was 255, I would be a little bit worried about B Alien Academy, because they've also been here. They also know how to get it done. And they've, like you said, up until Monza, they were the front runner, and they very well could be again. So we'll works out. Welcome in to everyone watching across the RCI TV family of channels. Redford's at work and apparently still upset about last week's race that they had, or perhaps that they didn't have. That's been rescheduled for a later date. Sven's been in the Twitch chat saying that, well, they're not quite last here today, and that's good. I've certainly used that myself, saying, well, at least we were not last. Callum Kerrigan's joined us, and Jordan Daly has joined us well in the all of you as well. Jesse Lee, Matt Malcolm, Stewie with you for the call for the first 4 hours or so of the race. Not missing anything, just setting up the race server, getting all the cars out to the grid, pushing them through inspection, giving them time to get driver number one, or whatever driver they like, actually, in the car. Happy teams on the grid. And we are going to set off, and that'll be it. 6 hours of uninterrupted racing. Malcolm, I know you've done this before. What is the key for successful endurance racing? If you had to pick one above all else, what is the one key to a successful endurance race here?
You know, there's only one key, Jesse. There's only one key that unlocks them all, and that is just consistency when it comes to it. Yes, you can be the fastest driver in all of ACC or even all of sim racing, but that isn't worth anything if you crash out 10 laps later because you're pushing the car way beyond its limit because you're trying to hot lap, you're trying to get that extra few temps in. So consistency is what makes an endurance team a great team is because whether or not you have like a team that could all fit within the same manner of times when it comes to like how stints the manager and fuel, everything. There's so many different factors when it comes to that, but the main part of it, the key that unlocks every single part of that is consistency, and that's what makes a team great.
Couldn't have said that better myself. That's exactly what I would have said as well. Consistency trumps all. Consistency fixes everything. If you're consistent, you're not making mistakes. If you're consistent, unless you're consistently making mistakes, then that's a whole nother can of worms. But I digress. Consistency can fix a lot of things. A lot of drivers go out here, and especially if you're newer to sim racing, you go out here and you hot lap and you're trying to run quick times. You're trying to brag, oh, I can run a 16 whatever at Spa. That has never impressed me as much as a guy who can come out here and tell me I can run a 17-1 lap after lap after lap. I can do them all day. I can do a 17-1 all day. And that's what is more impressive to me. And you're absolutely right. Consistency is the key. My follow up to that, Malk, the more difficult question: how are you consistent with 30 plus esports pros?
I put me in a track against them, and we'll see. I've yet to try against drivers of that caliber because they can be intimidating. I will say they can be intimidating with two drivers who've not had that sort of experience before. But yeah, I think if you throw me in, I think I can try, but we'll see what happens. But I doubt I'll do well. But as long as I keep it on track, that's what matters.
There's a lot of trust in a series like this with these drivers. They know each other pretty well. They race with each other more often than not, or against each other, I should say, more often than not. So you have to put a lot of trust in your competition. It's a bit different than doing pub lobbies on a Saturday night where you may or may not know who you're racing against. You kind of get an idea of the psych profile of who you're racing against and the different teams and what they may be about. And there's a lot of give and take there. And some of these drivers, of course, I mean, wouldn't be a sport if there wasn't animosity amongst some. There's camaraderie amongst others. I think more than anything, though, it takes every single one of these teams to make a race go smoothly. I think is the point. And what I would hazard and say is, how do you make consistency in a field like this? It's trust. It's trust that you're going to be able to brake when you need to around the other cars, that nobody else is going to make a mistake and get you involved in an incident. Of course, racing in the pack, a lot more difficult in a field this strong. On the grid, the sky's completely overcast, Mount, but nothing fallen from them quite yet, and that might be a blessing and a curse.
Really sort of depends how you place your strategy, really, because overcast can mean anything. It could remain overcast the entire race, or it could be raining in the next 25 minutes. We just don't know until the lights go out. But for the most part here, most of our drivers here will be trying to find the most optimal strategy, whether or not they try and burn their tires quickly, or those go for the long game and try and do a double stint. I think if it was up to me, I would definitely start the race on the double stints. Just try and get that first one out the way because you're gonna have to do two. Because remember, with this series, it is a limited tire set. So out of the 6 hours, you've only got 4 tires to go between the entire roster. So when you're trying to start out your playing strategy, at least whenever I do it, it's always you just do it at the start, get it over with.
That's true. They have 4 dry sets of Pirelli P0 tires. They have unlimited wet sets. So if we do get wet running in here, that will negate, for all intents and purposes, the limitation for dry tires because they have 4 dry sets and limited wet sets for the day. But certainly everybody out there is going to be on dries. And in fact, you can see that Yeah, I was gonna. Well, hold on now. The 62 is on wet tires. You can tell the difference, folks at home. If it has the yellow Pirelli branding on the sidewall, that is a dry tire. Completely black sidewall is a wet tire.
And it
And
looks to be. I'm just seeing on my side, Jesse, as well. Rain in 10 minutes.
well, that would explain it. That would explain why there's a mixed strategy. Some cars, by the way, any car that appears to be in the air is up on the jacks, which if you've ever watched a motorsport race, you know what that is. The pneumatic jacks that they don't have to physically jack the car up, and that's exactly what it looks a bit weird here. It looks like all the cars are Cali leaned. That's only because of the sloping nature. Before we get to Eau Rouge and Radeon, that it looks quite that weird. But cars that haven't dropped, they haven't made their tire choice yet. The ones that have dropped, and I saw both going with a dry tire and a wet tire. It's a dry start, and no matter how you look at it, it's going to be dry for the first 5 to 8 minutes of the race, maybe. And that is going to shred the wet tire if you go out here on this racetrack. I almost wonder if going out on the dries, doing a couple laps and coming in might be more beneficial. What is your take?
I kind of want to disagree on that point, because you have to remember that while it might say rain in 10 minutes, a lot of these ACC servers, at least in this case here, you're sitting for 5 minutes trying to pick out your strategy, you're picking out your fuel loads, everything like that, tire pressures. It takes 5 minutes to do that. You go around the track, because we're doing a full lap on the warm-up lap. So really, you're taking about 7 to 8 minutes just to get around the entire track, to the stop, get around the track, and then get to green lights. So by that time, you're very likely the rain's going to start coming down and doing that. I've been caught out by that before, and I think any time if the rain was within 10 minutes while I'm starting the race, I'm definitely going to be looking to maybe switch into the wet boots.
Do you know what else I also forgot? This is a combined pit lane at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, you'll be here for a very long time.
I'll take the tire damage every day with that. It is a long old way, even if you don't stop. By the way, we haven't talked about it. Penalties here, no different than anywhere else. 3 warnings, and then on the 4th time asking, it's a trip down pit lane. It is a long old time from one end to the next. It is the combined Formula and GT pit lane, and it is devastating. We've probably all had races just absolutely blown apart by getting one drive-through penalty. One car is in the pit lane. That's one of the RCI cars. It's the 769. Strepa in the pit lane, so they're going to start from all the way in the back. They qualified 27th, I'm pretty sure, so that's not too far. They will start behind the field. I almost wonder if that's deliberate or not, to maybe stay out of a melee here as they come onto the Kimmel Straight. So what do we got? We got rain coming in 10 minutes or less, certainly less now. A mixed strategy of everyone out there, a mix of wet and dry tires. Your leader is on dry tires. And I agree with you. You've 100% changed my mind. I think you take the tire degradation and you go out there on the wets, because otherwise, I just don't think it's worth it taking that extra trip down pit lane.
Well, do you want to know how long so say, obviously we were talking about our track cuts into drive-throughs. Do you want to know what's an estimated drive-through time is?
I'm going to assume a drive-through time around here is, what, 59 or 62 seconds?
Roughly 70 seconds for that. So if you've got to take an early pit stop just to put on wet boots, you're going to put yourself into a lot of time.
And that's not a stop. That's not a stop. That's one into the other, rolling the entire time.
Oh yeah, that's rolling the entire time for 70 seconds. Yeah. And then you've also got another 30 seconds to tires, or an extra, say, 5, 10, 15, whatever amount of fuel you put in for your double stints.
Effectively puts you half a lap down.
Yeah, essentially we'll put you about half a lap down, as obviously the lap times will be roughly around about the 17s, 18s. So yeah, about half a lap you'll be down if you take if the strategy is wrong, or you've got to take a drive-through. But we will see.
Absolutely brutal.
Oh, it certainly is, as well. All of our drivers here are heading towards the main straight part area. It's going to be very nail-biting experience for the drivers that might have been taking the dry tires as they hope to have gone through the right strategy. It'll definitely give them the early lead at the start of the race, especially with it looks to be the 255 competitions currently on dry tires. So it really depends on how quickly the terrain's going to come down and how quickly that track is going to deteriorate. So maybe they found the right way around it, but again, it really depends on what the competition behind him is, what are set.
Certainly is. I'd love to see what the Lamborghini there is on. We know that the leader has taken dry tires. Up here in the booth, we reckon that's the wrong choice, knowing that rain is imminent. Maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe they're hoping it's a very brief shower indeed. The two cars behind your pole sitter, 255 competition, out there on wet tires. We reckon that is the correct strategy, but only time will tell. You're still going to have to nurse those wet tires around for 60-some minutes. 65-minute stint limit, of course. Everybody has to come down every 65 minutes. You don't have to necessarily change tires or anything, but you have to come down pit lane to reset the driver stint limit. Well, here we are. We're happy all of you are with us. We see many messages in the chat, people cheering on their teams that they root for. We love to see that. Love for our pole sitters in there as well. And intermixed amongst them, Kevin Boss has resubscribed on YouTube for 16 months. He says, new year, same cash splashing. You do treat us well, Kevin Boss. Thank you so much for everything you do for us here at RCI. And one final turn, and we will get underway for the penultimate round in the RCI 6-hour Esports Challenge. 255 on pole, 44, Dottie. Opposite them, a host of Astons up at the front. It is a long way down. You've got to keep the car at about 70 kilometers here, waiting for the command to go. Not there yet. 30-some cars strong. The field rumbling down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Hopefully they get it sorted out as they are side by side. The green flag, the marshal waving, and we are go for the IMB 6 hours of Spa. And they haven't sorted it out, but now they finally do as they go up to Radion for the first time. Still 2x2, nearly 3 wide cars off of the racetrack, but everybody pointed the right direction as they head on to the Kimmel for the very first time. Now down to 2x2, cars slowing each other up. They're going to be 3 wide again by the time they get to Lacombe. 3 wide, nearly 4 wide in the middle of the pack here. The 255 has gotten away, and a brilliant start from them. Everybody else picking their way through and minding their own just a little bit here as they get through the first couple of turns on the first lap. It's all looking good so far.
So far, so good, but of course the rain is coming down very shortly. 255's already got themselves a really nice lead over towards the rest of the competition, but it's whether or not they can keep up that lead in the meantime until the rain starts to settle in. The rest of the competition seems to be marginally trying to bang doors a little bit, but it looks to be all one single file going down towards the left-hander for this downhill section here. Got to make sure you don't pull it too wide if you've got any cars to your outside part here. Still looking clean, still looking tidy, Jesse. So all in all, looks to be going for lap 1, looks to be going well. I did see the number 769, the RCI blue team, currently starting in the pit lane, so probably a safe strategy for them as they're trying to start off their race as well.
But you got to say it hasn't worked out for them. It hasn't really, because absolutely nothing happened on that start. That was a brilliant start. The rain is coming down now. They didn't even make it a full lap. It is light rain now, but it is immediately taking a fast racetrack down to green. And I think you might get another couple of laps out of dry tires here before you start squirming around a little bit, before the painted surfaces become a really big problem. Enough cars to sort of facilitate that, maybe enough heat in the racetrack. 19 degrees is the racetrack, 14 degrees in general. I think a lot of people around the world would be. Oh, and our first incident there, one of the Astons tagging the white Ferrari. Everybody else goes scrambling.
Ferrari almost losing it. I'm not sure what that one was. They almost lost it. They're trying to recover themselves back onto the track. See the RCI Bentley Blue team currently on the final part here for the bus stop section here. Going through to Andrew McWilliam for Williams Esports Academy, currently in the back of the other Williams Esports Academy car. So they got to be trying to find a way around the likes of the team, whether it's a team game or whether they're on their own if we're trying to fight through the grid. So it'll be interesting to see what the strategy they'll be wanting to play out going through the rest of the race. Mark Phillips trying to make a little bit of a squirrely exit on towards the Rouge Radio in the area as well, let's say.
Yeah, everybody fighting for position right now, and it's a very dangerous proposition with it being greasy. Your braking points are not where you left them. The grip is probably not where you left it in practice in the beginning part of qualifying either. All that taken into consideration, it's going to be a lot of that side-by-side door banging action there. But the BS Post competition car driven by Arthur Kammerer through, finally getting that position. Matteo Scinatti for Gladius competition, the 202, trying to box out the 47 and just about gets it done. Will be a position gain for Scinatti over Arduino in the 47. They got that done right before they got to Pouhon. That's exactly what you want. Don't give them any possibility to come back. Andrew McWilliam for Williams Esports Academy, following their fellow car with Lou Fleischer behind the wheel there. No dramas, except dramas here for Valentin Berrier, who is in the number 39 Aston, trying to keep the 27 behind them. They fought hard to get beside them, trying to keep them behind, and will do. Alexander Lay loses the position to Berrier.
Certainly a great move on that point there, as Kammerer, if the BS Plus competition is trying to hold the outside line going through towards the main straight here, keeping ahead of the Skidmark Racing with Cyril in the 99 BMW. So all in all, some great action here with the 255 currently sitting in the pit lane now, as a few other drivers here have put on the dry boots now going into wet. So that's really going to see what strategy it's going to play out here, because I'm very interested to see how they're going to recoup that missing time against the rest of the competition. Could easily just be because it's so greasy, the wet tires might not be enough. So the rest of the competition, a little bit of bang on the bumpers there, but all in all, it seems to be nice and clean through this lap, Jesse.
Unless I'm desperately missing something, Malk, it's an extra pit stop no matter what. You really only wanted to come down pit lane 5 times today, realistically. So 6 pit stop, that's going to be one more than probably whoever wins this race. So if they're able to somehow work this in, that would be absolutely magical. I don't know how well you can fuel save. If you start now, you might be able to get back on track, but you'd be losing so much time to everybody else because of the fuel saving nature of Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's not advantageous to do at all. You just hemorrhage time. I just don't know if you could do it. Martin Grady for RCI Esports Red on a little bit of a charge here. Had heard that the Bentley struggled for straight line speed, which may have been the first time I've ever heard that in my life. Some of the Bentley drivers telling me even a Porsche was quicker than them in a straight line. Car's good in the corners, but slow on the straight. Did you ever think you'd hear something like that?
Not really, but I think what I remember what Martin Lawrence was saying, the Bentley's a bit unstable through the Rouge or Radion section there, unless you have a higher wing setting there than most other cars. So that's definitely going to hamper them onto their top line speed, but can also be just the way that the cars are acting out. As Lewis Fletcher for Loche 55 trying to defend against the Sky Simsport car behind him there after taking that position. But yeah, I think going back to that, it really sort of depends, I want to say, Jesse. It's just there's a lot of variables when it comes to how the Bentley is driven and how it's bopped, I want to say.
Yeah, it's very interesting to hear about the different handling characteristics of the cars. In fact, one of our Twitch chatters has said Ford is extremely slow compared to the Aston here in the wet condition. So that's interesting as well. I was unaware of the Ford being relatively new. I don't think I've ever seen it compete in an endurance race here at Spa-Francorchamps, at least not one that I was on the broadcast team for. I've certainly not driven it here in the wet. So there you go. The Ford slow in comparison. It is worth mentioning there is custom balance of performance here for this race, and sometimes that matters, but we shall see. One of the Bentleys into the pit lane, Grady, and they are on the dry tire, so this will be a pit stop to put on the wets, and only time's going to tell, right, Malcolm? Only time's going to tell what this strategy did, doing 2 or 3 laps, coming in, effectively surrendering an extra pit stop. The leaders, the 44, going up the Kimmel right now, and your previous leader, 255 Competition, is just now coming, just now getting to Stavolo. So that is effectively half a lap down, like we were saying. It doesn't look right now, but maybe they're able to work this strategy for good a little bit later on. Definitely got a couple of a second lead early on, but was it really worth the 90-plus seconds down the pit lane? We don't know yet.
No, I'm going to need to do some maths on this one to find out what exactly...
Better you than me.
Yes, we'll try and find out what exactly the optimal, what their strategy is and what do they plan to get off that. Could easily just be that the track could have easily... I thought the track would get wetter later in the race or anything like that, but full track just means the track deteriorates a lot quicker than say on other occasions, and it's harder for the track to recover once it's fully deteriorated. So we'll see what happens over the next 5 hours and 15 minutes. Still plenty of time, still plenty of action left for us here today as Huxley for the Williams Esports Academy and be trying to hold off Delfante in the 179, which Ferrari will say is a very capable car in the wet, I will want to say. Especially when a track like this at Spa, we've got lots of high-speed sections, lots of like sharp turns as well. But also, it's when it's on the straight line, the Ferrari isn't as under. It's not as bad as it is what it would be if it was the dry setting, because of course you know what the Ferrari's like. You've got that obviously with the turbo likes to stall itself out once it reaches those high RPMs.
Certainly is. Visceral Esports has their hands full. They've got two Gladius competition cars right behind them. The 776 may be in pit lane, but it is throwing a local yellow. Yeah, they're in pit lane. But I'm curious. Oh, that's Ladkey. They were just in a fight. We just saw them a moment ago, and they must have returned to the pit lane, and that's why it's throwing up a local yellow. We can't see. We're on the Formula side of the grid, looking at the GT side of the grid. We're actually looking at one of the press suites, but nevertheless, problems for one of our top 10 runners there, and they are back into the pit lane. So they are in the pit lane. They're throwing up a yellow, but the drivers will be able to disregard that. The 201, Magnani looking to get by Toddy in the 44. He's looking down to the inside here, and he might just have him. Space afforded him by the Lamborghini. Gladius 201 up the inside. Nope, defended quite well by the 44, and it will be nothing doing. Visceral Esports will continue to lead this race. Kevin Tudde with Visceral able to use the knowledge of the racetrack and put his car in a position where, yeah, I'll give you the inside, knowing that the next turn is in my favor, and there's no way, in the wet especially, you're going to go around the outside of me there. If you're Chinati and you've got the quickest lap, of course, you're running in the draft with some of the quickest cars. You just got to be patient here, right? You got to believe, if you're Chinati, you're in the right position. If something, you don't want anything to go wrong with your teammate, but if Toddy and Magnani get together, Chinati's going to be through.
Yeah, definitely. It just really sort of depends on what your opponent does and how well they can combat each other in the wet. I mean, for these two guys here, the Gladius competitions there, they could easily be playing the team game here, but all in all, they've got their own race to win, as Lewis Fletcher as well, right in the back of these Gladius cars. So he can take full advantage of those situations where it can involve many cars. So yeah, it really sort of depends on how well they play the team game, or if they're all out for themselves, really.
Well, first of all, if you are a Gladius competition driver right now, you are being a team player here, because it's all on the line. Effectively, you're both quicker. At least right now, you're both quicker than the leader. At least that's what it was a couple of laps ago. You've got to put yourself in that mind frame of, we could be 1-2 here. Got to play that really nice. Louis Fleischer in 4th place has just got to drive his own race, not get involved and mind his own business here a little bit, and he could be gifted a podium spot as well. But Kevin Toddy has not given up the spot. He's given up the inside, and he has done here into La Source, but no, it's too acute of an angle for Magnani. He's not going to be able to do it, and that will bring Chinati back in it. Fleischer, who is in the 55 Veloce machine, They're just kind of hanging out here. Absolutely nothing to gain from pressing the issue here, getting yourselves involved. You want to be close enough, if you're Louis, to put yourself in a spot that if somebody were to get side by side, get strung together, you would be able to work your way through as well. But you want to be the third car in line. You don't want to be the fourth car in line, but considering they're all relatively quick compared to each other, you're just lucky that you're all still here and you're looking for any sort of opportunity. Of course, looking up the inside here is Fleischer on the 202. Chinati not phased by that. Fleischer, sort of a faux move right there, not really intending to take the spot, just sort of putting his nose out there, putting your car where they're not.
Just making himself known and let the competition get. I mean, there is plenty of times where we've seen incidents like that where, like, you try and fake it out. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it does work too effectively, where it can knock off a driver's concentration and put them too far down on the corner. As Barrier tries to look on the inside of the likes of the SimSport car, just can't find a way around just yet. But he's also got that McWilliam in the Mercedes also right in the back of him, so he has to pick his targets right, where if he doesn't, if he tries to aim for the SimSport car, if he can't get past it and compromises himself, he can run the risk of easily getting that P7 spot taken away from him.
Yep, just getting a confirmation, and we suspected this as much, but the 769, Christoph Strepa behind the wheel of that car in qualifying, they did start from the pit lane on purpose, but it wasn't to escape a potential incident. They reckoned that if they started from pit lane, that would put less heat through the tires and give them an advantage during the actual run, considering the mixed conditions start. So that's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that executed quite like that before, but hey, that's why they're esports
Barriers
drivers.
Trying to make it a dive. He is banging the doors on the likes of the SimSport car. But all in all, they're still keeping the cars the right way. And there's a spin right at the back of that corner there as Alexandra Lee spun over from the Ford. What's happened here towards the bus stop chicane? He's able to make the corner just right, but it looks like he's got
unsettled. He unsettled himself. He hooked the curb on the inside and then
got taps from the yellow Aston Martin. I can't remember what her number was, but
really, oh my goodness. And that's got to be a track cut, you would imagine, for Louis Fleischer there. Sometimes that isn't, believe it or not, depending on how fast you're going. But talking about an unsettled race car, had to catch it, and luckily that's why that particular part of the racetrack, of course this is an older version of Spa, but that's why that's there. That may or may not have been a track cut, usually can be, sometimes isn't, mysteriously as well. Chris Warner for Bravo Motorsport, trying to spin the off.
A little bit of contact there with the Porsche as well, unsettling him, and also potentially losing that place to the Ferrari.
Oh, and more contact with Gladius there.
But that's given the BS Plus competition a chance to get through as well.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
Huge shunt from the BMW over to the Ferrari as well. There's lots of argy-bargy bits here.
Still happening.
Yeah, it's still happening through this point here. So I think you just need to...
Still happening.
For the most part, I think you need to... When you go to an instance like that, I think you just need to back off and just restart from where you are, just to bring back that concentration, bring back that consistency.
You're asking race drivers to behave themselves. I don't know if that's in their dictionary or lexicon.
I mean, you're a manager of the team, aren't you? What would you say onto that part?
I would say I would give them a dictionary, a map, and a flashlight. Because sometimes esports drivers need that to figure it out. No, I mean, most of these drivers, I would say, they've been in this game for a long time. And the game of sim racing, not necessarily ACC, but a lot of them, that's also true as well. But the 201, by the way, has gotten by Kevin Toddy. The 201 in the lead of the race for Gladius competition. The 202 for Matteo Chinati, unable to get by them there, and that has allowed Magnani to drive away just a little bit. Louis Fleischer still hanging back here, but waiting for their turn. Like a good British queue. That's exactly what this top 10 looks like here. Delvante right behind them. Remember, they were fighting the car that went to the pits earlier on, but now they've been released up inside the top 5. Valentin Berrier's been busy in the 6th place. Paduano in 7th, Lukabin, William, and Congretto the top 10. The fight here for second place on Kevin Toddy, putting their car in the right spot again, daring them to go up the inside. That's always a losing proposition. Gennady knew better, didn't do that, but here comes Louis Fleischer.
Yeah, well, Gennadi's played the better game here. He's lifted a bit slightly in order to get the better run up towards Rouge and Radion onto this main straight here. He's going to find a way to get a spot on the inside line here, side by side, going for the inside. But once you're on the inside, you're on the outside. A little bit of bargy there. It's making the Visceral car lose out, and not just on the Gladius, but also on the other car. There's a little bit of a squirrel between the two cars. That was definitely contact between the likes of the two Astons there. So that's a Visceral Esports car losing out, and a little bit more argy-bargy for these parts here. So in these conditions, it's hard to just try and keep it clean and fair, because sometimes you just don't get the grip right with these cars. We could have a win now. We look here. It looks to be a little bit of bump drafting here.
It was bump. It was just the tiniest bump. It looked so smooth. We're not used to that. We're used to seeing when bumps like that occur in ACC that there's a lurch from one of the cars, is why I was so confused by that. And there was nothing like that. That looked very smooth.
More action with Delphante and the likes of Fletch here as well, but also behind you got Valentine Barrier as well, trying to take full advantage between the likes of the two contacts. Almost contact. Contact Delphante's just been hit and off into the gravel he goes. That's going to give the likes of Valentine Barrier 2 more places up for there, and it's going to completely lose out the likes of MGIT. So it's just unfortunate timing on that part there, and unfortunate placements of the cars. So if the team will be wanting to do that, they can easily go into race control and try and report it and see what the stewards can make of that incident.
Well, that's not the way you draw it up. That's not what you want for a car just outside the 10 in the championship. The setups car driven by Delphante here. You're going to be very upset. I'd be quite cross under the helmet of that car after that. The replay of some more of the contact. They all came together, and then they just couldn't get unhooked. And just contact, it's going to be like that because you're all trying to outbrake each other. It's wet. Braking points are different, and your closing distances and your stopping distances are a little bit different as well. And you're still at the same time, you're trying to race each other to the best of your ability. You can't afford, especially when you're in a 3, 4, 5, 6 car train like they are, you can't afford to give anything up. You may ask yourself, why are they all over each other? We're 20 minutes into a race, because they can't afford to give that time up. There's no guarantee they're going to get it back. There's no guarantee that the weather's going to get better for them, as that Ferrari was doing the Harlem Shake there for a second before it regained its composure. Expect to see more of that as these cars continue to run over the painted surfaces.
Yeah, back to 2013 with that reference there, Jesse. So
I'm old.
We're all old at this point here. As Zimbal looks to be going to the back of Delphante, looking to find the right spot to try and get that opportunity. And look at the mist. You just can't, when you're sitting in that in the driver's seat there, you just can't see what's really ahead or what's really going to happen. So a few times where I've been caught out from the mist, where I'm trying to look on going the outside, but there's actually a car that spun and hit right on the side of it. As the likes of Zimbal, a little bit of oversteer there. The yellow flag out for the 99 car for the meantime as well. Currently Skidmark Racing off to the side. We'll see what's happened here. Around the outside, just lost under its own control there. Just a little bit too much rear instability on that part there, Jesse.
A Skidmark car sliding sideways there. The good news is the only damage done is on the timing and scoring board. Nothing else with that car, and that's something that a lot of the drivers inside the top 15 can no longer say after the last couple of laps. That previous shot from in-car that we were looking at, there were, I counted 8 cars that should have been in view that were not. You could only really see the one car. That kind of shows you how bad the spray, the weather is, as it's a solid medium rain right now. It is going to stop raining in about 30 or so minutes, and that will do these teams quite nicely, because that will coincide with their first required pit stop of the day. And they'll know by that point, 30 minutes from now, when the rain stops, they'll know what's behind that, meaning is the rain just going to come back, or are we going to have a brief period of dry running? They'll also have a better idea of what condition the track's going to be in. So the rain kind of lining up here to the best for the drivers, not having to do anything outside of what they would have come in scheduling a pit strategy. I got to ask you that now. In a race like this, in changeable conditions, do you typically schedule your pit stops regardless, knowing that the weather's probably going to change it anyway? Do you go ahead and schedule your stops, or do you not even bother with a race like this because you really can't predict it, so there's no reason to schedule it?
You still want to schedule it in some way or another, because you need to have every driver in the car. It's not like you can't just go about on that. But you can see onto there with it being dry in 30 minutes, it really just sort of depends on what sort of strategy is played out. Colder tracks typically takes longer for the wet track to dry out, well, compared to the warmer tracks. So 18 degrees track, I definitely would want to say that probably is the best part. It's just probably wait until the end of the stint, where you'll find out within the next 45 minutes to half an hour. But yeah, if it was up to me, I would just stick by the hour and just go by hour, because that's how you want to play it, because you would do the least amount of pit stops. Because see here, it's 1:10 just to drive through the pit lane alone.
Yeah, it's a half a lap. You're going to lose a half a lap, and well, actually, technically, the good news is, because it's raining right now, if it happens now, you don't lose half a lap, because they're not running nearly as quick as they would be in the dry. So small miracles, silver linings, etc., and so forth. But in the dry, you lose almost exactly half a lap around here. It's a little bit less here, but it's still it's horrible. No matter what, you don't want to do that. And you know what else you don't want to do? Draw the ire of the stewards. You've seen a couple of penalties come on the board already. Resident race controller McKenna McConnell bringing us the reports. Some early ones coming out here. These, of course, all on lap one. First one starting out on turn 6 and 7, involving the 55 and the 776. Racing incident. 776 initiates the contact and apparently got the worst into that, because that is a racing incident. Turn 10, lap 1, involving the 20, the 52, the 179, and the 27. 5-second time penalty for car 20 for causing avoidable contact. And also on lap 1, turns 19 and 20, involving the 42 and the 89. 5-second penalty for car 42 for an overtake with contact. Shout out to all of our stewards. They've got just about everybody down there. They are crammed into their office like a bunch of sardines, and they are hard at work. Shout out to the stewards. Couldn't do it without them.
Okay. We can't live without them. And I want to say, we're currently sitting in the number 769 RCI Blue Bentley, which I say is putting up a really nice charge on their first stint there. Obviously starting in the pit lane, putting a lot of time behind them, but they are making the charge onto it. So taking that gamble on the wet tires and just waiting in the pit lane has definitely made a full advantage for them trying to get through into the remainder of the stint.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I wouldn't have thought that strategy was going to play out. You can do that in a pub lobby. You can do that in maybe a weekly series or something like that. Probably do that on LFM as well.
But esports is unheard of.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that. I would not have started from the pit lane to gain some, I would assume, minuscule advantage on the tires. But
I tell you what it could be.
My boys are smarter than I am. What do you think it is?
Well, I've just seen what Stewie's put in. Apparently, the reason that they started from the pit lane was because they didn't want to overheat those wet Pirellis. So yeah, they played the smart game here and trying to
that's the minuscule part. Like, I don't know how big of a problem that would have been driving out there.
It's a long lap, Jesse. It's a very long lap as a warm up. When you do that, your tires go red if you've been on that for that long. And that's when you lose. That's when you have zero grip. That's when you have.
And it doesn't come back in ACC either. You don't regain that again.
No, exactly. So having that has definitely helped them to try and mitigate towards the lack of any sort of tire temperature advantage. As you see, Valentine and Barrier, a replay here over the Visceral Esports and Veloce, Barrier looking towards the inside line, towards the bus stop chicane. Going of it, making a clean sort of intersection there. with the likes of Bristol trying to find a way around, but wasn't able to hold it, get that position back. So Valentine Barrier with it did a pretty good overtake there going through to bus stop.
Well, Chad agrees with you. Sven's joined us in Twitch chat to say it actually made their tires so much better doing that. And that's why they're driving and I'm not. That's also why I'm not a strategist. Basically the way it works here with the RCI Esports team is they say they're going to do something, they show the data, and they're usually right. And I wouldn't have guessed it would have been that important, but Sven, you and the rest of them knew that it was, and it certainly has worked. They're inside the top half of or they're near enough inside the top half of the field. They're chewing them up and spitting them out here. Shout out to Scott Lawson also joining us in chat as well. Great to see such good racers going at it. Good luck all, wet conditions and competitive drivers. Good luck commentators too. And you know what? Some people are watching this going, why would you say good luck to the commentators? Because good Lord, do we need it. We need some luck up here in the booth. Sometimes a lot going on. Just about 29 minutes of the race gone. The IMB 6 hours of Spa. It's our first race this year in the Esports Series map that has been sponsored by IMB. So big shout out to them. You can check IMB out by visiting the link in the description.
Yeah, they certainly give out great racewear goods as well. I mean, I bought myself a set of gloves from them as recently, and they're actually very comfortable, Jesse. I don't know if you had one, got one yet.
I have not, but I've heard really great things. I got one I want though. You know what I mean? I've already picked something out.
No, I actually really no, but they're really comfortable. They're really nice to wear. But obviously, if you want to go pick one up for yourself, you can do that with our link in the description.
Yeah, and of course, racing gloves makes you 10% more attractive to whomever you're attempting to attract.
Really? I thought it makes you 10% faster.
Yeah, my wife loves it. My wife loves it when I put on the gloves.
Always good to see here. But back towards the action here, we see a large single file traffic here towards the likes of turn 1, but there's not really much to say on the facts of any overtaking, because everyone's trying to play it a bit too safe, I would say, despite the fact there was some argy-bargy moments.
Yeah, I think we've gotten to the part of the race too, Mac, where the tires are starting to give up a little bit, and especially if you're out there on wets and that dry racetrack and you've overheated them, now they're starting to come apart a little bit. Traction's not nearly as there. The tread blocks are not nearly as pristine or defined as they were a little while ago, and you're sort of surviving. If you would have come in, if you would have had dries on and then come in and put wets on, maybe you're not in the situation, but the majority of the field obviously did the opposite. They just went out on wets trying to save the stop. So they're all sort of struggling. So the big advantage that you might have no longer exists. Christoph Estrepa, by the way, into 17th place. And not only were they last at the end of lap number 1 still, even with the incident in the chicane, they were still last. They were last by 10 seconds or so. And they've somehow, in 31 minutes, climbed almost into the top half of the field. So take note of that a little bit later on. I'm sure there's some other teams that are thinking about that as well. That, okay, if we get to a similar situation later, obviously we can't just park it in pit lane, but don't overheat the tires. Maybe go long, maybe even do what the 255 competition car did. Go out there on slicks, run a couple of quick laps, put the wet weather tires on. But certainly the 255 is probably also making really good time out there, not having overheated their wet tires.
Well, I'll tell you this. Currently, right now, Lorenzo Magani in the 201, currently leading the race. Last lap was a 29.6. You want to know what the 255 did?
What's that?
27.2. So there's a big difference in the means of the time that they're gaining. But I'll wait till next lap to give you another update, to give you whether or not it is just an anomaly, or if it's the true pace that the 255 have unlocked because I'm not having to take the wet tires ever so early. A little bit contact there, Luke Ben as well. Sorry to interrupt there, Jesse. With Grongel and 49. It's a little bit more contact between them as well. So they seem to hold off well, but we'll see what the next lap brings for them.
Certainly will. I mean, it comes at you all of a sudden, you know, 1 second there's nothing happening, and all of a sudden somebody gets a little bit out of sorts, all brings it right together. Sven Paul, by the way, has further confirmed that they had red tires on the outlap. They didn't even obviously get up to speed, but their tires were already red on the outlap. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have guessed halfway into lap 1, but there you go. That's the advantage. Christoph Estrepa getting another position there through La Source, up into 16th place. Just incredible for that car. Started dead last in the pit lane. Stewie, our broadcaster, reckons 2 seconds lap is not enough to get a pit stop throughout a stint. Also, if it doesn't rain anymore, which is, again, possible, that they'll just have one less set of dry tires. That's not entirely true. I would consider those tires scrubbed, and theoretically you could put that same set back on the car, couldn't you? And they only have a couple laps on them.
Yes. So yeah, I wouldn't say there's going to be too much of a difference in that, as long as it's not been grained, as long as it's not been too damaged after the initial set of driving in the green to greasy section. Yeah, I think it should be all right. Just really more so sort of depends on how well they play the rest of the race.
Well, a lot of teams are going to have to figure out how they're going to tackle the rest of the race after getting early penalties. Lap 1, turn 19 and 20 incident involving the 123, the 111, the 46, and the 62. 15-second time penalty for car 111 for avoidable contact. Same lap, same turn for car 123. Warning for car 123, not holding brakes, presumably after they were involved in an incident. Lap 3, turn 8, between cars 177 and the 42. 10-second time penalty for car 42 for avoidable contact on lap 8, turn 15, involving the 179 and the 55. 5-second time penalty for car 55 for avoidable contact. Now, I just got to tell you, you don't want to read out penalties. Do you know what I feel like I'm doing? You may not have any frame of reference for this, as you may have noticed by my accent, I'm American, and I do apologize for it. But we do traffic reports on our morning news thing, and it's always read exactly like I read the penalty report, and I think I'm doing traffic reports.
I think it's played out similar here too, at least where I'm from. It's in Scotland. It plays almost exactly like that on the radio.
I don't know why every traffic reporter does the same tone, but I think they might. It might be universal.
It might just be because it's just an easy tone to read from, rather than because they have to play a neutral tone on that. Because I mean, you never know what's
conveying important information, right? So you want to be as clear and as plain as you possibly can.
Exactly. You don't want to be laughing. You don't want to be laughing at somebody who's stuck at roadworks.
I mean, I often do laugh being stuck at roadworks, because what else are you going to do?
Laugh in pain or laugh in having a good time?
Well, you know, I cry and laugh through the pain. Sometimes it's the same thing, and nothing annoys you more. We're off subject now, but you know, whenever there's like a lollipop man, right? And they let a line of cars through, and then they stop you at the front of the queue to let the other side go. I take that personal every single time.
I can understand that. If you were the only car then, yeah, I would understand that. I've had that happen. Yes, it does feel personal.
Well, I'll tell you what's not personal. This weather, as it will sort of relent by the end of stint number 1. And the overarching question that we have is we've seen sort of a trend this season of teams not wearing out their drivers, getting a new driver in every time they come into pit lane. Some teams have done the opposite of that, keeping the driver in for multiple stints at a time. And I think that kind of comes down to how comfortable they are, what the schedule they're working on is. Sometimes the driver's not here for all 6 hours, so they got to get their drive time in early. I think today it might be a little bit more dictated by the weather just a little bit. Perhaps if you've got a Rainmaster in the car, maybe you leave them in for another stint here. Maybe you run an audible here on your strategy.
Yeah, it just really sort of depends on the weather and how every driver is suited. I mean, me, I'm I'm a driver that actually quite likes the rain. I actually quite like the lack of grip. I quite like every bit of detail you have to like try and get your cars right. As Kramer is trying to find a way inside on the likes of the Ferrari of Porco there. So that was a little bit of a dive there, I want to say, from that point there, Jesse.
Yeah, it sure was. Going to be close down here at Eau Rouge Radion this time, but nope, not coming out of line. Arthur Kimmer doesn't seem phased at all by Porco, and Porco's going to have to fall in line. We'll see. The Lamborghini might have a little bit of a speed deficit here compared to the Aston, but I don't know, maybe just a little bit. Well, I do believe over on Twitch, we've just been raided by Luke Addison. Luke Addison, welcome in, Raiders, if you're with us. Welcome to RCI TV, right smack dab in the middle of a 6-hour endurance challenge championship. The esports drivers on display here. You may recognize them from all the various esports series that they do. This is round 5 of 6 in the championship. This is the IMB 6 hours of Spa. We're happy to have you with us, and just underway, 5 hours 21 minutes. It started dry for the first half of the lap, got wet. It's going to get dry again here as the weather in the area known to play up, and it has done exactly today. Mixed strategy, by the way. 255 competition was on pole. They decided to take the dry tire. They had to come in at the end of lap number 1 and put the wet tire on. That gave the lead over to Kevin Toddy in the number 44 Lamborghini, who then surrendered it to both Gladius competition cars, Magnani, Gennady, Valentin Berrier, all the way up inside the top 3 now. Just absolutely flying is that 39. It is a Aston Martin lockout thus far here at Spa.
Oh, the Aston Martin certainly does like to run in the wet areas here, comparing them better than most other cars. But again, every car has its pros, every car has its cons. Going through into Taddle for Esports, he's got quite a number of cars on his rear bumper, along with the 55 Fletcher. Currently has a size second time penalty. We've already mentioned that already, but that's definitely going to play out because obviously you can't serve it when you're on the track. You have to serve it once you sit in the pit lane. A Zimbal for Valencio Sabrari Racing, looking to the back of Delfante, trying to look at the inside line here, trying to find a way through turn 1. Goes a little bit wide, maybe trying to force a Ferrari too, but he doesn't able to do that. But he's able to secure the place at that point there. So the Ferrari is chasing him down. It really depends on whether or not they can hold off against a Radion and Rouge going into the main straight part there, Jesse. But the speed of the Ferrari is lifting a little bit more than it would, so it's not going to have the same run up in order to get that spot back.
If you're wondering why some of the cars are not running the windscreen wiper in this kind of downpour, that's going to be contact there. Louis Fleischer makes a little bit of contact there with Kevin Toddy. Toddy was all the way over on the right side of the racetrack. I think Fleischer got into the grass and just got into the back of the Lamborghini, and now it's a mad scramble. Lukabin right behind him. Congrettel is falling into line here as well. That 2-car fight turned into a 4-car fight, and here comes Lukabin up the inside of Bruxelles, and he's going to get through there. Forced on the outside is Fleischer, as this has gone from bad to worse. Now having Congrettel in the 49 right behind them, and Zimbal, who we just saw make that pass in La Source the last time, is now all the way caught up just because 2 corners side by side. That could have been a lot worse for Kevin Toddy if he would have got spun there.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very scary part there, especially I think it was just a bump draft gone wrong. It's upsetting the car a bit too much on that point there. So it could have easily went wrong for any or all of those drivers here. Delfante is still trying to find a way to get that P8 back from the likes of Zimbal. But again, for these Ferraris here, they're great in the wet, but they just don't have the top end speed which you need to make those brilliant passes around some of the harder corners. But oh no, it's all been quite nice and clean so far for the last few bits there. A little bit of argy-bargy for this first hour, Jesse, but oh no, I'm quite happy with that everyone's still running.
Yeah, I'm absolutely thrilled by that as well. That was probably the best outcome that it was going to get. I just want to take a moment and thank a few people over at Twitch that's followed us today. Plasmatic, thank you for the follow. Low Story as well. Scott Lawson followed us over there. Luke Addison for the raid a little bit ago, and Burps a lot for the follow. Well, thank you very, very much. Lucas Congrettel here trying to make up that spot. Still's not giving up the fight. And Zimble for Vincenzo Supri Racing, trying to get away from that pack as Louis Fleischer's trying to gain their composure. But I think that car was so good in the mixed conditions, but now in the full wets, maybe just losing a little bit in comparison to some of the other cars, including cars of their own manufacturer. Congrettel has not allowed Fleischer to get away at all. Those are just two Astons. You can't even argue that it's a manufacturer advantage. I think maybe the 55 giving up a little bit more.
Well, it looks like it, and it's like what you said at the start of the race. If you start to lift at any point, the competition is going to keep their foot flat on the floor to get past you. So every point matters here, folks, as we go on through the corner here. Look at Ben trying to find a way around it. Title in the 44 Visceral Esports Lamborghini. But yeah, so it's like what you said. It's like, just repeat what I was just saying. The second you lift, everyone's going to charge right past you, and that is exactly what we saw there.
Talked about that sort of briefly, I suppose, at the beginning of the race. Why are they all over each other? Because they can't give up anything. Why? Case in point, you give up one thing, you let off the throttle. That's all that Louis Fleischer did, was let off the throttle to keep from spinning the 44, which he had to do, admittedly, right? But because he did that, gave up a couple of spots, gave up a ton of time, and no longer in a position in a top 5 spot after that. William Paduano has had contact with something, because the front of that Aston is not the way it came from the factory, and I was just curious.
Not unless you expect it.
No. I was trying to figure out if the 47 had been involved in something we had already seen, or that the stewards had adjudicated on. They have not. So that is new to all of us in the Sky Sim Sport 47, and that is certainly not doing them any favor in a straight line. See the Ferrari there all over them, though. Chris Warner trying to make the pass. Will he be aware? Will Warner be aware that the front of that car is damaged? You might think so. The Aston's pretty stout in a straight line with the current BOP, the custom BOP that we run. So if you are a 296 and have caught them, you might have already surmised that there was some sort of drama. You may have already seen it, but here it is. The 47, Will of Paduano, getting disposed of, and for a moment looked like they were going to the old circuit there. That is a rough way to go into the Armco.
Certainly not the way you want it to run by, but again, that'll be something that the stewards will definitely be looking into, and we'll probably see a reaction from that, whether it be as a time penalty or through means of racing incident. We'll find out shortly in a bit. As we go, what have you just witnessed, Jesse?
That Aston's completely sliding off the racetrack. Didn't catch the number of it, but a huge slide and save, and just about got it stopped in time. I think that's Michael Herman Fry in the 111. Just about got it stopped and saved their race in Lacombe. That time it was Michael Herman Fry, or Frey, for Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinich. And it didn't look terrible, except that it was. That was a huge save. Well done, Michael. Oh, he's still fighting it.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it just now from the replay, and I'm actually seeing the one right now. Yeah, it just goes to show that sometimes you're starting to see the tire degradation coming by much sooner than you anticipated, and that's very likely because of them taking the tires late and taking the wet tires a bit too early and just overheating them, really, as we see Christopher Streppen. A little bit of contact there with one of the Gladius cars there. They're currently in P14, sold of P14, but the BMW behind them, a little bit of a squirrely part there, heading over towards the exit of the corner. Just going to give Verstappen a bit of a better run up there. We'll see if we'll get a replay of that incident there again. Hansen right down the back of the BS Plus competition, trying to find their way for B Alien Academy. Currently they're second on the standing, so any point they can gain is 1 point closer to the top step, because they've got the full advantage here. They're the ones that've got the that it can gain everything from this point here. Because remember, the 255 competition pitted early. They're currently P24, so any points they can gain is critical for this team.
No, you're absolutely right. And if you are Alien Academy right now, you got to know that the 255 was on a different strategy, and how that's going to play out. You can't control that, but how do you change your strategy? If you're a strategist for Alien Academy, you got to be aware, okay, we have what we need to get back in this championship and make it a pseudo winner-take-all finale in 1 month's time from Barcelona. So to force that, we got to finish in front of them, number one. We'd like to finish significantly in front of them. They have that right now if you are the Alien 71. How do you keep that gap? How do you maintain this to keep from getting leapfrogged later on in the race if the 255 competition has a go? And there is Michael Herman Frey again off of the racetrack. More dramatic exit stage left, is going to rejoin and try to stay out of the line of traffic, and will do. Well, how did this start? Just look like they outbreak themselves. What is it?
Oh yeah, exactly. They break. Yeah, they break right on the dry line. Yeah, a little bit of lifting to avoid the crash, as pointed out by Stewie as well. So, good observation on means of just trying to avoid the contact there. So, it's always nice when you try and your best to avoid.
We have a term for that, don't we? No, we have a term for that.
What do you call it?
No. We all speak the same language. That's a code brown.
Yeah, it is code brown. That's the universal term. I thought you were going to say something different there.
No, that's a code brown in any language. We all say it slightly differently, but it all means the very same thing. And that self-preservation, not only for them, but also not to be involved in an incident with another driver, as Frey drove deliberately, was off the throttle and then on the throttle again to get through, and basically threw the car up onto the bank there to get it out of the way, realizing how they had messed up. And it's hard to see. You're following a car that closely. The windscreen wiper's doing everything it can do, but sometimes you just miss your braking point. You get too hyper-focused on the car in front of you. You miss your braking point. Again, said this earlier, best case scenario, only thing lost was a little bit of time there. Could have been a lot worse.
Could have easily been a lot worse. That could have easily have been a takeout of a couple of drivers there, which we don't want here. As everybody wants to have their fun, everybody wants to enjoy their time here. We go jump back into the 255 competition here. On the back of Warner, currently P21, so as they're trying to drag their way back up towards the grid here. It's still unknown whether or not their strategy of pitting with the dry tires is the optimal. I don't want to say optimal, but the correct strategy, Jesse. But again, we're on light rain. No, the rain's going to stop in 10 minutes as we get a replay of Verstappen and the B-Alien car of 71. Let's see what happens going down through towards the Rouge Radiant area, going side by side.
Oh, they're not lifting.
We can see who. Yeah, it's going to see who's going to yield first. There's still. Let's go. Oh. It's the B-Alien. So the RCI blue car gets ahead. An absolute tremendous overtake on that part.
It immediately got repassed on the straight there, on the Kimmel straight as well. But that's exactly what Hansen's got to do. That's what B-Alien's got to do. Okay, this car that's not racing us for any championship points, that's not any consequence to us, they're going to race us. We just got to let them go. Preservation being the key there, knowing what they have. They've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 cars in between them and the only car they particularly care about. And yes, they'd like to preserve their cushion, if you will, but ultimately not that important. What is more important is not being involved in any incident, realizing that Restrepo was always probably going to be more aggressive there. Hansen driving with their head there. It's not going to be a move that wins them a championship, certainly, but it could be one that keeps them in a championship, not racing cars that aren't fighting for the same things they are.
Yeah, and don't forget, the RCI blue team are within a chance to win the championship as well. It's going to be, it's a little bit more of a Hail Mary, but they still have that chance, and that's exactly what they want to do. They want to maximize everything for these races, because that's what everybody wants to do. They want to have fun. They want to push themselves to the absolute limit when it comes to driving. Just look at Ben right on the back of the Lamborghini there, going through the Bastop chicane there, but he's also got a few cars behind. Arthur Kremer for BS Plus, looking to be trying to find the right spot to get to Frey. done the move right, with Verstappen also trying to find a way around the 71 car again. Tries to get through turn 1, but again, once he gets through turn 1, he has to deal with that straight line speed deficit he's got. He's got the position saved on that point. It's just a matter of just holding it down as we go towards that main straight part there.
I have been doing the math, as you might expect, and also might not want me to do the math, but I have done on this occasion. There are 17 cars that came into today with a mathematical chance of winning this championship. There's 17 cars. Of those 17 cars, I gave 6 of them. Nope, incorrect. Yeah, that's true. I gave 6 of them, because I can count. Public education system in the States, folks. 6 of them have a better than good shot of winning it still. The rest, the other 11 cars, have an outside chance of winning the championship, meaning that they have to have so many scenarios go their way to get back in this thing and win it. But still today, with 2 races to go, there were 17 teams, that had a chance to win the championship. It'll be a lot less after today, but I reckon we're going to go into the final round with about 10 that could all mathematically win the championship. We'll see how that holds up. Still a lot of racing here to do, a lot of weather to contend with. The rain has stopped, the track incredibly wet, but I am surprised of how fast, considering the track has warmed up slightly, 21 degrees C. That's certainly helping. It went from wet to damp quite quickly.
Certainly has, but again, we still got another, say, 10 minutes before the end of the first stint has to be completed. So still going to be plenty of opportunities for our drivers here to try and take full advantage. And of course, the drivers that had wet tires at the start, where that was very hot, is going to be getting hot again. So more grip they're going to be losing, more time that they're also going to lose out. There's some of the other drivers who maybe have decided to take a more optimum strategy, like with the RCI deciding to start from the pit lane. So you saw from there, they've made a huge charge from the starting at the pit lane all the way up to P13 currently. So it'll be interesting to see what the next few laps is going to bring for them as their tires start to warm up from the dampness.
Enzo Sospiri racing there, getting a little argy-bargy. The Ferrari that they're racing, Lukebin, will end up surrendering that spot, and then some. Might also give up a spot to Louis Fleischer, who's trying to make their way back inside the top 5. They're going to be side by side. Is any of them going to give up? I don't think so. Overmatching them is Fleischer, as Lukebin will have to settle for the 7th place position for the time being. But did Fleischer get a bad run? Well, not as bad as Lukebin did. Here comes Del Fonte. Del Fonte looking to make the move up the outside here, and they're going to bring, is that Congrettel? I think it is. Oh, everybody trying to squeeze their way into one line to get the better run. And Lacombe, and with a little bit of contact, they all get through. So Louis Fleischer back up to 6th place. Lukebin down to 8th. Del Fonte up to 7th. Zimbel scurries away for the 2nd time today. Of course, Zimbel has Kevin Toddy directly in front of them, previous leader of the race.
Yeah, it's certainly with going on. There's too much for us going on for me to pick one moment going on for this first hour. Running for West Competition Racing in, I would say, a rather stunning livery on there, trying to keep it. It's been a very consistent car. The BMW is always been one that's always sort of like, it's quite a very all-rounder car for every sort of circuit, Jesse, but they seem to they're holding it well with currently P15. They've got the advantage over Frey, and the 1111 got the 15-second penalty as well, so they've got a few spots where they can gain a few extra places depending on the penalties that the other teams are going to serve.
Yeah, West Competition, they not only bring the competition, they also bring some of the most intricate, interesting liveries every single year. And of course, be curious to see if they change it up this year. Of course, this is a championship that's run through 2024, 2025, so they can change it any time, though admittedly they don't have to settle on the one design. Several of the teams have changed up the design a few times in the championship, but the familiar colors, easy for us, our eyes up here in the broadcast booth to pick out. We're familiar with the black, silver, blue, and purple car. It's Burnham trying to continue their good fight inside the top 15. Speaking of that, Christopher Strepa, 12th place from last to 12th in one stint, was a quarter of a lap behind. I keep harping on that, folks. But think about that, what that's teaching the other teams right now. They were a quarter of a lap behind at the beginning of lap number 1 because they started from the pit lane, and in less than an hour, they have gained up to 12th place.
It's like I said earlier on, that it's like sometimes not overheating the tires at the start of the race is what will give you that advantage, and I think that's what's also helped out with Verstappen going through that charge he's had. It certainly is a great one to have onto there. I don't know whether or not they'll be switching drivers over towards, I think it's Martin Lawrence and Verstappen today. I can't remember if they've got a third driver for today. So either one of these drivers, they're very capable in that Bentley. They just, when you put them in any car, but especially if you put them in that Bentley, they just do something magical with it.
Yeah, they got a couple of great drivers over there that they love a Bentley, and of course Martin Lawrence is I'm pretty sure he's going to be buried in a Bentley, and so I'm pretty sure that's in his will somewhere.
I think he said also. I think he also wanted to be buried with the M6 as well, if it was possible.
Well, just being greedy there, I reckon. But I know that he's brought a couple of his teammates in the Bentley over to the Church of Bentley, and they sort of ride or die that car. And some days it doesn't work out so great. The VOP doesn't favor them. Today, though, I don't know if the VOPs favor them. The strategy certainly is helping them out quite a bit, and giving the old Flying B a huge boost.
A little bit of contact there, sorry, Jesse, from the likes of Valencia and the other cars.
More.
A little bit more between the two Lamborghinis there with Teddy and Zimbal. Just tapping each other. I was just watching it through that entire section there. There were just a little bit more argy-bargy between the two drivers there, so if that was me, I would definitely want to get the stewards to look into that sort of thing, because again, while it is a little bit of door bang isn't too much of an issue, it can certainly lead to something that'd be a little bit more fatal.
Well, they're not backing out. They're going side by side. Two of the Lamborghinis. Oh, he's backing out now is Kevin Toddy, and that's going to throw everything into chaos. 3 wide behind them. Finn Zimbal's going to drive away here as they're nearly 4 wide into the Kimmel Straight. The kink anyway, as they get down to 3 wide for the time being. Huge loss for Kevin Toddy in the 44 as they continue to hemorrhage spots, not only outside the top 10 or the top 5, they're almost outside of the top 5. More contact there, and here comes the Bentley trying to make their way into the fray as well as they get it back down to single file for the time being. Scary moment if you were the 44. Here is Christopher Strepa for RCI Esports Blue, getting by the 55 of Louis Fleischer, getting the job done, and now up into 9th after all of that. Seb Brudier, who calls a lot of the engineering for the RCI team and nearly on pace as well, said the 769 will be inside the top 10 after penalties in the pit stop. They would have done, his math is correct, I trust him over my own, but he didn't need it. Top 10 now.
Yeah, definitely. And especially the boat has sailed for that Bentley, so they've definitely have sailed through the seas all very well for the first stint there. As the likes of the 255 competition, they've split the charge up against the rest of the competition. But of course, there are still pit stops yet to be done here as well for some of the teams here. Only just a couple minutes remaining, so don't want to push your luck when you come onto that point there. You really want to give yourself about 2.5 minutes, I want to say, is your buffer between doing one final lap and when to come in.
Some of the drivers might come in now. I don't think the leaders did. No, Magnani's gone around again for Gladius competition, so is Chinati for the same team. But I wonder if some of these drivers that are more than 10 seconds behind, if they may elect to come in. They're not. One of them is the 44 is in the pit lane for Visceral Esports. They will come in and be among the first. Almost nobody else came with them, however. and that's going to be very lonely on pit lane. Andrew McWilliam for William Esports. Talk about the best name driving for a team like that. Name's McWilliam, drive for Williams. Keeps it very nice and simple indeed. Here is Linus Lucasen, Madcap Racing, trying to make their way back up into the top 5 for a third time. I feel like a broken record, and they probably feel like it's Groundhog Day. Everybody fighting over those top 5 spots. Christoph Estrepa has worked their way into 8th place. They've gained an additional spot that we didn't see. I think that was because the 44
looking into 7th place
down
as well.
Pit lane. But he's trying to do it again, looking around the outside of Congredo, won't be able to do it. Or will he? Contact there, side by side, a hip check. Space afforded both drivers, but only just as they work their way through the cone, and they'll work their way down into Bruxelles. It'll have to be position surrendered. Ooh, getting back onto the racetrack, a huge jerk of the wheel for Verstappen. Here comes Fleischer. Fleischer trying to make their way back again for the 3rd time today. Looking down the inside, that's Arthur Kammerer for BS Plus competition. Looking down the outside, will get closed off by Verstappen as they go through speakers, and it all calms down again. A flash of the lights there from Kammerer, reckon that space was not given when it was required, or maybe just giving him a good old-fashioned how you doing.
Certainly is, and it looks the 255 competition and the likes of the 111 almost colliding with each other there as well, but it's to Verstappen. That was just a minor speed bump for him, so he'll be wanting to make that charge again, get himself back into the chase down that P7 spot. But to be honest, he hasn't lost out massively because he's got the car ahead of him that's got 5 seconds. He's got a car behind him that's directly behind him that's got 5 seconds onto there. As we see the likes of the Visceral Esports here in dry tires, almost losing it into the wall, as we've seen with many occasions. Just maybe not the right condition for some of our drivers here to catch onto that. So, but they're going to have to come in. They're going to have to do that because right now, there's not that much time. There's 40 seconds left.
Well, everybody's got to come down pit lane now because of the 65-minute stint limit. The leaders are in. One car briefly showing yellow. No, it is showing a yellow as they are in turns 19 and 20. That's the chicane. And the sun is out here at various parts of Spa-Francorchamps today, and that includes in the pit lane. The track's still damp. Fabrizio Campanella installed into the Visceral 44 Lamborghini. They're the first car out of pit lane, and they are doing the heavy lifting here for the rest of the teams by sort of testing what the limits are. I always
see a dry line starting to form there as well, Jesse. I don't know if you can see it just yet.
Well, we'll be able to see it all soon enough. He's certainly not throwing off spray of the tires, but oh my goodness. But yeah, certainly Campanella testing it out. Nobody else had a choice. Everybody's going to be in pit lane. Everybody is in pit lane. Hadn't already come in on that lap prior. I would assume that they're all going to be taking dry tires, and they're going to have to grin and bear it here until the track continues to dry. Now, the good news is for the next 30 minutes, it's going to be partly to mostly cloudy with sun peeking out. That's the condition we have right now. So that means good news if you've not driven on a pair of your dry tires. It might be particularly upsetting if you are 255 competition or any of the other cars that had done. Pit exit, incredibly tricky here. Certainly going to be. It's very wet. There's painted surfaces. You have to stay inside the white lines as if you were on a highway, an interstate, an Autobahn, a dual carriageway, whatever you call it, from wherever you are, a motorway. You got to stay within the white lines, but that's easier said than done when it's wet, painted surfaces, and there's also water that's still over there. It's not nearly as cleaned off as the rest of the racetrack. No drama thus far. No speeding in pit lane, Matt Malcolm, and no real issues other than the one car that sort of spun themselves prior to getting down the lane.
Well, that's all you want to see when it comes to that. But oh no, yeah, it's been very clean, very consistent with a lot of these drivers here. It's just a matter of just trying to fight damp conditions as it goes towards greasy to green and then obviously to fast and optimum. But we don't know. We'll might see the rain come back very shortly, but it might be one of those cases where the rain might come back in half an hour's time, but we just won't know until we see that ticker come down to say that the clouds are going to be turning into rain.
The 255 has re-inherited the lead. Keep in mind, they've got a couple of more minutes on their stint timer than anyone else because they came in at the end of lap 1 or lap 2, meaning that they've got about 2-ish minutes or so. So they could do one more lap, and they have done on this occasion. So 255 competition in the lead right now. They will have to come back in. I assume the same will be the true for Sam Gaskell and Makovkin in the 45 respectively. And here are the pit times. If you look, all those cars, the 255, the 45, and the 138, all pitted at the end of lap number 1. Everybody else in on lap 25, barring a couple of cars on the lap prior to that. Let's see, what are some of the quickest times? They're all in the 253, 254 range. Exactly what you'd expect, except the cars, of course, Mal, who had those penalties, and that's where you start to get into those times where they were 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, certainly, and that's what's gonna happen. You go into there as we get to see a replay of Alfando losing it completely. Seems to be just a bad reaction from just.
They were already in trouble before they got to the corner.
Certainly, and it's just an easy spot to lose it as well into this particular section, because you can go too fast and you can go onto the curb, and that can really upset the car, especially with the Ferrari's very temperamental traction controls, where sometimes if you just even put a tire onto the likes of the Apex, you will just lose it. We head over towards Valencia for Veloce, the 55. It ain't in the back of the Alfano, the 46 in there. But then again, the 46 is going to have really bad tires because obviously they're going to be flat spotting there for that massive slide.
Well, I do have bad news for Alexander Lay and Krusselberg. One of them has a stop and go 30. That is the 27. They got themselves into trouble in the pit lane. That's speeding in the pit lane. There's almost nothing the stewards would give that for in this day and age. So the 27 with a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. Now that could be speeding entering or speeding exiting. It's hard to tell. It doesn't tell us. But also Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic has a drive-through penalty. Now that's interesting because that either could be for track limits, or that also could be minor speeding in the pit lane. Speeding under a couple of kph doesn't give a stop and go, it gives a drive-through. So if you are ever so slightly over the limit, you could have gotten it for that as well. Both those cars, nevertheless, Krusselberg and Lay, back down the pit lane to serve their respective penalties. And taking a 70-second trip down pit lane, a stop and go 30, that's a lap penalty at a big old racetrack. That is tough.
It's essentially an extra pit. It's an extra pit stop. That's what it is. That's gonna really that's gonna put them down an entire lap. I kind of want to say. So it is unfortunate, but these things do happen. Whether it's when it comes to conditions onto there, but you can see the conditions are now greasy. You see a full dry line for our drivers here today, as Jan Simmer is trying to follow that relentlessly to try and find a way to get around the likes of Alfano, the 46 Gladius car. But yeah, those things do happen. But I want to say it's normally quite a rare sight to get a DT for means of a pit lane violation when it comes to the speeding. Because normally whenever I've gone over it, even if it's like say 4 kilometers an hour more, that's instant up go 30. So yeah, usually you have to be like 1 to 2 kilometers an hour over it, which is quite rare to get, but it can happen with on certain situations.
Either way, indeed, an ACC assigned penalty. We saw the 255 and everyone else that was on the alternate strategy. Effectively, it started on the dry tire instead of the wet. Came in as scheduled, and no extra drama there. Well, then again, they're not all out of the pit lane, but drama for the 255. Lap 25, turn 13 between the 111 and the 255. 5-second time penalty for car 255, overtake with contact, and that's horrible. Philip Minar inside that car now. The South African will have already done that as that came into their car probably right about the time they were arriving to pit lane. So they have had a longer stop. Either that or it hasn't been applied yet. Either way, they had a 5 or will have a 5-second penalty, and that is music to the ears of Campanella, who's installed into the, or not excuse me, not Campanella. That's music to the ears of the 71 of Zimmer. been installed into the Alien Academy car, though those positions have certainly flip-flopped for the time being. Keep abreast of that. Lamy in the 201. The 202 driven by Nashki Dashvili. Top 2 cars for Gladius competition. Valentin Berrier, though, in the 39, holding on in the Veloce Esports Aston Martin. It's a 1-2-3 Aston lockout. Check out Martin Grady in the 799 RCI Team Red car, all the way up in 4th place. Where did they come from? How did that happen? I have no clue, but they are certainly on the march. Both Bentleys inside the top 10. Well,
unfortunately, Jesse, they've got to take their second pit stop very shortly, as we see the Martin Grady just coming into the pit lane just now. So it's nice to have them both.
How far off strategy were they?
They box at the lap 1, and they had dry tires at the very start.
Okay, so they must have went longer than the lead couple of cars then.
Yes, they have.
And that is why now they have come down the pit lane. So that will drop them back to where they were sort of about running at the time. Well, taking you through the first phase of the race, the sun is shining here at Spa-Francorchamps. Sharp contrast to qualifying, or the end of qualifying anyway, and the start of the race. Racing lap times are going to pick up. The heat and the racing will also pick up, but for the time being, we're going to take a little commentary break. Don't go anywhere. We'll still bring you live pictures of the racing here at the IMB 6 Hours of Spa. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Matt Malcolm and Stewie. We'll be right back. Turn the volume up. Listen to the sights and sounds of Spa.
Hello everybody and welcome back to round 5 of the IMB 6 hour of Spa. You're joined with myself, Matt Malcolm, and alongside me you have Jesse Lee and Stewie behind the cameras. 1.5 hours has been completed with 4.5 remaining. 255 competition took the pole position, but with a bold strategy, currently it's now sitting in P7 with him at the minute after the first pit stop, so I've taken the risk of dry tires at the start. All in all, Lumi sorry, I might stutter. The catastrophe in the 202 with the Gladius currently leading in P1 and P2 for the teams, with barrier for Veloce Esports of not far behind with the rest of the group. Jesse, we've gone through the first hour and a half already. There's been a lot of action, a lot of drama so far. Is there any points you want to put out that we haven't seen yet, or the audience has yet to see?
Well, yeah, I think I just want to reiterate that I think we're as confused as a lot of the teams are. They're looking up at the sky. We're mostly sunny now. The weather is trending in a bright and beautiful way here, and I think that'll make a lot of the teams quite happy indeed. But you never can tell if the weather's going to move back in as quickly as it came in and it moved out. It could come back again at some point, but certainly looking like this stint's going to be a dry stint, and they will have to further dip into those dry tire sets. And I think the thing we need to remember, especially for 255 competition, Philip and Minar here, they have scrubbed one of their 4 sets of dry tires. So what does that mean for the audience? Well, what does that mean for 255 competition? At some point, if we stay dry, they're going to have to put that scrubbed set back on and pray that there's not some sort of graining on those tires, because that will put them at, it doesn't matter how quick you are, that's going to put you at a huge pace disadvantage, and that's not going to be what you want to see. That the different strategies is the storyline here, because there's about 3 or 4 of them. We've still not got to a point where I'm confident that I know how it's going to play out, because the weather hasn't played out yet.
Certainly hasn't, Jesse. I mean, at the start of the race, with the rain came down at the end of lap 1, and just finishing up the end of the first hour as well. But it's looking like it's going to be a much brighter afternoon here, especially with coming into this stint and possibly into the next one as the sun's coming out even more. So, with the track increasing its temperature, do you think it's the right time to maybe think about doing a double stint now, or do you think we should hold it off just in case the rain might come back?
Well, we don't know if you're going to have an opportunity to do a double stint. If you're talking about tires, if you're talking about drivers, then I mean that really depends on who's in the car and what your schedule is. I don't know how set in stone. Some teams it'll be set in stone of they've got to do this stint and this stint because of time constraints. For drivers, they've got to be places. Obviously, everyone lives their life, but if you're talking about tires, you can't plan for that. That's kind of what I asked you about an hour and a half ago. Do you come in with a strategy knowing that there's weather and that it's probably going to be blown up immediately? Do you still plan? And you said yes, you do, and I do too, because you never can tell. I'd always rather have a plan A, B, and C, even if none of them work their way out. So should you double stint? It's going to be the hottest part of the day. Will you get an opportunity to double stint again? I don't know. At this stage, because we've already had one wet stint, at best you're going to have to do one double if it stays dry. The question really is, do you double stint and gamble that it stays dry, or do you gamble the other way knowing that it won't, or implying that it won't rather, and not double stint at all, assuming there'll be at least one more wet session? The caveat to that is, what if it's only a partial wet session and you got to put a set of scrub tires back on? Oh dear, see the problems?
Yeah, plenty to talk about and plenty to decide upon, as Lewis Rotors, the BS Plus competition, trying to look on the inside of Baroda for the 20 Ferrari, still trying to look on the outside line there, trying to find the way. He's got the advantage over it. He's kind of trying to switch over to the inside line to cut off that door and slam it shut from that Ferrari and secure that P12 position. But yeah, going back to what you were saying onto that part there, there's definitely a lot of elements when it comes to sort of how the weather and how everything else is going to be playing out. So again, it really is to playing it by ear and just sticking to going by every hour. But yeah, we'll see what comes of it anyway. We'll see what is going to happen over the next few hours. Currently now the track is getting hotter at the minute, currently sitting at 23 degrees, about 4 degrees more than at the start of the race. So definitely going to be a little bit more interesting as the hours start to tick down.
Do you plan for the future, Mount? Because I would probably worry if we don't get any cloud by the end, or any more cloud rather, because the weather system in ACC is progressive, of course. It's not going to go from bright sunshine to pouring down rain. There'll be a transitional period. It may be a very brief transitional period, but it'll show up in the weather widget that we see and that all the teams can see as well. We get down to the end of this stint and it's still mostly sunny. I think you genuinely try to double stint just in case we don't get any more rain. I think there's also the possibility that there'll be teams that do the opposite of that and put a fresh set of boots on the car and go, we can double stint later if we need to. I think the majority will do that, actually. They will only double stint if they feel it need to happen later on in the race. They'd rather put themselves in the box later on than play the ifs and buts, candy and nuts game. Some teams will do the opposite, though, trying to keep a fresh set later. I think the majority, if it's going to stay like this for now, they're going to go for everything while the cars are still close. And oh my goodness, Justin Stubenrausch had a position made up right there and then contact with one of the RCI cars. That's Martin Lawrence behind the wheel. That was in Lacombe. That has reset them to the way they entered the Kimmel Straight.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of I wasn't sure what was happening on that part there. Just looked away for half a second, just only saw the end result of that contact there. But yeah, we'll see if we can get a replay of that. We'll see what we can judge from what happened on that point there. But yeah, Martin Lawrence taking the 769 Bentley along with Verstappen up into P8 after starting in the pit lane. Really great charge from them. They've also got the chance of also gaining a few more positions as well with Minar and Del Fante also having penalties currently right now. Do you want to go over the penalties again, Jesse, or see if there's any more that come through?
Yeah, of course. We have had a couple of more penalties that have come through. Stewart's hard at work today, starting on lap 25, turn 3, between the 44, the 55, and the 179. A 5-second time penalty for car 55 going off track, gaining an advantage, and also a 5-second penalty given to the 179 for the same incident for also going off the track, gaining an advantage. We talked about the 255's overtake with contact penalty right before we went to break, and that hadn't been applied at the time that I read that, but it has been applied now. So they've got a 5-second penalty the next time they come down pit lane. That's your pole sitter, of course. 10-second time penalty for car 71 for avoidable contact on lap 25, turn 19. That seemed to be a three-way incident between the 777 and the 255. Warning for car 255 for an unsafe rejoin after a lap 25, turn 20 incident. Warning for car 49 for avoidable contact on the lap 26, turn 9 incident. 10-second time penalty for BS Plus competition, car 89 for avoidable contact, that versus the 769 on lap 26 in the chicane. Also a warning for the 769 for an unsafe rejoin after the contact in the same incident. Warning for car 47 cutting the pit exit lane. Now that's interesting, and we'll circle back to this when I'm done, because you're going to hear a familiar term here over and over again. Warning for car 123 cutting pit exit lane, increased to 5 seconds due to multiple warnings. Cutting the pit exit lane, warning for car 202. That's Gladius competition. And can you guess what the next one is, Matt?
Is it another pit lane exit infringement?
Yes, it is. Warning for car 39 cutting the pit exit lane. Also a warning for car number 6 for cutting the pit exit lane. The 49 car was apparently reported for the same thing, but stewards have deemed no infringement found. And most recently on lap 35, that's a couple of laps ago, 10-second penalty for car 99 for avoidable contact, that versus the 177. So I want to cycle back to the cutting pit exit lane on the exit. They were told to not to do that.
I was gonna say, how much you drilled that into not just the esports, but also to the community series as well. Because like you drill this in every single
I make fun of people.
month.
I say in the community series that comes before 1 week before the esports series, I say, look, if you violate pit entry or exit and you can't follow solid lines, you can't, stay inside the lines, we're going to laugh at you. Because, and we don't, obviously, it's a joke, but the thing is, it's so simple. You wouldn't cross a solid line on the highway. You wouldn't do it on a 2-lane country road. Why are you doing it on a racetrack, especially when it's unsafe? So many times this entire season, the stewards and whoever's been giving the driver's briefing has been drilling on their heads. Today, we have set a new record in the first stint for the amount of warnings. They were told that they were going to be very fastidious about this, the stewards. They were not going to give any leeway. 2 tires over the line. It's a warning. Any more than that, it's going to be a 5-second penalty. You repetitively violate, you're going to get a heftier penalty. The 123 has fallen victim to that. A bunch of other cars have gotten a warning for putting their tires over the lane. And it is set a new record in one stint. They were warned, and it still happened. 5 cars.
It can be unfortunate, but sometimes some of these people, while they do it, they just blank out and just simply forget. But still, rules are rules, and they do have to be followed. Otherwise, you don't want to give your team another penalty onto there. As we go sitting into Felix Hacker's Williams Esports Mercedes. The Williams cars have always seemed to have a really good run in most races. I always see them as I start slightly further back and then make a charge with that sort of cars. It's quite like what we see on Martin Lawrence's car. Straven Rouge for Visceral Esports also behind the Bentley as well. So definitely a car that we wanted to try and get past this Bentley once again, Jesse. But all in all, there's quite a few drivers here, or a few teams that quite like to charge through the field here, and we've seen that, and I've seen that through the entire of the series so far.
You're absolutely right about Felix Davinzo Hacker and that entire Williams Academy group. You're absolutely right. They are a team that you can guarantee no matter where they qualify, they're probably going to race better. And I think a lot of their competitors know that, and they probably hate that, especially when they qualify well to begin with. Certainly a team that you wouldn't want to have to race too much because they are racers at heart, not necessarily hot lappers, and looking good so far. Stubenage, though, for Visceral wants by Martin Lawrence here, but it's going to be really hard to get by the Czech driver here for the number 45 Visceral Esports car. Of course, Martin Lawrence hasn't really given up Belfonte in front, but that little charge, that little bit of charge that Justin Stubenage just did allowed Belfonte to drive away just a little. All that's going to do is anger the Czech driver and make him drive a bit more defensively.
Well, it's like Martin Lawrence likes to do. He likes to start from the back and likes to make his charge, as seen in some of the other series that happens here on RCI. But yeah, definitely don't want to be the one that ticks him off, because he will fight back at the right moment. It's just not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when he will bite you back.
Yeah, there's few drivers in the entire field that I wouldn't want to have to drive. This is one of them. Felix Davinzo Hacker. Wouldn't want to ever have to drive against. I couldn't, but I wouldn't want to anyway. Very, very staunch sort of driver. Very smart. Been around since as long as I've been, probably longer in ACC, and he knows the game inside and out, and he knows how to get the best out of the car. He knows where to put his car. The other driver, Martin Lawrence, I would not ever want to have to race him. I couldn't outfox either of those two if my life depended on it.
No, certainly not. But again, Stuart Roush is once again right near the back of that Bentley. It's unfortunately, the Bentley just does not have the straight line speed on the likes compared to the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin is very good on just an outright all-rounder car. That's probably why it's probably the most popular car in this series. I think we had a 1.16 or nearly half of the grid was Aston Martins at one point. So definitely interesting as to when it comes to car choice and what comes to what is suitably the best car for driving as tracks as diverse as this.
I haven't seen this many Astons at Spa since that new Aston was released in ACC. I remember this is the first place that I saw them at racing around here, and it's sort of my benchmark track anyway, Spa-Francorchamps, and this was, it's sort of weird to see this many Astons, but the teams, of course, some of them already drove Aston to begin with, but just as many also picking it because it's just a solid car. It's incredibly quick. It's a solid selection, and it's not steered any of them wrong, that's for sure.
Certainly not, but got any other honorable mentions of other cars that blew you away like the Aston Martin, or is it just really the Aston just completely turned its head over you?
Well, I'm certainly surprised that the Lamborghinis are doing well. We got 3 inside the top 12 right now. And I don't know if I expected that many of them to be up there, considering the sort of a checkered history from Lamborghini in ACC. A little bit Jekyll and Hyde, that car. It can be difficult at times to manage, but the 3 that we have in the top 12, all of those teams have done an incredible job. I wouldn't have necessarily, as far as the championship is concerned, considered the teams that drive them be in the position they are currently as far as the order is concerned, but still having 3 consistently in the top 15 all season, that sort of impressed me quite a bit as well. I expected Bentley to be a bit stronger than it has been. If we want to talk about things that have been sort of disappointing, I expected more out of the Bentley, and certainly as we've gone on, the Ferraris have faltered a little bit as well.
Also, actually, there's one car I really want to say from that. It's the McLaren. We've only have one McLaren on this race today, even if you go back check through the registration, through all the signups and all that sort of stuff, there's not that many McLarens, which is a very unusual sort of thing, because McLarens are a very capable car. While they are a very aero-efficient car, by means of they handle the high speeds and mid speeds really well. While they do falter a little bit on when it comes to like low speed corners, because obviously the more focused on sort of the aero aspect of that car. It's just a shame we don't see that many more McLarens on the field.
So many penalties up and down the field right now. A lot of these teams are not going to be where you left them after they come in for the next pit stop. We're still about 20-25 minutes away from the second pit stop of today, but certainly going to look a lot different than it is right now whenever they do those pit stops. Close racing here, some defensive tactics here with some of the Ferraris. Chris Warner for Brabham Motorsport trying to make their way around Rosson in the 32, was unable to do that. A little
bit of a lift there, I want to say, onto from the Brabham car. I think he was going a little bit too fast in the rear towards the rear bumper and had to lift off towards the end of that straight. So good if maybe had they made the move a little bit earlier, but still see Struman Roush right at the back of that Bentley as well, just trying to find their way around again. But also Delfante is also being chased down by Martin Lawrence. Delfante has a 5-second penalty. Martin Lawrence really does want to get past that for Ferrari as more of a buffer between himself and Struman Roush.
More packs of cars cycling in and out and sort of fighting out amongst themselves. What was trains of 10 cars prior to the pit stops now sort of settled into these 3-4 car groups. And for the time being, this are the fights that you are in. Remember when I said that Martin Lawrence, when Struman Roush made that one move on Martin Lawrence, that lost both of them considerable time on Delfante. And after a couple laps of not putting up a fight particularly hard from Struman Roush, Martin Lawrence caught Delfante again. Another look, Delfante up the inside, doesn't favor them. Lawrence had them cut off on the left-hander. to get back on the pit straight. But now up the inside again is Stubenausch, but it'll be the same thing. Be too acute of an angle. We'll have to give up that time. And that same gap again, Del Fonte pulling back away. If I am Del Fonte, I'm a huge Stubenausch fan right now. But not only because he's holding up Martin Lawrence, but because he's also not getting by Martin Lawrence, meaning that 179 gets to keep that position for him.
Well, I wouldn't put it against him just yet. Stubenausch is on side by side with Martin Lawrence. Again, at the end of the straight here, able to secure that position nice and tightly there. It's whether or not Martin Lawrence is able to get round at those corners and try and secure that position back from him. But this could also play into Lawrence's favor because Del Fonte is ahead as well. So he's got the... So now Stubenausch will have the same frustrations Lawrence had. So it's only just a matter of just trying to pick his timing right.
Let me show you how fickle racing is. Del Fonte was a Stubenausch fan, right? He's a Martin Lawrence fan now. He wants Martin to get up there and race Stubenausch for that position again because he knows that both Stubenausch and Lawrence are quick enough to catch him and pass him, and he could be down a couple of positions. So what he really needs is Lawrence to find another gear here and go and repass the 45. I don't think that's going to happen. The Visceral Esports car looking like it's on a different planet right now. It's certainly a top 5 looking vehicle for the time being. And but that kind of highlights what I was saying earlier about Martin Lawrence. Martin is a hard driver to pass. How many laps did that take for the 45 to get by? That was many laps, many attempts, good attempts by a great driver in the 45. Finally got one to stick, and it's still not over. Here he comes again.
Martin Lawrence looking to be going around towards the inside line, towards the bus stop chicane, isn't going to be able to find a suitable spot to get in the inside part there, but he is lining up his car exactly where he wants to be to get the maximum traction he can, putting his wheels right against those sausage curbs just to try and maximize anything he can grab out of that car. Because remember, the Bentley he's in, it's got a straight line speed disadvantage over the rest of the cars, so he needs to play it smart. He needs to play it right if he needs to get the overtaking done.
Like I said, Del Fonte is a Martin Lawrence fan now. That's how fickle the game is, and job done right there. That little bit of a challenge, it really wasn't even a challenge going through Blochemont that time, but it didn't need to be to slow Stubenausch down a little bit, further allowing Del Fonte to disappear. The gap bigger than a second now between them. And again, both these cars, the 45 and the 769, I reckon are a little bit quicker than the 179 of the MG ITJ setups team. But it doesn't matter. If these two continue to fight, they're going to slow each other down. They're going to bring Congretto back in this as well in the 49, who's not too far behind him in the G League Esports Elite car.
Definitely. It's like with a lot of these cars here. But again, we have to remember that you are still running a race. You're still running 4 hours and 10 minutes until you get to the checkered flag. So it's still a matter of just managing your pace, managing your consistency, and managing the tires towards the end of your stint. Whether you want to take a double stack or whether or not you just want to go flat out with the next set of boots. It all really sort of depends on how well you want to play out the next 4 and a bit hours.
It certainly is the case. You know, it's incredible to consider that they've been racing for nearly 2 hours. There's another 4 hours of this race to go. They're fighting so many different things, but what's solely important in any particular time frame is what's in front of you. And for Stubenausch, that's Del Fonte for 7th place. If you're Martin Lawrence, it's getting 8th place back from Stubenausch. And if you're anybody else, it's the same story, just the names and the positions are a little bit different. Lamy leads the race for Gladius competition. They've got their teammate in the 202 right behind them as well. And they have led the majority of the race now, those two. It hasn't always been like that. We've had 3 different leaders so far. Philip Minar in the 255 competition Aston in 5th place has the magenta number. That means they have the quickest lap of the race. They have done for a little while. Louis Roders has brought the BS competition 89 down the pit lane.
Bring it in on the hour mark.
That is extremely early, and I don't know what I don't know why you would do that unless you're trying to set up for something at the end that we don't know.
Could easily be Could easily be that just wants to run, because remember, this is full clear sky at the minute. So maybe he wants to put a fresh set of boots and take full advantage of like the clear sun.
It could be. It also could be the opposite. He could be double stinting and creating a shorter double stint.
Could easily be. It really sort of depends on what the lap time is going to be like for BS Plus competition going through to the next, say, 15 to 25 minutes. Well, we'll see what they come up with when they leave pit lane here. But West competition with Thomas Schmidt right at the back of Zimmer for the 71B Alien team. The 71 is not really had a great race today, unfortunately, and they seem to have lost out on the advantage that they had early on with the likes of Minar and the 255 competition. So
I don't understand how they lost out so massively, because this happened during the pit stop. They lost all that time. They actually gained spots back since the pit stop.
It might have been a bad stop. Because remember,
they didn't have a penalty.
Everybody pit. Yeah, because everybody pitted exactly the same time. So it really could just be traffic management.
They did. That was exactly what it was. They had that penalty. They had a 5-second penalty on the 71. And they had a they got a 10-second penalty now, so that's exactly what it was. They had a 5-second penalty that dropped them a ton of spots, and now they've gone and got a 10-second penalty. Like you say, it's just not been their day. This is not what they wanted. Challenge for this championship.
Certainly not, especially with the likes of Minar taking full advantage of obviously he's picked up the lead because of obviously what happened with the 71 at Monza. That's really going to extend their lead over the rest of the competition. But remember, you do have Valentin Barrier in the 39 Veloce car. They are also trying to fight for that for the top spot as well. So they want to try and get in amongst the points as much as they can. So anything can still happen. We've still got 4 hours remaining. We've still got a lot of pit stops yet to be done, and we'll see what will come of it by both the weather, the teams, or any sort of instance that might come between now and then.
I'm going to translate what Malcolm and myself are trying to tell you right now. We don't know. We don't know anything, and we suspect we don't know anything because the drivers don't know anything because the weather and the way the strategy has worked out.
We like to think that we do know everything, but unfortunately we don't know anything.
Unfortunately, what we're paid to do is to theorize on what they're doing and iterate on their theories of what they think they're doing. And it's a bit like predicting the weather, except we have a widget for that. We don't have a widget to look inside teams' minds to figure out exactly what they're doing, especially when they pit 10 minutes early into a stint. So either they are putting on new tires, was BS competition the 89, like you said, or they are shortening a double stint, like I said. They're doing one or the other. I can guarantee that. There's no other reason to come in. Unless they had a driver short or something, but I doubt that was the case. Louis Roters is still in pit lane, in fact, so maybe there was something more serious in the BS Plus competition car, and we were both wrong anyway. Maybe there was some issue that brought them down pit lane, because they are still sitting there, and they should have been gone by now.
Oh, they certainly should be, but it's unfortunate because they put a brilliant start when they debuted back in Watkins Glen, and just had an unfortunate incident over it at Monza through an incident that was unfortunate. But they're definitely a team that you can't count out when it comes to what they do. I've seen them drive before. I've seen what they were capable of. They can be a team that can stand on the top of the podium when it's their day.
It wasn't too long ago. BS competition was dominating everything in sim racing. Like, it's just not been their championship. Quite frankly, no points in the first 2 rounds. Felt like they had it turned around at Watkins Glen. Had an excellent race, but also great round at Monza. Scored some points there, but not great indeed. And today, looking really bad. Something we're forced to believe now there's a mechanical issue on the BS Plus competition 89 car. They're having to sort through Louis Roters behind the wheel of that car now, has still yet to make it out of the pit lane. I don't know if they're trying to diagnose something, get a driver ready to take it.
There's too many factors. There's too many factors to put on that.
And you're correct, by the way. Malcolm's actually pointed out to me privately that BS Competition only joined the champ at Watkins Glen. That's correct. I getting my teams mixed up from Kailami.
Yes. Yeah, I think you might be referring over to is it the other Williams Esports team that's joined us? I think there was a second. I think the second team joined us halfway through the season. But yeah, so with this team there, obviously they joined halfway through. They got, if I'm not mistaken, they got P8 in qualifying, but then had the 5-place grid penalty because that happens. That's one of the rules. But if you join halfway through the season, but no, all in all, they're a really respectable team, really great team to have here on RCI for us as well. But as we go back to the action, Traneski for Brabham Motorsports alongside a Grisone for the 32 Ferrari, trying to find a way to sneak around the outside, but again, just can't find the right momentum to get around the corner fast enough. But still plenty of corners, still plenty of laps remaining for them to try and steal that P17 spot.
Yeah, of course, one more thing about the S Plus competition, they're a very different team than they used to be as well. The makeup of that team has changed a lot in the past year or so, but then again, I'd say that for a lot of these teams. Stefan Trzynski for Brabham Motorsport, trying to get by Rassam in the 32, and he's going to go up wide here. Oh, and it may be a little bit of a long shot here as the Brabham car has to get back onto the racetrack, and does.
But that's getting in front of O'Sullivan as well, so that could have easily have been an incident that could have taken out both drivers here. That's going to give O'Sullivan a chance for Versal Esports Ferrari to just try and get an extra place in. Remember, they've got the 5-second penalty, so any second that they can gain from, or any position they can gain, will help them in the long run.
Very scary moment there for everybody, and depending on how you look at that, determines how you feel about that. Was Brabham cut off, or was there never a space there for Brabham to go up anyway? Either way, lucky again. I feel like we've said this early in time. Lucky that nothing else even really happened there in that situation, and I do believe is the third or fourth time that particular car, the Team Racing Point car, which is in third place in the championship night, has escaped some form of calamity by the skin of their teeth, because that could have been incredibly ugly.
Oh, definitely. That could have ended in tragedy for those guys there. But all in all, these are the esports guys. They know what they need to do in order to keep it clean and keep it consistent throughout the race, because anybody can make a mistake at any point of this race, but you just need to know how to make a mistake that won't impact anybody else. But again, we're back in Del Fante. He's got the Versal Aston Martin behind him. He's making small gains, but also Martin Lawrence is pulling him back from the likes of the Aston Martin. But hopefully Del Fante is able to hold him up and try and get more action between these three here. We always like to see plenty of action between multiple cars here on RCI. But with these three here, do you think we'll see them over towards the end of the race, or do you think one of the teams will just drive off once they finally get the pace down?
Yeah, I think these three are going to drive away from each other, whether that be forward or backward. I don't think this is what they're going to be stuck doing, and I think Steuben Roush is going to go forward. I think Martin will eventually go forward, and I think Del Fante probably stay somewhere right around where he is. Justin Steuben Roush now, though, definitely trying to find any sort of weakness from Del Fante to get around him. Maybe it's here in a straight line, takes a little sniff, a little bit of a look. Nope, not doing it there. Gets back in line, but is well and truly on his back through Malmedy this time. Down into Bruxelles now. Oh, a little bit wide there from Del Fante, but still a little bit of a gap. Too much for Steuben Roush to do anything in Bruxelles. Down into speakers. All this, of course, helping Martin gain back in. Congrettel, who was within a second and a half, has lost all that time. It's 2.6 seconds to gap now. Back to 10th place, so no immediate danger for any of these drivers, most notably for Martin Lawrence there. Trailing off the back of this group. Del Fante has not been able to catch Schulbeck, and Schulbeck has not been able to lose Del Fonte either, despite this charge by Justin Stubenrauch. So they've sort of stagnated here just a little bit. I noticed earlier Philip Minar, who's got an additional, well, has a 5-second penalty. Last I checked on that gap to the 6th Lamborghini in 6th place, it was 2.5 seconds, 7.9 seconds. So even serving that penalty, Malk, 255 competition won't fall outside the top 5 as it stands now.
Not now, anyway, but we'll see what happened, because, again, they can go for an alternative strategy whether or not they take the double stinted tire or they go for a brand new set of boots. So we'll be excited to see what will come out of that. But if they'll still come out ahead regardless of that, but you never know. You might miss the breaking point of your pit stop, you might just miss it, you might even go a bit too fast in the pit lane. So anything can happen between any of these drivers here. Remember, we've just got under 4 hours remaining here, folks. Still plenty of action, still plenty of drama yet to occur.
Do you want to play a game with me, Matt, real quick?
I will certainly play a game with you, Jesse.
Yeah, we'll play a game. One of our chatters over on Twitch, I believe their name is, let's see, name is McMaz Racing, right? McMaz Racing has typed something in our chat a couple of times. All right, I'm going to ask you a trivia question. What they've said. They've said a couple of times. We saw you earlier, Mick. Hello, welcome back. Go Gabagool. They're in reference to a team. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm going to ask you is, what is Gabagool?
Oh, I know this. It's cured meat. Italian cured meat.
A Scottish man knows his Italian deli products.
I know. I'm a foodie. I am a big foodie, Jesse.
You know what? I respect it. And that is what it is. It's I believe it's a cold cut. I'm pretty sure. Is it Gabagool?
Yes, it's
quite popular here in the States as well.
No, garlic and wine usually through those things.
I'm getting way too hungry for this part of the broadcast, but. Yeah, go Gabagool. It's we have a couple of sayings East Coast Italians say to each other. One of which has the Gabagool in it. I don't remember exactly what it is. I'm not Italian, but it's a funny word. I realized at some point, but it was just neat. It's delicious.
If I'm not mistaken, sorry, I'm just like kind of Gabagool. Is that? I'm probably too young to remember this. Is this from The Sopranos? I remember something that The Sopranos he was in Gabagool. I remember something like that. That's where I was like, that sounds funny. That was the result was when I was a young Mal.
I want to make it very clear if my parents are listening, or not, but if they were, when that show was on air, I was too young to watch it, and I definitely didn't sneak up at 2 a.m. to watch it.
Great show, though. Great show.
I wouldn't know. I think they're buying it.
Give it a bit of time.
I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed that you knew that. How do you feel? Have you ever had haggis, and how do you feel about it if you have?
I'm a Scotsman. What?
Of
course I've had.
I'm not going to assume that. You can't assume that.
I'm pretty sure nearly every Scotsman has tried haggis at some point. Yeah, I like it. I like it when it's been properly made. Not store bought. No, don't ever buy store bought.
I'm gonna freak you out as a Southerner, as a man from the American South. We have something quite similar to that, and when I had haggis for the first time, it was not like anything I thought it was going to be, but I liked it because it's quite similar to a dish that we make sort of specifically around the area where I live. That has nothing to do with Scottish food, and I liked it. But it is. I can see how it's an acquired taste.
It's like Marmite. You either love it or you hate it.
But now Marmite can go in the
except if you're Stewie Hellman who says I didn't like it, but he didn't hate it. So
yeah, that's you know what, and that's a fair take. That's a fair take by the German, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was alright.
Normally in German, the best compliment you'll get is it'll be edible.
He once told me that he did not like me, and that's high praise. I'll take that. I'll take that from Stu. But we've got a couple of things like that here, that's, which is sort of weird. But they're not Scottish, but at the same time they're sort of weirdly aligned. And I'd love to take you on a taste test of the American side. I think you'd enjoy it. If you like him.
Well, you say that I'm actually going to America this year anyway, so we'll see where our tryouts is.
We got sidetracked.
Got sidetracked here with a lot of food, but you can't give it. You can't go about trying to talk about food without talking about good food.
Apparently I'm being challenged. Apparently Stewie has told me that he likes me at some point, and not that he did not like me, I think is what's going on here. I don't recall that. I think I'd recall that if he ever said that. I don't think he said that. What I do know is there's 3 hours and 53 minutes left in this race, and that I can guarantee.
Yeah.
And so many penalties. Louis Fleischer's in pit lane ever so slightly early, probably by a lap.
Yeah, we're coming up to that point now where I think there's about 7-8 minutes, I want to say, Jesse, before the pit stops need to be done. Kind of want to say 65.
No, they've got to come in surely now, right? This lap? They've got to come in this lap?
Oh yeah, no, that is correct. Yeah, you're going to be in within the next 2 minutes. I'm still thinking of hours 3 and 4. Sorry about that. So we will see them coming in this lap. Yeah, I want to see them coming in either this lap or within the next lap anyway, depending on what the strategy is playing out, because Philip Manara has got like a really good strategy going on where he can actually alternate his he can either pit with everybody else, or he can go an extra lap longer and try and avoid the main traffic, because we saw on the first set of pit stops everybody came in exactly the same time, or a couple of drivers here and there, and you saw from there that's going to cause a lot of disruption on the traffic when you come in and out of the pit lane, especially let's say if one, well, I would say it's not, I don't think it's occurred in ACC, but it has occurred in real life where the pit entry box was blocked because of a driver missing their throttle input. As we see Stuart Roush head off one of the Lamborghinis there. There's Schubeck, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get a wee look at this. Stuart Roush goes around towards the outside of the bus stop chicane, goes around to there, picks up a little bit too much more speed and just hits the Lamborghini off towards the side. I think the Lamborghini's coming in for their pit stop as well, so a couple seconds here lost for the Lamborghini, but that'll certainly be something that the that Stewart team will want to see.
Yeah, they were told too about incidents, cars trying to get into pit lane, and that's sort of one of the things that would have been touched on. Drivers were told not to slow down too much entering pit lane, because it's actually quite a long distance to get in the lane to begin with, and not to slow down too much when you get in the lane, but before you get to the timing line as well. And drivers were also told to be careful of cars that may be coming in, and if you turn them around, that could be your fault. But that's certainly one, if it's reported, that's certainly one for the stewards to have to discern. Certainly they'll know better than we do, but we're gonna have to figure out if that is reported. Of course not everything is reviewed. Only incidents that are reported by the teams get reviewed here. So unlike a weekly series that you may see here on RCI, the teams themselves have to report an incident for it to be looked at. I'd be curious if that was turned in, what the stewards would find on that, because it's a one, half a dozen of the other. I'm not entirely sure who may have been at fault there. Of course, we don't have throttle traces or any of the fancy gizmos or gadgets that the stewards do. That's why they're doing the job they're doing, and why we're doing the job we're doing. David's in the pit lane, balancing barrier. Well, nobody has a choice. Everybody has to come down the pit lane this time through. They squeezed another lap out of it. The cars that were too far behind had to come in a lap before. That was from right around 15th, 16th on down. Had to come in the top 15 or so. Were able to squeeze another lap out of it. And in fact, they have, do bear in mind, there's a couple of cars, Philip Maynard in tow being one of them, that will have an additional lap on top of that. And one of the RCI cars, if I remember, should have an additional lap on top of that as well, which, unless they've already come in, I see John Dalton is in the 799.
Yeah, they've came in and switched over to John Dalton.
So they've reset their strategy then in that case, because they could have went longer, but they've elected not to. They haven't pitted yet.
Stewie still said they haven't pitted yet, so they
John's
did do the
been in the car the whole time. He's just been so far in the John Dalton zone that we have not seen him. Is this, by the way, John Dalton, if you know that name, if you watch RCI content, he is the voice of Mondays here on RCI's weekly series. Is this John Dalton's esports debut today?
I want to say yes, because
I know he's filled in before, but I think this might be his debut in an esports series.
Yes, because I remember, because obviously Jordan Daly is normally the one that races with Guardian in the 799 Bentley. I think over the last week, I think Jordan Daly has had some issues, technical difficulties at home. So obviously John Dalton's filling in for this race here today. A very capable driver, John Dalton is. He's jumping into a Bentley. Not sure how much experience he's got in that Bentley, but I think for him,
well, he better have plenty, because I told him 2 weeks ago he was driving the car. He's got a new sim rig. John's got a new sim rig, and he's actually been able to improve upon his times. He was doing low 17s and may have snuck in a 16 there sometime. I don't know, but obviously balancing life and a busy schedule. You probably hear him tell it. He probably didn't get as much practice as he would have liked to have, but he certainly has gotten versed into the car. Of course, you alluded to this earlier. The Bentley's complaining about the sort of a loose characteristic over Eau Rouge Radio as well, and they're at a Bentley, so they're also dealing with that. But man, John Dalton's new sim rig, absolutely amazing. Had to play Tetris to fit it in his gaming space, but shout out to his partner who even allowed him to have that rig in the first place, and even helped put it together, I'm being told. What a dream team. Had Les Stevenson over, who mounted the
Roker Poker himself?
We'll gloss over the fact that the monitors were mounted. The monitor was mounted upside down, or the bar was upside down. Something went wrong. They figured it out. All's well and good. John Dalton here in the IMB 6 hours of Spa here on RCI TV, part of the RCI Esports Challenge 2024-2020. Well, as expected, most of the cars have come down pit lane. A couple of cars still yet to do that, though, Mount.
Certainly is. I mean, well, they're cutting it very close here for today, especially when there's only a minute or so left with the means of there. Just had a wee look onto the spots there. It turns out that we do unfortunately have a retirement for today's race. The car number 89. I don't have the reference on me of what car they are. We'll bring it out for you.
Plus competition. That's
DS Plus competition. That's it. That's the one. Because we saw them stop pit lane there and swap the drivers over. Unfortunately, they have a driver sickness onto their team, so they're not really able to finish up the race with a solo driver, which is unfortunate. Those things can happen, and when they do, it's always heartbreaking, Jesse, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for a lot of drivers is they play through the pain, and everything. But there are times where that's just not possible, and you shouldn't. You shouldn't really do that at any time. Racing drivers, whether you be virtual or not, they don't want to leave a job half done. And I think what's going on there is Louis Roders is ill, and we wish them the very best to hope that they feel better soon. I would imagine, talk about a strategy, no matter what the weather's doing, no matter how the race is going, it's set in stone. The driver lineup of that car was probably set in stone coming into the day. Louis, not feeling well, cannot make it to the interval that would see him relieved, and has had to retire the car. But more than anything, absolutely the right decision. If you're not feeling well, don't drive the car. do anything but get yourself feeling better. We hope to see you back, and we hope you get better soon, Lou.
Yeah. Oh, and that as well. Just obviously, I can tell from experience from myself driving with a broken hand that it is not fun to drive when you are not 100%. So, obviously, to the guys at BS Plus, we wish you your driving gets better soon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just frustrating for them, but that's not. There's more important things, and I tell people all the time. There's more important things in a race and a result. Your health, certainly one of them. What do I tell you, Mount? What do I tell? Well, I tell. Oh my goodness. I will say. I feel bad as the broadcast director. There are times I feel bad where you lot will come in knowing that you're ill, and you'll come in and you'll do a great job, and nobody's none the wiser as well most of the time, which is incredible. Very professional stuff. But there is a limit. There is a line. Your health is not worth sim race. It's not worth a broadcast, etc., and so forth. Tata Chutnavicius for Veloce has just ran the quickest lap of the race, up in the 14th place now, and that is the new quickest lap today. And that car is, if you're Lucasen, if you're Luca Lacio, you probably didn't want to see the car directly behind you run the quickest lap that time through, or at all, perhaps.
No,
because that is, Tadas is not going to hang around.
No, I mean 16.3. That is something that you do. That is just impressive on its own. I mean, for myself, I can just get into the 17s and maybe no more. But to think that these guys can do low 17s, 16s, 15s, it perplexes someone like myself who isn't really put through as an esports driver or anything like that. But where they get the times that I don't know. We go back onto Sam Gaskell here, right in the back of just Mr. John Dalton. It seems like Mr. John Dalton is no longer in the John Dalton zone. He's got a couple cars behind him at the minute, so it's going to really sort of depend on what's going to happen through the next few corners here. I know John's going to be able to try to put up a valuable defense. He goes a little bit wide towards the corner part here, side by side with Sam Gaskell, trying to find the right spot to stay on the inside line. It's very tight between the two. They go through towards the bus stop chicane and to the point. He's just trying to find the right. Yeah, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous onto this point here. Sam Gaskell looking on the inside line, but also you got Zimble on the outside too. But John Dalton keeps it safe and goes into the pit lane with both Sam Gaskell and Zimble fighting each other.
Yeah, that's a scheduled stop for, I almost called him Jordan Daly, for Jordan Dalton. That is a scheduled stop for John Dalton, Milk's favorite cookie, as I call him sometimes affectionately. And that was a job well done, keeping them behind him more or less for that entire last of the stint. That's what you want to do, but hard fighting here. Jan Zimmer, Bialey, and Academy 71 looking to fight back here and get some positions back. Unable to do it that time through the chicane. Sometimes I still call it the bus stop because I am old as dirt. Christian Podens, G League Esport Elite 49, looking to get by Novikov in the 138. Was unable to gain any ground going up the hill that time, so we'll have to think about it in the corner here for the CRT, or trailing the CRT.Pro team.
That's what happens when you go against manufacturer of the same kind. You just, any advantage you think you've got against anybody else, it's just nullified. It's just a matter of what the setup is placed on. So your top three can easily be matched regardless of what you put down. TCT Valentine Barrier trying to catch up towards the likes of the 202 Gladius car driven by Seminara. It seems like Barrier's caught up quite a bit in the last couple of laps. It seems to have got caught down between the last 2-3 seconds, right down to less than a second. But as we come on to that point there, we're going to take another break here on this part of the race. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to put you inside a car and we're going to hear the roars as they travel through Spa.
Welcome back, and we join you hot in action here. A couple of drivers going at it, and they're very close together about sorting it out. The Aston will prevail here. Continue on. Elvin Smith from Brabham Motorsport riding on board the 52's rear wing, looking back at Zimmer winning the fight of Lucasen. 71 versus the 20. 71, Matt, still coming back. I called you Matt for the first time in about a year. That felt weird. Malk, the 71 on their way back a little bit here, top 15.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to remember they did get a 10-second penalty from the incident they caused earlier in the race, so that's going to tumble them back just a little bit through the race. But again, you're going to have to be considerate of what these drivers are capable of. There is a few new drivers in this team, as well as a name change as well, if I'm not mistaken, Jesse. So it could easily just be that they're not fully set with the car. Maybe just give them until later in the race to see whether or not they can improve anymore.
In the case, we just saw the G League Esports car come down pit lane, a drive-through penalty, forced to believe that was for track limits. We haven't seen too much in the way of that. I think before we went to break, there might have been a car that also had one of those, but Podium's into the pit lane. That's why they've dropped down to 20th place right now, out of their comfortable position. Elvin Smith has a huge fight on their hands. Zimmer in the 71 right behind them. Not giving up the fight is B Alien Academy here. Abeladze has climbed all the way up inside the top 5 and has retaken the quickest lap of the race as well. Remember, Tadej Jutnovicius had that in the 55. He spoke. That is swapped back around. The track, bacon rubber, hasn't really warmed up a whole lot. The rain stopped and it was 21 degrees C. It's only 22 now, but track's optimum. It's still gaining grip, though.
Certainly is, Jesse. But if you look at the weather, the clouds are starting to come back in, and the track is cooling.
Why'd you have to mention that? Why'd you say that?
I'm observant, Jesse. Yeah, I have to point these things out for the fans that are watching all the action. So we could end up having rain coming back near the tail end of the race. We just don't know. Wind is picked up to 3 kilometers an hour, so we'll see what happens when it comes to the over to the next hour or a bit. So again, we're back into the RCI Blues car. Philip Recha is driving today, his first stint here for the day. Trying to catch up again to the 179 Ferrari driven by Losoil currently. So still stuck behind that car despite I think they got overtaken at some point because they did have the 5-second penalty for that Ferrari, so they're definitely going to have to try and gain some ground again if they want to get that car further in the top 10.
Well, Brecha could learn a lot from driving behind Luca Lassio, and I suspect that's what he's doing right now. He's going back to school, getting himself a little bit of an education. Luca Lassio's been there. He's done that. Certainly today, doing it for the 179 group inside the top 10. Well, last we spoke, there were a lot of penalties on the board. A lot of them have been cleared. Some new ones have been gained. Some of these penalties may be a bit old, but they're ones that we haven't read off yet. So going all the way back to lap 42, there was a 5-second penalty for car 777 for an overtake with contact that has since been dealt with. No further action, no infringement found on the exit of or entry to pit lane between the 62 and the 32. A 5-second penalty for car 45 for avoidable contact on lap 53. No further action, already reported and warned for a pit exit violation involving car 39 on lap 27. And again, on lap 55, pit exit involving car 39. A warning for car 39. Cutting pit exit line increased to 5 seconds due to multiple warnings. So here we are, 2 stops into the race, Matt Malcolm, and they still can't color within the lines apparently.
No, unfortunately not. This is something that we've drilled into these drivers. Unfortunately, they haven't gone and done it to this effect. Not yet, anyway. There's a lot. It's not saying there's a bad name to every driver. It's just that sometimes, when you're in the heat of the moment, when you're trying to rush yourself out the pits, sometimes you might forget. Sometimes you might forget. Sometimes you might drift onto it without even realizing you're going over these lines. So it could happen to anybody. If I'm being honest, it can even happen to myself quite a number of times when I leave the pit lanes. Quite a few. But yeah, back into Zimmer, currently on the back of the Brown car, but he's also Zimmer onto the field right now. Isn't really doing too much to find gap to maybe try and find an overtake in that. I think he's just playing a bit too safe there, Jesse.
Well, I don't think there's anything as too safe in a race like this, especially if you're in the middle like Jan Zimmer is for the Academy. I think you err on the side of caution right here, because any move that you try to pull that doesn't come off, Lucason's going to pass you, and you're going to be into a spot that you can't pass Elvin Smith from. By the way, earlier I was talking about drivers that I wouldn't want to have to pass. Elvin Smith's on that list. I just realized the driver of that 52 car, I would not want to have to. I couldn't do it anyway if I wanted to, but I wouldn't want to have to for anything, love or money. But Jan Zimmer has exactly that task right now, and unfortunately has been, as of yet, unable to gain the 14th place spot. Lucason has got themselves into this fight and signed right behind them as well. The 123 has gained all that ground, so effectively you've got 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th all together. Jan trying to go up the outside, a little bit of contact there with the Brabham.
Aston Martin edges out just ahead, so the Ferrari is just having to back out, but go up towards the hill. It definitely mean a bit of a better advantage when it gets to the toe. The other Ferrari, of the white one with Navalish Singh for the official Esports, took a little bit of a wider line, so there might be a bit of a track cut there, but that's going to give him the run to go towards the likes of the inside line. Is maybe peeking his bonnet in, not enough for him to try and capitalize on the overtake just yet. But you never know, maybe get it done in another lap, Jesse.
There's always next lap, and that's sort of discretion being the better part of valor and all of that in these kind of races. You are where you are in the race, and a lot of drivers are out of position on that due to penalties or the way the race started for them, the weather. I will say, it has cooperated for way longer than I expected it to cooperate. If you're uninitiated, you don't know how the weather works in ACC. It's not like it works in other sims, where the event manager sets it up and says, I want it to do this at this time for this long, and I want it to be this good or this bad. That's not how it works in ACC. In ACC, you get a percentage scale, and you say, I want a % chance of this happening eventually, at some point. You can set it up to be primed for certain things, and yet it won't happen. You can give it a 1% chance, or in the event of one occasion that Tom Bryant was behind the controls, a 0% chance of raining, and it still rains because the system is changeable and unpredictable, just like real weather. So when it rained a lap into the race, that wasn't programmed, right, Matt Malcolm? That just randomly happened the same way we've raced now for nearly 2 hours in beautiful sunshine. It's unpredictable, and that is probably the most realistic weather pattern of them all, considering where we are here in Belgium.
It really is. It's always unpredictable here at Spa. I mean, you've seen it in many other real-life races as well as here as well. Anything can happen. I mean, we saw in 2021 with Spa for the Formula 1, it got flooded out and the race had to be cancelled after 3 laps of behind the safety car. Also been other times, like you said, there's been snow at Spa too, so this is definitely a circuit where anything can happen. So yeah, for a track like this, you just can't tell what will happen.
It's the thing, you never can tell, and nobody really knows how this race is going to play out as we near the halfway point in the event, the IMB 6 hours of Spa. IMB joined us not only as a partner in RCI in general, but also the title sponsor of the day's race, the 6 hours of Spa. For more information and more products that IMB provide, visit the link in the description. Hans Zimmer is going to need some nice IMB gloves after this to keep the grip of the steering wheel, as it's been very touch and go as they've just about bested Elvin Smith.
Certainly have. It's normally when you get past a driver like that, you could be in a sigh of relief, but not on this occasion, because Elvin Smith, he's a driver who also likes to bite back at you if you take that position off from him. So it'll be interesting to see with the Ferrari. He seems to have a much cleaner lines when it comes through towards like the end of the lap. So when it comes onto there, I wouldn't expect Elvin Smith to fall back. I expect him to attack and attack hard once it comes into the next lap.
Close quarters racing, it often comes to a little bit of contact. A lot of it is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Sometimes it's a little out of the line. Mac, what do you think about that, the contact between Smith there and Zimmer?
I mean, it's hard to judge, really. For me, there's going to be a lot of things that I'll need to look at, so like where the drivers were going, or anything like that. So there's a lot for me to just go at it at face value, rather than have a proper look before I make up my mind.
Ask me the same question.
What was your thoughts behind the incident between Alvin Smith and Zimmer?
Robin's racing. They got fenders for a reason.
Yeah. let them race.
But let the drivers drive. And I think our stewards do a great job of that, letting the drivers drive and knowing what consequential and inconsequential contact is a big part of it. Was anybody impeded? Did a move happen because of X, Y, or Z? In my opinion, that move was always coming. It was never going to not happen one way or another, and the contact was superficial at best. I'm not a steward. I'm a commentator. But I genuinely believe in that. I believe that the second that you start babysitting drivers, you get formula racing, and God almighty, there was a whole thing in the world about where boy bands had went to. Boy bands disappeared in the mid-2000s. They didn't disappear. They just went formula racing. Back to you, Mo.
I wouldn't put it to the extent to that. I mean, myself, I've done. I mean, I will speak out of the means of a steward myself. I've done stewarding through one of the series here on RCI as we're trialing out. There's a lot to it when you're trying to become a steward, especially when you're trying to judge incidents. And you can't have. Well, you can have one opinion. Somebody else will have another one that could be very different to how you see it. But at the end of the day, you just gotta have to look at the facts, look what's there, and see what goes from there. 9 times out of 10, it's just a misjudgment, and it's just a little bit of hard racing between both drivers here. Sometimes it's just a complete lack of awareness, but you just don't know until you look at the finer details. And once you get too fine, that's when you start to overthink things.
Yeah, I mean, stewarding is incredibly hard. There's a great deal of training that goes into it, and I think you and I have been a part of that in the past as well, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a process, and not everybody is always going to see eye to eye with things. And of course, you can't really blame drivers either, lobbying on behalf of their team, because at the end of the day, their allegiance is to their team, and they're going to do or say whatever they think they need to further their point. It's a bit like being a lawyer, going to court as well. It's all lobbying in the end of the day, and quite honestly, I do like the politics a little bit some of the time. Unless somebody's completely blinded, in which case, that's a whole different can of worms, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, at the end of the day, you can only do so much.
Yeah.
As we go, as we go back into it, we get a chance to have a look. I've been saying it's been quite quiet so far. I've not really seen many. I've been having a look at some of the other cars here. There's not been really many people overtaking or hard racing as of yet for the last few minutes. But that doesn't mean that the racing ends here. But for the most part, all of our drivers here are trying to manage the tires, manage the strategy, try and get the right amount of time in the car, because I always say this, it's always just fascinating as to how much goes into a race like this when you just drive for more than just an hour with 2 or 3 people going through like a race like this.
Martin Lawrence has been in and out of the car, done one of their stints, and has been in our chat to say, does anyone have a spare top speed for us? We do be having issues. Kevin Boss has tried to help out by saying you try pressing the X button harder, and I think I know what he means, because I'm pretty sure. Or wait,
yes,
X is in gas, or is he talking about Grand Theft Auto where you duck and you go quicker? I'm not sure. Even though, like in go-karts, doesn't help for some reason. What do you think?
I was gonna say. I mean, you someone of your age will know of this. Back in the original PlayStation.
I'm ready to be offended.
I think it's back in the original PlayStation or the PlayStation 2. I can't remember which one it was, but they had pressure sensors in these controllers, so that's probably why they're probably that. But it was a common theory back in the day. It was did it have it? Did it not have it? That you push and hold X harder, it would come through it. Turns out they did actually have a pressure sensor.
Yeah, PlayStation has gone back and forth with that over the years. I think the PS5 controller actually has that again? Question mark?
Yeah, I want to say yes.
Because I know the DualShock 3 didn't. And
no,
maybe not even the DualShock 2, but I know the original.
That really weird joystick thing, didn't they?
What do you mean? Really weird.
You know, like turn.
Oh, it had 6-axis, is what.
Yeah, 6-axis. That's it. Like a joystick. Or like joystick sort of thing.
People don't remember this. We're going down the rabbit hole. People don't remember this. Welcome to the RCI podcast.
You made me want to cry, Jesse.
The PS3 came out. Did not have rumble feature in the controllers for the first.
No, they didn't. That was really annoying.
6-axis only. It was because the company in which they were using, they were in a legal dispute with them over the use of the technology.
That's right.
So you had these 6-axis controllers if you have a launch model, and then I think 6 months or whatever after, they released the DualShock, and it had like it was 6-axis and DualShock, but PS3 controllers were not particularly good. But neither here nor there. I do remember that capacitive touch, or whatever they called it at the time back in the day. Could absolutely go for some of that today, though. I guarantee, if any driver, Martin included, if press X made you go faster, the harder you pushed it, I guarantee every single one of them would be doing it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's got to a point though where if you push it too hard, you'll get the button stuck underneath the.
Good. Who needs
to
slow down anyway?
Well, it's taking the Colin McRae philosophy of that one. If in doubt, flat out.
Hey, since we're talking about games and we're watching a great Assetto Corsa race here at the IMB 6 Hours of Spa, gotta ask, Malk, you had an opportunity to play AC Evo yet?
I have not. No, Wow. I'm gonna put a controversial take on this. I am not.
I'm gonna lean back.
Or if it's a hot take. I don't know if it's a hot take or if it's where the point is. I was not excited for AC. Nor I am now. I want to wait to see what will happen later in its lifetime. I don't want to see what it is now. I would rather want to see it in, say, 6 months to a year's time, because right now it's very bare bones, in my opinion, and I just want to see what it has to offer once it's had a bit more development time in its early access. As David's saying, goes underneath the Ferrari, or was it over the Ferrari? I couldn't see from that angle there. Have another look onto the driver view. A devilish thing for this release was Ferrari. Go down towards the inside line down the downhill section, hits it, just phases through the car. Yeah, just thankfully enough, the Brabham car was able to get around that very cleanly, despite the fact that that could have easily have ended very terribly for both cars.
Well, very close contact there, and unfortunate that they ended up not being able to resolve that. We've seen so many of those today that have gone right, but I think there was some sort of netcode connection type stuff going on there, so not even that. I think it'd be very difficult to plan for that. We're talking about Assetto Corsa Evo, launched in early access this week. I have played it, I have been hands-on, and can I just say, I don't usually get hyped for games in general. I'm kind of with you most of the time, and I didn't with Evo. I played it, and will say I'm impressed with what it is, but I'm more happy with what it might do. And
yes.
obviously, because it's early access, we don't have a sort of a big picture of what it is in general, but all of the sort of foundations are there. And I think that's a really cool thing. And I think, more than anything, I think by the time we're finished with it, they say full release at the end of the year, right? 1.0. If we get there by the end of the year, I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic, because Unos has a history of doing nothing but improving through the early access phase in releasing a great product. And in my opinion, it's already in a good state right now.
They make good wine. That's the
oh, that's so good. That's a good one. Well, I will tell you that if you do want to pick up AC Evo, you can do by using our link and going to Green Man Gaming, checking it out. Get it at a discount, pick it up today. I certainly did. I picked it up last week, played it for a little bit, fell in love all over again. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Not because of what it is, but because of what it probably will be. And,
I think it's quite significantly cheaper on the Green Man Gaming that is in Steam at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, depending on your region.
Stewie says it's almost €10 cheaper on Steam. Compared to Steam, sorry. So if you pay it for Green Man Gaming, you'll be saving yourself a little bit, a few pennies here and there.
Depending on your region and your currency, around 33% off by using our link at Green Man Gaming. Check it out.
I think once the multiplayer opens up, that's definitely something I'll be definitely looking into for
free roam. Are you kidding me? Open maps, free roam stuff too, and that's kind of what's got me excited.
I like the idea of the free roam, but there's big, and then there's big, if you know what I mean. There's a thing where it could be too big, but I am excited to see what it has in offer for if they are doing that whole region in the Nordschleife and around the surrounding area too. So I'm excited for what they have to offer. I'm also quite excited as to see what some of the modder scene will also will bring out as well, because what I'll ask you this: what is the most popular free roaming area in the original Assetto Corsa?
Well, I mean, you're talking about mods at that point.
And, mods, yes.
Oh man, that's hard to say. Probably the Tokyo Highway map.
Yeah.
Probably that. LA Canyons is up there.
Oh yes, LA Canyons is good. I think for me, I really want to see the Tokyo map again in the Corsa Evo, because that. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of free roaming. I don't particularly enjoy too much of it, but driving along the streets of Tokyo just makes you feel like you're living back in the early 2000s and the 90s once more, with driving cars. I'm not gonna say they're classic; they're not that status yet. Yeah, driving cars like around that time period just makes it all fun again.
Shout out to the Shotoko Revival project. What is a great map for AC. And good racing here, but it might come to blows here, and it has. Elvin Smith's made contact. David Pertil making contact and nearly double pumped him there, but was able to back off just in time to keep from spinning the Brabham car. Went down to the inside and just a tap there and nudged him. Could argue kind of helped him through campus there. Maybe it's just good driving there by Elvin Smith, who's unfortunately looking like they're going the wrong direction, and that is not going to do the tires any favors.
No, certainly not, especially with the cloud cover now coming back in even more. There was light clouds, now there's quite a bit of an overcast here today. Temperatures dropped down to 22, but so yeah, it's not going to be too bad for the means of trying to hold the tires on that a little bit longer, even with that sort of a slide. But it's the damage that's going to get them. It's that effectiveness in the air. You can see on the likes of David Patel's car, there's just all that damage all across the front bumper, and that's really going to hamper the way his car is going to behave. say, over the next couple of hours, especially if he's going to have to take that into the wet.
Yeah, these cars, too, they respond a little differently as well. Certain cars, McLaren, which we have, I think we only have one in the field today, but oh my goodness, was that a contact? I think it might have been. Smith is going to go around. Singh is going to get involved. There's going to be contact there as well with David Pertil, and Elvin Smith finally goes around but gets it back together, and that was a mess. Let's see. Is it a move gone wrong? Space afforded there. Oh, he looked like Elvin Smith was sort of in the middle of the racetrack and might have been a little sideways anyway.
Yeah, if it looked like he had just lost a little bit of control and David didn't anticipate that and just went straight to the back of him. Definitely something that we'll have a look at. So once the stewards have a chance there, if it gets reported by the teams.
That was an unfortunate moment, I think, is what's going on there. And Singh got involved in that, didn't really have anywhere else to go. Sort of all ended up in their lap. But nevertheless, Pertil up a spot into 15th. Singh also the same, 16th place. Smith down to 17th. But now with more damage and probably a little hot under the collar, continuing to go the wrong direction, though. Michael Herman Frey, by the way, had similar issues earlier on in the race. The Dynamic Motorsports by Kalinic 111. They've also had penalties. Went through it, 22nd. Looking at the back of Vidic, and well, there is the McLaren that I said was in the field, the 177. Vidic right there.
Oh,
nice battle. That's the Prime E-Racing car right in front of you.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, McLaren's a very good, very lovely car to just even look at, and it's just a shame that we're not seeing many of them for this championship, I'm afraid.
No, it was not a popular choice. I can tell you that much. But you know what? I got respect for people that take cars that weren't very popular. The Mercedes and the BMW, also not a popular choice as well. Got a lot of respect for those teams out there still gutting that out. And there weren't a whole, I mean, there was at the very start, there were significant amount of Lamborghinis. The herd's been thinned a little bit, if you will, but still remaining quite strong and definitely in the minority there. No Porsches in the current field.
No, that is a big surprise as well, because normally for tracks that we've got for this calendar anyway, you would think that the Porsche would do really well on here, but it's a shame we haven't even got one onto the track for this season.
Yeah.
Herman Free, sorry, I just wanted that button there, seemed to have a much better run on the likes of the Rouge to Radion than Vidic in the McLaren. They're able to gain on the opportunity, just not enough to try and get past him at the end of the straight. So it's just a matter of just trying to close it in a little bit more as he goes right into the back bumper of the McLaren. So just trying to pick his target and trying to find the right move. As Locio for MG ITJ Setups currently on the process of trying to chase down the likes of Novik. That's the 138 Aston Martin. With that, there's a little bit more damage on that Ferrari than I've seen it before, Jesse.
Yeah, there certainly is. You're going to see that with a lot of these cars. It's been a physical race. I think the fact that we've not seen that many spins, Elvin Smith just got spun, of course. We're not sure if they were already in trouble by the time that Pertil got there, but nevertheless, not a whole bunch of spins today, but a lot of contact, and that's damaged a lot of these cars. Maybe look at the pit stop timers after the next stop and determine how many have chosen to fix the damage. This is a sort of an aero track. You would think that if it's bothering you, you would consider fixing it. But I know a lot of times these esports drivers, they sort of just don't worry about that. They overpower it. They put it out of their mind. Unless the steering's bent or one of the dive planes is completely busted off the car, you'd have to hit something a lot, is what I'm saying, before they would consider actually fixing damage. A lot of times I've heard some of the esports guys say you drive around it. It's too distracting to me, can't do it, but then again, I'm not an esports pro, but they end up driving around a lot of this cosmetic almost damage, or it's cosmetic to them.
Yeah, it's a lot of that sort of stuff can't really affect it. I tell you what, though. I tell you, there was another sim that is very prominent if you even tap the wall even slightly, and that's with I was driving on Le Mans Ultimate the other day. So obviously, shout outs to the Friday series that we've got going on here on RCI TV with both the hypercar and the GT3. I was driving the GT3 LMs, and I was driving the Ferrari to be exact. It was a Bahrain, just trying to get a few laps onto it. The difference was on that part when I just tapped the wall, I was already losing maybe 2 or 3 temps on every straight, which at that point. So yes, the damage balls are very different, but I think ACC is definitely a lot more accommodating when it comes to how they can forgive you that much damage. But of course, that's obviously due to limitations on engines or limitation on what they want to do as a philosophy. So whether the damage model was either by choice or by limitations, I can't say, but each to their own, and they all have their own respectable ways of how to manage damage.
You like Le Mans Ultimate, do you?
I'll say it's definitely taken my swing at it. I'm not great at it. I'm not good at a hypercar, or that because I've never driven hypercars or never driven LMP2s. Because the last 4-ish years, I've been exclusively driving on ACC. So it's nice to have a little bit of breath of fresh air just to consistently drive other cars, but still driving within the same sort of specification, if you get what I mean.
Well, if you like Le Mans Ultimate, we've got just the series for you starting this coming Friday. We have an entire season, the multi-sprint series. I think there's 8 rounds in that championship.
We are basically going through the entire calendar, if I'm not mistaken, through every track. So we're starting off so I've got the actual things here. So starting off, we're going over to round 1 in Bahrain. With that, we're going to Monza, Fuji circuit. Along with that, we've got Portimao. I think after Portimao, we've got a week off to then go into Sebring, which then we're going to end up in Spa, Kota, and finally landing up in Interlagos. Currently, we've got 2 splits going on for split 1 and split 2 with the amount of drivers we've got today. Obviously, also it depends on where you want to place yourself as to what times you get. But if you want to have great racing with a lot of people, you can just sign up today on RCI, racerci.com.
That Malcolm just stole my promo, and now I'm going to pout. It's going to be live broadcast is LMU Friday. We'll be live with you at race time January 24th. Still got about a week to sign up. You get your choice. Hypercars, GT3s. There are free versions of both, and I just saw the pit board go flying, and that is going to upset somebody somewhere.
Chief Stewart is not going to be very happy at that at all. He's one to be very forceful on that rule, because there is not a matter of knocking the pit board. There is an actual no-go zone that you cannot drive under any circumstances. So yeah, it'll be, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's a harsh 20-second penalty if you were to drive where the pit board sits. So Stewards will definitely be looking into that one and definitely be wanting to find out what has happened. But we'll see that penalty come through at some point during the race, Jesse.
By the way, you're absolutely right, by the way, Malk, but I just want to point out that we've already filled up a split for the LMU Friday. There's 2 splits for that, and split 2 is already half full, about a week before the series even starts. Just absolutely incredible stuff there. 38 cars in split 1. That will be the split that we are broadcasting live to you every step of the way. Shout out Ted Edwards, myself, and whoever ends up commentating with me throughout that series.
You're going to be commentating for this one. I was really expecting you to race this one.
No, I'm going to be commentating. I'm not going to have a voice every Friday night is what's going to happen. Because it's been incredibly fun to get into LMU. I love driving the sim. I love having a full WEC sim. In general, I love talking about the nerdy intricacies of the hybrid systems and how the different cars all deploy it a little bit differently, and how the fuel flow, and you've got energy in the GT cars, the LMGT3s, and you got to deal with that. And it's absolutely
you're like
brilliant.
me. You're like me. You enjoy the technical side more than the racing.
Well, I like how they did it right, unlike in Formula racing. So beyond that, it's incredible. It's easier to understand in WEC. It makes a lot of sense in WEC. It's brilliant, and we've already had some incredibly fantastic, successful races in the sim. Time to do a full season. Coming at you this Friday, but back to ACC, and today, pit stop starting for some of the teams as we progress throughout today. They've gotten more and more less linear, I suppose. Everyone's taking their own stab at it. It is clouding up. Malk pointed that out about 30 minutes ago, and he's absolutely right. It is clouding up more. It's now partly cloudy instead of mostly sunny.
Temperature's dropping, too.
You are correct. It's 3:20 something. It's not quite the part of the day where it should drop yet, I don't think. Not for this particular region. I think it should be 4 o'clock before, but it could be the cloud cover doing it. Malk, I once watched a YouTube video about meteorology and how they come up with partly cloudy, mostly sunny, and what they actually mean. I also learned years ago that there's a Euro model and a GFS model, or a GS something model that we use in America, and why there's two different models and how there's different. Very strange. We can't agree on what what unit of measurements to use. We can't agree on how to measure them. Is there any hope for us, really?
Well, unfortunately, I can't give a prediction on it, but I'm rubbing my hands here because I've actually studied this through university, so I actually know a bit of insight onto what you're talking about when it comes to how weather is calculated and that sort of stuff. I won't bore you with details unless you really want to hear them, but it's a really interesting topic as to why we can never get the weather right.
Because, well, if you use the Euro model, you're basing it on percentages and the percentage of what it may do. In America, it's like archaic almost. It's like a mean of what everyone thinks or something. It's really weird.
Yeah, so it's based upon what your one is based upon is based upon things like through people's opinions, people's other, like how they interpret data and that sort of stuff. Well,
and the Euro model tries to get it absolutely precise all the time, which may sound like that's smart, but
it's not.
All I know is Euro model is actually right more than the GFS model.
Yes, because there's so many different. I mean, I'll list a couple of the factors because I'll be here all day if I was doing.
By the way, Les Stevenson has joined us, and he says light, medium, heavy rain. Les, I'm going to cut your microphone cord and get in the booth. You just watch. You have to.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of different parts. For the starters, there's temperature, there's cloud cover, which is based upon precipitation that's gathered from the oceans. There's pressures as well, like you have low pressure, which causes rain, high pressure, which doesn't bring any clouds or anything like that.
You measure pressure in bar, I'm assuming.
Yes. I want to say yes, but I can't remember. It's
that
been a
goes
long
back,
while since...
Folks, that goes back to me saying that we can't agree on measurements. I mean, we can't agree on that. How we measure pressure. I think most of the world does bar. We do inches. We do inches in mercury or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you guys do, yeah, because we measure by bar. There's an American transfer student that we had a great debate on trying to when we were trying to collaborate for a group project, so never too fun. But yeah, so for the most part, when it comes to all that, there's too many variables when it comes to that. As Harman Free is trying to look on the outside line for the skid mark racing of trying to get past Paul, but just not enough at all on from it. It's just right in the back of the bumper there, so you get to see some great racing action while I talk boringly about the weather.
Well, it's relevant. It's relevant for today's race, and it's relevant for this region of the world. If you've never attended a race here at Spa or watched a race here at Spa, there's a joke about the weather because of the way the mountains, the position of where we are. in Europe. But the weather it comes in and out. It's very unpredictable, and it is. It's the same thing with the Nordschleife. It has a very similar weather pattern. The conditions are slightly different, but the end result is very similar indeed. Weather can blow in and blow out, and sometimes you'll have a 0% chance of rain, and it'll rain anyway because you're in the mountains, you're in the Ardennes.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Spa. If I'm not mistaken, by Spa, it's a very secluded place, obviously, but it's just the way the topography works. Just makes it very unique as to how much rain and everything it gets. So again, there's too many factors when it comes to how the weather plays out, and I won't bore you anymore on it.
No, but there is complexity to how the weather is. You'll be happy to know, you probably already know this, but we use both models in America because for whatever reason, I don't know if there's a reason why, but they show us both models about weather when trying to predict the weather. They say, well, this is what our system says. This is what the Euro model said. And that's when I got interested in, well, why are you showing me just tell me what it's going to be tomorrow? But the short answer is they can't tell us that. They can only give us prediction. It's called predicting the weather for a reason.
Exactly. I mean, it's also comparing whether or not your model works. It's not your model per se works. It's just comparing fasting as to what works, what doesn't work when trying to predict the weather. But seeing the 255 competition coming out in the pit lane there, I've just
that slightly early.
I was going to ask, was that?
That would have been for them actually. Yeah, they've reset their strategy now because what's happened there.
Yeah, it seems like they have. So, but again, look at them. They're currently sitting at P5 at the meantime. They seem to have made a great push to get themselves back up into the top 5 positions here, especially after, I want to say it's that the option to stop early at lap 1 was not the right way.
No, because they would, if they would have taken, and this is what I believe, if they would have taken wet tires at the start and done everything like everyone else did, like the 201 Gladius competition car, Magnani behind the wheel right now, they would have been several seconds in front of Magnani. Obviously, you can't say that because you don't know how the race is going to flow. But the only reason they're not in the lead, what I'm saying is, folks, the only reason they're not leading is because they did one lap on dries and came in and put wets on.
So yeah,
that's why they're 5th instead of 4th.
Oh, you can't guarantee they're going to be first if they started on the same tire as everybody else. So, I mean, we see today that is. I mean, how many different race leaders have we had at Silverstone? I'm pretty sure we had 6 over the course of that 6-hour series. I think today we've had 4, if I'm not mistaken. So
that's correct.
We have 4. So anybody can lead the race. It's just a matter of whether or not you can take that lead and take it home with you. So yeah, it really sort of depends on how well.
Well, the GFS model says there's a 33% chance that they'd be leading.
Really, the Euro says there's only a 12% chance.
Oh my goodness. There's only. Do you know what's funny? There is one thing that the Euro model cannot do in America, and it's never been right. Predict snow. And I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't predict snow right.
Yeah, it's just like what happened. Yeah, snowfall is very weird.
Weirdly, the Euro model is way better at predicting hurricanes and their paths than I don't know why that is. But
I'll tell
snow,
you why.
Weird. Oh, dude, yes, please.
I don't want to keep bringing this up, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I brought it up. It's my fault.
It's based because obviously the Euro takes consideration for both temperature and pressure. And if I'm not mistaken, the American one only takes into consideration of pressure only. I can't remember if it's correct.
No, I think you're right. I think the American system only takes into account, we call it potential or something.
Yes.
Of a storm. And we don't, I think you're right.
Yeah, and I think they'd use like 2 or 3 different more variables, which makes it easier to predict. Not
by
to
the
say
way,
to get
Les Stevenson backing up your meteorology.
M-bar, yes, that's it.
M-bar. That's milliliter bar or something.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
A lot of this crosses over with other things that you end up doing in life, so it kind of helps out. But,
yeah.
I do have one question.
Go for it.
What the heck's a kilometer?
I don't know. I'm British. We use miles. Go ask somebody from Europe.
No. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Matt Malcolm Stewie behind the cameras, and currently signing his resignation from RCI, having to listen to us for the past hour. So here is Abeladze in the 255 competition car. They sat on the pole position. It was a dry start, but only for a lap, and it ended up turning wet by half a lap around. They did a lap, came in and put wet tires on the car, but that put them well deep down into the field. They've driven all the way back up here. They've just been absolutely nasty quick, is the only way I can put it. But for the majority of the time, it has been the 201 Gladius competition Aston that's led the way. They had to take that lead away from the 44 early on, if you can believe that, who inherited the lead whenever the 255 competition car came down the pit lane. So Visceral Esports led. That was eventually taken over by the 201 Gladius car. It was a 1-2 for Gladius for a large portion of the time, but Jaroslav Hanzik in the car now has gotten in for Valentin Berrier, the 39, up to P2. The Veloce number 39 has been incredible, driven up through the top 10, up onto the podium, and now second. 24.8 seconds. That's still a lot of time. 2.5 hours left to go. If they have the pace in that car, I reckon they could get there.
I think they can, but again, that really sort of depends on whether or not the rain comes in sooner or later into the race. So it's all out to play for. 2.5 hours to go, so you never know what might happen between now and then. I mean, even then, the 255 might be able to push themselves back up into the lead again. You just never know.
That's true. I mean, they're not that far behind Jardier. They're only about 3.5, 4 seconds behind them.
Yeah, right now it's about half a sector between the likes of, or 3/4 of a sector between the 255 and where the 201 currently stands. And even then, Onsig, 25 seconds behind. Yeah, they're going to have every opportunity to try and get the P2 spot in. So there's plenty to play out for over the next short while anyway.
Keep an eye on that gap between Gladius and Veloce 39 front, because it was 25 seconds, 24 last time through. It is 25 through the next time in the sector. They're almost a sector apart now, so it's 25-3. We'll see if the 39 can catch up. It's huge for the Veloce Esports 39 car, because they're not only fighting for a podium today, they're fighting for a podium in the overall championship. And what does that mean? Well, it's more prize money, isn't it, really? And they would love to have a huge share of that. They're fourth in the championship coming into the day. If the 71 is unable to recover to a top 10 spot, we're going to gain a lot on them. And the 32, who has also had a rough day, they're down the order as well as Team Racing Point. This could be a huge day for Veloce 39. Even if they don't win, if they finish second here, that is a load of points.
That's really going to put the championship into contention as well for themselves too. They're not actually too far off from the likes of the 255 competition, but it's going to be a big ask for them if they want to take the top spot of the championship itself. I mean, I think right now the championship stands as it is. They have a 39-point lead over the next one, which is the Alien Academy. So it'll be a big ask, but I think it's something that they have the potential to do if it all goes well for them.
They certainly can do it. The question is, as always, is will they? Jardier is getting a mirror full. Nashki Dashli in the 202. The Gladius car wants P2 back, and there are several cars involved here that are all very close together. Wait a minute, what's happened here? Campanella's
got ahead.
P2, and they've got that. No, surely that's got to be a timing and scoring.
They have. They've got ahead. I'm not sure
they've got
where
ahead
they've
of all
done
of
it.
them.
I'm not sure where they got.
Campanella Campanella would have had to have gotten around the 202 and the 39, right?
Our broadcaster's going to have a quick check to see on the replay for us to see where exactly.
Yeah, I was correct. He would have had to have done that, and he has done. But how?
It looks like we're going into. It looks like Heartland to no name here. As the contact side by side
on the grass down into
just giving
Bruxelles.
Campanella the opportunity to go in the inside line and take the lead between these three cars here. Just a matter of a right place, right time for all these drivers here.
Shout out to Stewie going and getting that real quick and figuring out exactly what happened there. But there you have it. We've been talking about can Jardier do this? What about the 202 for Gladius? Well, we overlooked for one brief moment Campanella in the 44, and they converted fourth.
Oh, it's contact between Gladius and 255. A little bit of a shunt there. Sorry to intrude there on yourself, Jesse, but looking like the 255 is taking the full advantage between the likes of a few drivers here. Just of their endless fighting here. That's going to put the 255 into the podium spot back again as we switch over to John Dalton in the same corner here, trying to go on the back of Benson in the 24 Ford. John Dalton seems to have put an impressive performance here, trying to find a way. He's just decided to just go and send it, isn't he?
Yeah, the problem with sending it is you're going to draw the ire of the other teams, which is going to resort in them going to race control and talking about it, and you're going to put yourself in a bad spot. You want to make an overtake, but even at this stage, you've got to be incredibly calm about how you go about it, and nothing about that looked good to me. You could even argue, and I'm not arguing this, but you could argue that Campanella overtook a car off track or overtook two cars off of the racetrack there a little bit as well. It depends on how the stewards look at it. Was he forced off? Was two tires enough to be considered off the racing track? I don't know. I just know that there was contact and it looked bad on all of them, and now we have a situation here. 202 is going to go up the inside of the 39. Now these are drivers that are losing their patience. David here, somebody needs to be on the horn to him, like, look, you need to calm down. That's the second or third time you and Jardier have made contact. You need to calm down, because this is getting a little bit out of hand, and this could be huge for both of these teams pictured here in a negative way.
It certainly is. You don't want to be picturing yourself in a way where you're just accident prone. Because these guys here, they should be focusing on the main game here. It's not letting that Lamborghini run away with them two. They should be working together to get the Lamborghini back into their reins. But it seems to me that they're just too worked up right now, trying to get where they are at the minute. A little bit of forceful pushing on, I want to say, onto that point there. Maybe just the way we're seeing it on our perspective. Just with David also getting heady yardier. Just a little bit of argy-bargy between Davids. It's just not the way I would want to play out an overtake like that.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go out on the limb and say one car is going to get a penalty. It might be multiple cars. That's what I'm more fearing. I don't know who's going to get a penalty. It doesn't matter. It's by the by. Somebody's going to get a penalty for that initial contact. Somebody might get a penalty for, it's not retaliation. That's a horrible word, and I shouldn't even say that. But somebody's going to get a penalty for
multiple infractions, I would say.
Yeah, and somebody, the 44, might get a penalty for overtaking off track. I don't know if any of that's going to happen, but I would bet the farm that one person's going to get one. Will it be multiple? That's the worry.
Certainly is a worry for...
Sloppy.
Yeah, can't be seen as that. Jumping back in towards Jaroslav Honzik in the Veloce car. We'll see if he's got a better run up towards the likes towards the bus shop chicane, but it doesn't look like he's got any sort of advantage over that. Might be from the damage he got picked up from his contacts with David. It might just be because the car's set up, but it's edging closer, but it's not going to be enough to get through on the bus stop chicane section just yet. A little bit riding on the sausage curb there, which could upset his car, but oh no, he's still in the back of David. Could see a bit more action between them, hopefully in a cleaner fashion.
Well, as upset as David Nashkidavali is at Jardier, Jardier is probably equally as upset at Nashkidashvili. So, will we see calmer heads from Jards here? I suspect we will do. Oh man, there's very few times in sim racing I'd love to hear what a driver thinks, but I would love to have heard what Jardier had to say about that entire series of events, losing out a couple of different spots right there. I'm gonna assume there weren't kind words said after
that. Yeah, I think in the heat of the moment there will be, but again,
we certainly can't say what he promised.
No, we can't say because we don't know. That's the thing. We don't know what they said, but if they did say anything, it's one of those things that'll be in the heat of the moment. A lot of these people can be like that, where they say something, they think, okay, maybe it was a little bit harsh. I'll say sorry to that later. And at the end of the day, no matter what comes at it, they should both. It's like if I was to do that, if that was me, I would come up to the other driver and I would just give him my hand and I would shake it, because at the end of the day, you're there to race, you're there to have fun, and it should end with having fun.
And in a situation like that, it's a lose-lose, and it was for both of those drivers, Gladius and, of course, Veloce. They both lost out. The big winner there, Campanella, in the 44, just absolutely drove up through there. And Visceral Esports looking really good. They went from 4th to 2nd place. They've got a 3-second gap. They're no longer in danger of anything going on there. And it was a risky overtake by Campanella, you have to admit, going down into Bruxelles, 2 tires into the dirt. But they had control of the car, you have to say, and they had the position. And if I'm them, my argument is, well, where else was I supposed to go? They were all over each other. I tried to get away from them. They found me again.
Yeah, certainly. It's just, yeah, I actually agree on that too, Jesse.
Close quarters racing coming to blows here just after the halfway point in the race. 2 hours, 21 minutes. There are some of these cars that still have a pit stop to do on this cycle. We saw the 255 competition car reset, essentially, their pit cycle. I would imagine they've done that in their double stinting. It is getting a shade on to mostly cloudy now, and that's usually a bad sign for the weather. It might end in an hour or so in rain. We don't know that for sure. We can only see 30 minutes into the future, but right now, track temp absolutely falling near 4 p.m. in sim time here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. 20 degrees C, 15 degrees ambient. The track's absolutely perfect. A nice breeze blowing, and usually a breeze is nice on a summer day like it is here in sim, but in ACC, Malk, it tells us a little different story, doesn't it?
Always does, really. You just can't you can't tell when it comes to ACC what the weather will do next. You can see he's only got the half an hour, but yeah, when it comes to like that sort of weather approach, when it comes in ACC, it's just too much unknowns to even decide what you want to do with when it comes to how you want to race. Yes. I just wanted to just point out as well, there's a penalty now gone through for David Navasky in the 202 Gladius car. So this was in lap 88, turn 19 between them two cars. 5 seconds car for car 202. Dive bomb forcing another driver into severe avoidable action. So that's going to definitely give Gardier a chance to get that place back, but after losing out between them with the contact with there, and also letting Campanella get through, it's going to leave a little bit of a mark on him.
That's the penalty I assumed that we would see. Will we see anything else coming out of that camp? Well, have we seen anything else? There was a warning for avoidable contact on lap 86 with the 24 car. That was against the 799. A racing incident between the 52 and the 32 back on lap 78. And I love this wording. Unfortunate racing incident. You can tell a lot by what the stewards are thinking based on how they decide to word things. Unfortunate means that whenever the stewards say that it was an unfortunate incident, meaning that just means that there was nothing anyone could have done, essentially, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
There's nothing anyone could have done. It's unfortunate the way it all came together. Either everyone's equally at fault or no one's at fault. And it's almost like the stewards commiserating, like, look, it's rough, but you can't give somebody a penalty for this. And that's the only one today, as far as I know, unless I'm blind, that they've used that wording on. Unfortunate racing incident.
Not one that you would I mean, for me at least, it's not one I definitely see all too often when it comes to stewarding. Normally it's always like RI for race incidents, whether it's through minor contact, hard racing, or anything like that. But yeah, it's definitely one that you don't see all too often, and when that does happen, it's just unlucky on both sides when it comes to something like that, whether depending on how severe the incident itself was. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things where you just want to just feel sorry, but also you don't know until you've actually seen sort of thing, because it's also one of the things where, like, if you look too far into it, again, that's where it gets too complicated.
I think it's not funny when drivers get involved in incidents, but sometimes when stewards have to sort it out, the result, the description of penalties, or not even penalties in the case that I'm about to mention, are accidentally humorous. There was a pileup at Barcelona a while back last year, and I believe the wording was unfortunate pileup or something like that. And again, what you glean. Were you in that one?
I remember that. I think I was in that race, but I was ahead of the instant stuff. I just saw it in my rear view mirror. I think I remember that because actually no, I wasn't in that race. I was actually stewarding that race because that was in the Porsche Cup, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, unfortunate pileup, or whatever the wording was in that vein. Again, tells you a lot about where the stewards' heads are and how they felt about that. It's like, well, once the track's blocked, and basically, again, reading between the lines, once the track was blocked at Barcelona, nowhere to go. You can't do anything. The track's blocked.
No.
And that's sort of what that is. It's unfortunate. But of course, stewards, very professional indeed, are not just going to say track was blocked. They're going to make it as sort of official as it possibly can do. And unfortunate is a great word, and hopefully no unfortunate incidents here. Christopher Strepa and Tadas Juknavicius racing each other again. You mentioned something a couple hours ago, and I said it wouldn't be true, and I've been wrong all day long. I haven't got a single thing correct today. I'm paying for my hubris, but you're right now. You already know what I'm going to say. You said, will we see these two fighting, or will it resolve itself? I said, nah, they'll be good and gone. But I was wrong, and you were right. This is the exact reverse of this fight 2 hours ago, where Tadas was trying to get in front of Chris. Chris now trying to get in front of Tadas. And what is old is new again. Old rivalries reopened. Man, you're on fire today. A little bit of contact, a little bit of touch there in campus that time. Actually, we're not in campus yet. We're going to see a little run out here.
Look at it here, because you got Christopher Streppin on the inside line here. Taking full advantage. Oh, I love it. Squeezing there. A little bit of door banging through McCoffkin.
Oh, more than that.
A little bit more of that.
That is unfortunate.
Still kept it still straight and center, though. Still straight and center. That's what matters here. We can.
We look at the replay. Borrow a British term, that was not on.
Watch to the tree. Oh, yeah, the little bit of door banging seems to have elevated.
I'm wrong for the 7th time today. And Makovkin was as far on the apex as they could have been, and Tadas pinched in a little bit there because it was hard to tell from that angle. So I might be wrong for the 7th time today.
Very hard to tell indeed. We're back on to John Dalton. He's not really in the John Dalton zone because he's got a car right ahead of him for position. So he is actually not living up to his name when it comes to the zone that is named after him. So we'll see whether or not he's able to try and capitalize on trying to get him past that Alexander Lee in the 27 Mustang. He's certainly doing a pretty damn good job keeping up behind the Mustang. So excited to see what will come out of that battle between them two.
It's going to be very interesting indeed. John Dalton, for those of you that are uninitiated, of course, our usual lead broadcaster on Mondays here for ACC. Of course, we've got a brand new championship. The Deutschland Masters Championship starts this Monday. Going to be live broadcasted all the rounds for you. Only German GT3 cars. We start off at the Nürburgring GP. We take a trip around the world and end up back at the Nordschleife for the final round. That starts this Monday. Only German manufacturers. You got the Porsche, you've got the Mercedes, the Audi. You get the picture.
I know there's somebody who's upset from it. Martin Lawrence is upset because I remember him saying he doesn't get a chance to pick the M6 that he really wanted to do.
Is the M6? You can only have the M4.
You can only have the M4. There's only for this championship you can only pick the newer cars of each generation. So that'll be things like the R8.
Do you know what Martin's really upset about though, Malcolm? Martin just wants to go 180 kilometers down the straight. That's what he wants to do.
That's exactly what he wants to do. He just wants to dominate the straights, and that's it.
Yep.
But yeah, no, it's exciting.
He takes the rest of the lap off, is what happened.
Exactly.
He thunders down the straight, hits 180, and then falls asleep until he hits the straight again.
Yes, definitely. I think it's an exciting calendar as well for this one. I mean, you've got the Nürburgring GP for round 1, you've got Zolder for 2, Kota for round 3, and then we're at Suzuka, which personally is my favorite track, round 4, and then ending it on the Nordschleife.
Your favorite track?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm gonna get back to you on that.
I will give you a reason why.
I want 3 good reasons why it's your favorite track. But before we get there, Cormac's joined us. Said, "Actually, Leon Combs, Poggers, you may be the first person in the history of planet Earth that's happy to hear me yap." But I gotta know 3 reasons why Suzuka, out of every other racetrack, is your favorite racetrack.
It's the best flowing track I've driven on.
Okay.
I got my first podium in RCI.
Here.
And I got my first win in RCI.
Oh, Chris Warner for Brabham.
Oh.
He's going to get spun around there. Close contact. I believe that was at the 32. Rasson.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just a little bit unfortunate contact. Yeah, just almost a pit maneuver, but there was a little bit of...
Pit unsuccessful.
Yeah, a bit unsuccessful. But yeah, reeling back. Yep, first win, first podium, and just simply how flow the track I would just really love of it. All in RCI.
Very close stuff indeed. It's not been a race to remember for Brabham 52 for either driver. They have they've been backwards. They've been ran into. They've done some running into. It's unfortunate for them, for sure.
The fortunate part of that is they're still racing forward. That is what matters.
Still inside the top 20 as well.
Yeah, still inside the top 20. That's something to be proud of. Despite all the unfortunate incidents they've had, they're still pushing onwards into the top 20, which, in my books, I think that's a damn good job.
Yeah, of course, we know about the 5-second penalty for the 202 for a dive bomb, forcing another driver into severe avoiding action. Hot off the press, racing incident, hard racing between the 202 and the 39. Well, I said earlier, stewards typically let that elbows out go as long as nobody can really be deemed a winner or loser. It's sort of a natural coming together. Nobody really loses out. They let it go, and they definitely raced on after that contact that was reported. So there you have it. Here is your leader, Lorenzo Magnani, in the 201 for Gladius competitions. They haven't led the whole way, but you'd be forgiven if you think they have. Got the right strategy and the right speed, just ever so slightly every sector gapping Campanella in P2.
Just running away outright with the on the 201. they just looked forward and never had to look back since. So that's definitely going to shake things up. That means the amount of points they can get through the championship as well. So maybe that might put them into contention to be our championship winner.
Very well could be. And one of those where you think you're out of it. The 201 is in 21st place. They only have 83 points. They scored no points in the last 2 rounds of the championship. So winning a championship, unlikely for them. But winning the IMB 6 hours of Spa here at RCI, that
Very
might
likely.
be. Well, I mean, that might be all they really care about at this point. It's about getting what you can get if you're in the middle of the pack. And this is going to obviously propel them if they were to go on and win. 2 hours, 8 minutes left, of course. But if they did go on to win this race, you put that feather in your cap, say we won this race, and it's going to jump them up. Oh, goodness. I have no idea how far because it's so close. We showed you the championship standings after qualifying, and they could be trying to do the math here. They could be somewhere inside the top 10, considering how bad this day's been for some of the other competitors they're racing with.
Yeah, and despite the season, we've only really had 2 winners for this series. We had the E-Alien, formerly known as Renwalton, taking the first 3 wins in the championship, along with the Veloce Ferrari also taking the win at Monza after the Veloce car took a... I think it was a very close battle in Monza to try and claim that top spot in the podium. So to get a third winner out of this race here, it's always nice to see a new winner at when we get the chance to come up here. But again, there's still just over 2 hours to go, so a lot can happen between now and then.
It certainly is. This is going to be our last time talking to you today. We're going to hand off after a short break to Les Stevenson and Callum Kerrigan. But before we do that, Malcolm, I just got to say, what was your highlight of the race thus far, nearly through 4 hours?
Oh Christ, there's too many. I want to say just the first stint as a whole. Just the rain. Just the rain itself brought along a good amount of action, a lot of bits of argy-bargy stuff. So I hope within the next 2 hours, bring on the rain.
Well, you heard it here first. No guarantee on the weather, but the clouds certainly are moving in. For me, it's got to be the 39 and the 769 just driving through this field. Folks, it looks easy. This is not a pub lobby. These are not weekend gamers, all right? These are esports professionals getting it done here in a huge way. Both driving inside the top 10, both getting it done and making it look easy. How far can they go? The only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been Jesse Lee, joined by Matt Malcolm. Stewie's going to stay with you, but we're going to take a little break. And on the other side of that break, we'll be listening to the wonderful tones of Les Stevenson and Callum Kerrigan. It's been a pleasure to be with us, to have you with us, of course, today. All of our partners have been revolving in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. You can also find all of them in the description of the video. We urge you to go check them out. We appreciate you checking them out. Of course, we appreciate our title sponsor of today's race, IMB. Go check out their racewear, link in the description. On behalf of Jesse Lee and Matt Malcolm, thank you for being with us. Now turn up your speakers and listen to the sights and the sounds of the IMB 6 hours of Spa. We'll be right back.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the IMB 6 Hours of Spa here with the RCI TV on YouTube and Twitch. You've got me, Les Stevenson, your lead commentator, and I'm joined by Callum Kerrigan, good friend and a great comms to people's side as well. Stu behind the camera, so big thanks to Stewie for getting us going and back into it. And, as you can see, we've got just under 2 hours left of this 6-hour event to go here at this wonderful track. I do love Spa, one of my favourite tracks, and we've had quite a few instances. We've had rain, we've had quite a few small bumps and cars turned round, but you know, we're still going. We've still got an hour and 51 minutes left to go, like I previously said, and plenty more left to go. So, Callum, what do you think so far, mate?
Well, Les, I've been sitting in the steward's box for the first half of this race, watching online, and it has been enjoyable. There's been some absolutely insane battles up and down the field, some real ones for the highlight reel come at the end of the season, and some absolute mammoth drivers. We're here on board with the 777 Williams Sports Academy, who's currently being trailed by the RCI Blue Car. I know there's a bit of favouritism in there. We do obviously support the RCI team, but they've had an absolute mammoth of a drive, particularly in that first stint. They started in the pit lane, as we were sort of, is the rain going to come? Is the rain not going to come? The better choice was to be on the wets. So they opted to start the pit lane and not burn out any of their wet tyres on that opening lap, and that worked unbelievably well for them. The pace and the moves they were making that first stint is up there with probably one of my favourite drives of the day.
I must say, Callum, I that really did get me. You know, I never would have given it a thought to start from pit lane in that scenario. You know, to really keep those wet tyres in check, ready for, you know, and to see and hear the mammoth task that, you know, from the back of the field all the way through and to get where they are now is amazing. Like I said, I never would have given that a thought. But yeah, sorry, carry on, Callum. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I definitely wouldn't have given it a thought, because I'm not fast enough to even burn up wet tyres on a dry track. But you know, we're not of the same caliber as these aliens that we see on screen. Another team I want to shout out. They are leading the championship. They are absolutely dominating and have had some wonderful races. But we have to call them out again. The 255. They got pole, as we expected them to. They've been an absolute dominant force this season. They started on the dry tyre. After lap 1, or just between lap 1 and lap 2, it started raining. They had to pit on lap 3, lost 2 minutes of pit time on the rest of the field. They're now sitting up in P3. It's one of those ones, you know, it's like supporting the leader in any championship, but you just have to applaud. It's been an absolutely incredible drive by that team as well, Les.
Yeah, you're saying, and then you look at the leaders now. You know, the 201. I mean, that's Gladius competitions. You know, you think about their season so far. You know, they haven't even been on the podium. So to see them up here leading the race as well, and quite comfortably, we must say, you know, with 28 seconds gap back to Campanella, which we'll come on to in a second. But yeah, with drivers like Abeladze coming, you know, in a team such as the 255 competition car. You're going to imagine, even if they do have their little problems, they're still going to be out there strong, you know, finish really strongly. And to see them already in P3 is mighty impressive, like you've already said. But yeah, for me at the moment, the 201, that Gladius competitioners car, to be leading this race is just goes to prove that, you know, he taking a bite out of the apple, and now they're up leading this race. You know, we are now this is our 5th race of this fantastic series, and you know, they're finally up there leading this race. But yeah, so as you said, or as I was saying, the number 44 with Campanella at the wheel right now, you know, they've had quite a race so far as well. You know, we did see not too long ago making a mighty move with getting past 2 cars. I think it was the 202 and the Veloce 39 with Jardier behind the wheel, where they had a little bit of a contact, and Campanella was actually able to get through and take 2 positions in one corner. So yeah, it's been a mighty race so far, and you know, there's plenty more to go, isn't there, Callum?
Yeah, an hour and 47 minutes on the clock. We're really in sort of the crunching end. You know, you'll start seeing maybe a couple of gaps close up, but this is where that sort of 4 tyre allocation will come into play. We did have an hour on the wet. The whole first stint was on the wet, and there is some cloud cover, so we could get the last hour on a wet stint as well. But with that uncertainty on when the wet stints may be coming, because this is a mixed condition race. Granted, it's been uncharacteristically sunny for Spa, I'll say. Where do you assign your tyre allocation? Like, do you just go new tyres every stint? Do you maybe save a set of tyres for that last stint if you do believe there isn't going to be a it's a hard gamble, and one which I'm very fortunate enough not to be making, as we see the 71 of the B Alien Academy making a move on the 769 so late on the brakes there, maybe trying to go a little up and under on the back end of the bus stop. Can he get a better traction? Little rear end slip there. Who's got the better legs coming into turn one? Looks like the Bentley is just running away with it, and I know they've been complaining a little bit about straight line speed as well. Covers off the inside into turn one, and it looks like the 71 is going to have a bit of a run, hopefully up Eau Rouge and into Les Combes. Will he get the move done? Remains to be seen. That Bentley does seem to have quite a strong pair of legs on it today.
Yeah, it does, but as always, to be fair, but with this, he certainly has got the run. He certainly has got the run, and it looks like it's good. I mean, they have been saying about his straight line speed being an issue, but which I'm struggling to understand where it is. But
that's because you're a Bentley advocator, aren't you, Les? I believe that's what you're currently driving in a Assetto Corsa Competizione, including a race that we have running at about 10 o'clock tonight in this season. Is it season 20 of Night Owl here at Spa? I know that you're going to be sitting yourself nice and pretty in that Bentley.
Certainly, I can't wait for that, to be honest. I do love this track. I do love the Bentley. I must say it's definitely a favourite of mine. And with well, there we go. Words have evaded me, Callum. With the BOP. There we go. You can come back.
You got there.
With the custom BOP that we are running in this series and across RCI, we are able to use some of the older cars with some good effectiveness, and I'm able to sort of be able to compete in a car with such as the Bentley. But that's where it's really sort of favourable for me. I do like the handling characteristics of the Bentley, and the likes of RCI Blue and Red team both running it here in this series. It just proves that it can be driven fast in the right places. But unfortunately today not so well. But it's still being able to get into Bentley in the top sort of 15 there. I still think it's good going. And tonight's race, I'm really looking forward to that, Callum. I take it you are too.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to getting the start of a new season. Is always an exciting thing here at RCI. I don't know what you're saying. Why are you speaking negatively on the Bentley? P11 in a field like this is absolutely incredible to see a Bentley up there. But we are seeing some Aston Martin dominance at the minute. I just want to give a quick shout out to the Lambos of 44 and the number 6 car. I was in the steward's box for stint 1. I was watching the stream stint 1, and there was just action around those two Lambos and a cluster of Astons the whole hour. It was an incredible watch. If no one's watched that first stint on YouTube or Twitch, I implore you, please go watch it back, because it was so entertaining. The 44 struggled a little bit with the wet pace. It was just holding this train and of cars behind it. I compared it in the steward's box to a Hungry Caterpillar book that you read as a kid. It literally, all the circle dots just following it, it literally looked like the Hungry Caterpillar.
Caterpillar.
You never know what's going to come out my mouth, Les. I do apologise, but I did think of that analogy at the time, and I just want to give big love to the 44 and the number 6, Zimbal stint 1. Oh, just go watch it. Go back and watch that.
Yeah, no, I'm just sorry. I will just pause this conversation ever so slightly. I have only just noticed that the 32. With Rosone behind the wheel there is actually having to serve a drive-through, and I would assume at the moment that is for track limits. In fact, it will be for track limits. I'm sure, Callum, you can do us all a favour and have a quick look back through if there have been any penalties applied. Because I can see there's also 5 seconds there for the number 202, which I believe has been there a while now, but I'm not entirely 100% sure what that's for just yet. But I'm sure you can go and check for us. But yeah, no, it has been impressive, and yes, like you said, we have got a lot of Aston Martins at the top of the field with like those Lambos there, so big credit to them for getting involved and in the mix. And it certainly sounds like that first couple of hours of this race was super intense for some of these teams. And with it always, the weather always when it comes in, you get that wet weather. It always brings great racing. And yes, sometimes there's a lot of carnage. Totally get that. But with these guys, you know, with all these aliens on track, you know, you do find that's minimalised in general. Anyway, I must say. But when the wet weather comes in as well, and it's you know, it always brings everyone a bit closer, and it brings some teams to the top of the fields that you would never expect to see up there. You know, as you would before. So yeah, it certainly sounds like we're with the. I must say, I have been watching the weather widget at the top there. The wind has picked up. It's clouded over. You never know. With an hour and 41 minutes left to go, we could have some more wet weather coming, Callum.
Yeah, no, I can't. No, I kind of wish we will. It's always exciting when you get a bit of wet weather on the track, and like I said, this is uncharacteristically dry for Spa. For anyone that's been to Spa in real life, or, you know, watched any races, it's excessively unpredictable with weather. Usually on the wetter side. I spent 2023 there for the Formula One. Took my missus to a race for the first time. She was really excited. It rained all weekend. She had a terrible time. She still wants to come to another one, but yeah, it was pouring down with rain. It's just so inconsistent. It comes, it goes. You see a bit of cloud, you see some sunshine. You're like, oh, brilliant. We're all good to go. Nice sun. Oh, and it's rained again. It's just so inconsistent. And this level of sunshine, it's just unheard of. Just absolutely unheard of here. No,
it is. And, you know, it's well known for its having its own climate, you know, that you can hear, you know, in the rest of the country. It'll be lovely sunny weather, but here at Spa, it'll be chucking it down, you know, cats and dogs all over that circuit. But, you know, yeah, it does. It's one of those places that, like you said, uncharacteristically, we have had quite a lot of sunshine. But, you know, let's say we have had some rain, and there's nothing to say it won't rain again. But anyway, you can see 255 competition guys actually now showing us in P2 with Campanella in the pits, of course, getting that well, I would say their second to last stop out the way and done with. It's interesting you were talking earlier, actually, with that wet weather we had. Obviously, there were the wet tyres were able to be run, so the limited tyre sets of 4 slicks or sets of slicks available has obviously allowed these teams to think differently now about how to construct their strategies for this race. I must say, I was thinking about this myself when you were talking about it. I think potentially, if I was running a team, you know, and it was my decision, I probably would have
in the Bentley, I presume.
Obviously, you know, with the BOP that's applied, of course. You know, wet tyres at the start, and then I would have said just use the 4 new sets of slicks and see what happens, because you just don't know if it's going to rain again, you know. And then you would not, you know, you try to save a set of tyres for the end, and then find out it's raining, you would never use those slicks. So why not use them now? And then if you have to double stint the last set, or maybe go in and change drivers and put another set on and reset those pressures to more the optimal pressures, then maybe that's the way forward. But what about yourself, Callum, thinking about it?
I would say I've thought about it, but you just gave me the optimal answer in my mind. It's exactly what I'd be doing. It does look like everyone's, you know, who's on that standard strategy are now going in to complete their penultimate pit stop. I have to note that the cars that started on the dries and then had to pit about 3 or 4 laps after that, they've got a little bit of a longer stint to run. They're on a slightly offset timer. You'll see that with the 225. They'll run now once everyone pits a few laps in the lead. And what that will do is, if we get into the scenario where they're all running those four fresh sets now, meaning everyone will take their use set for their 5th stint on the dries, they're going to have such a benefit. Their tyres have done a lot less laps, and what's going in everyone's minds, and well, I hope it is, because it's just come into mine, and I'm nowhere at this level. But if we get like a last 30 minutes of rain or a last 20 minutes of rain, and people have gone through their 4 sets, they're taking their 5th stint as a use set, and then you get 20 minutes left of rain on a set of tyres that's done an hour and a half, an hour of 40 minutes, that could be quite scary, to be honest, especially, you know, up Eau Rouge, the mythical puddle at the top of Radion. That could be a scenario that mythical. It could be definitely mythical.
Right, okay. I mean, I would say it's a river, to be honest. a lot of times. But yeah, no, carry on, Callum, carry on.
I was just going to close out the point there that I think that kind of scenario could be quite interesting to see how well they cope with that level of use set of tyre on a wet track.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, yeah, it will be interesting. I'm kind of hoping for rain at the ends as the neutral, but I'm sure a lot of these teams are not. I'm sure a lot of them are thinking, no, let's just keep it dry now to the end. And but you know, I've noticed again that the ambient air temperatures dropped down another degree. We've got pretty much all the teams now are completing these pit stops to probably reset stint timers, but also get another fresh set of boots on to take it to the end. You know, there will be another pit stop, as we've already mentioned, because there's no, you know, with the 65-minute limit on the stint timers, they're going to have to pit at least one more time to reset that at the very least. And I would have thought refuel as well. So as we see now, we've got Abeladze in the 255 competition car, currently leading the race. I would say, I don't believe they've been down pit road just yet with Gaskell.
No, there won't be for another couple of laps.
Yeah, thank you for confirming that. So, yeah, you know, it's gonna got 8, 9, and 10 now all in the pits as well. So, yeah, it's around about that time, and I think a lot of people are thinking as well. It's only an hour and a half then on one set of tyres if we're not having to change for the wet tyres. So, I think it's pretty much everyone's sort of thinking along the same sort of lines, kind of.
Yeah, hour and a half sprint race to go, right? Just
Yeah.
with some gaps up and down the field, but yeah, just sprint race as fast as you can for an hour and a half. It's easy. I don't see why everyone doesn't do this, but no, these guys will be rinsing through every scenario in their head. I mean, Abeladze leading with the 225. He'll be coming in a couple of laps because he is on that offset strategy. I'm quite scared for how much that he's potentially got a sort of 30 or 20 minute stint at the end of the race if we stay dry, and the pace on that, you sort of come from the back of the field all the way up to the top, leading the championship. They could have taken it easy in this one. They could have gone, you know, we just need to score above the 71 of the BA lean car, above the 32 of the racing point car. That's all we need to do. Instead, they're like, actually, no, I fancy a really dominant drive. Why not? We know we're capable of it. But yeah, they just absolutely blown out the water there to come from the back all the way to the top. I mean, it's the penultimate round. Anything can happen when we go to Barcelona in a month's time, but I would say this drive, if they manage to even catch up to the win, I know there's a thing about 2P3 once the pit stops are done, it is a champion's drive.
Yeah, certainly. But let's remember as well that for those who don't know and haven't seen every single race or not even seen the results, let's remind everyone that the 255 competition car haven't actually won a race this season, or this series, just say. You know, every single race they've been consistent. You know, been most races on the podium. I mean, we've had it was a P2 at Kyle Army, there was a P3 at Watkins Glen, there's a P3 at Monza, and then of course at Silverstone when all that wet weather was around, it was actually a 5th position for them. So the consistency there was in the top 5, and it's given them so far the lead of the championship. And you know, if they do win today's race, you know, it really will be a very commanding lead. And I mean, with they've already got that. What's that? That's a 39-point lead there. 41-point lead there. So, yeah, it's yeah, they really will be in a commanding position. And to come, like you said, for today's trials and tribulations they've had, see them at the top there as they now are in the pits, serve those to have that stint timer reset and potentially a new set of tyres. Yeah, they come down pit road, leading the championship, but also leading the race, Callum.
Yeah, we're expecting obviously the 201 to come out ahead, maybe the 44 as well. I can't quite remember the gap in my mind, but yeah, they're on for a sprint there. They've probably got about 20-25 seconds once the pit stops are done to try and catch up for that 201 for really what has been an accidental last to first for them. I know you spoke a little bit about the 201 and the 202. Big shout out to those guys from Gladius. They had a bit of a rough start to the season. The 202 had a brilliant race in Monza. The 201 obviously was absent for that, and the Watkins Glen round, and they've come in here. They were running 1-2 for a big portion of the race as well. We really thought that had been the optimal team result. The 202 just dropped behind a touch, currently sitting in about P4 once pit stops are done. But yeah, they're having a brilliant race here at Spa, and they're probably thinking, God, what could have been if we really got the season off onto and got the season started on this kind of performance one.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's been great to see, and great teamwork by all. And for everything you mentioned there, bang on. It's been a great series so far for all of them. And but yeah, no, we're just on board now actually with the Veloce team, number 39, with Valentin Barrier behind the wheel. So obviously Jardier's decided to take a rest, and I would have thought that's probably now Valentin in the car now till the end. And I just wanted to also give a big shout out to all our guys and girls and everyone at home watching on RCI TV, on YouTube and Twitch. Just noticed we've got a few comments in the YouTube chat from Losney88, it's been mentioned it's been a good watch so far. And Mr. Redford, Michael Redford, has joined us. Can't believe it's dry. What is this? He's saying. And no 800 today. No, you are correct. There is no 800 in the field. So, Callum, I'm going to put it to you now.
Oh, don't.
We've got an hour and a half left to go. What are your predictions for the end of this race? What is your top three?
Oh, I don't want to be boring. I don't want to be boring, but I think 225 has just had momentum all the way from that mistake they made on strategy on tyres. They've just had momentum, this forward momentum throughout the whole race. It's hard for me to say that they won't be in a P1, at minimum a P2 by the end of this race. I'd like to see the 39 of Barrier and Jardier come a bit further up the field. I think they've had a brilliant race. Again, an amazing opening stint to this race. But I also want a Gladius one too. I'm so torn. There's been so many drives here that I've enjoyed. It's impossible for me to say this.
Sorry, I've just seen Brennan here getting... Oh, there's a little tap as they go through. They've gone into that chicane and then round, but they've managed to settle in now. But I was just saying they were in the slipstream all the way up through Radion and then all the way down towards Lecombe, and unable to get the move quite done. It's been quite impressive actually, the straight line speed of some of these Ferraris. I didn't anticipate them to be quite as quick as that. Whether the BOP's got something to do with that or not, but that was a great little battle there. Didn't quite come to anything in the end, but there was a little bit of a love tap, call it, going in through that chicane. But yeah, I think if it stays dry for my predictions, Callum, I'm thinking actually, yeah, I'm going to go with the Gladius competitions car to win with the 255 in P2, and I'm going to throw it out there, and I'm going to put a Lambo on the podium there, and say the I remember the number now.
44.
44. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to go with the 44 in P3. But yeah, if it stays dry, if it rains, who knows? You'll probably find that and by the way, from those that don't know, the number 71 car you may have seen on screen a few times with a different name to what we're used to. That's the Alien Academy car, formerly known, of course, as Rem Welton. Currently P2 in the championship as well, and currently down in P12, and not having the race that we're accustomed to, seeing those guys out on track. But if it rains, I would not be surprised to see those guys get further up the field and maybe even to a top 5 position. But yeah, it is unlikely, but you never know, Callum.
Yeah, it's hard not to shout an Aston when it comes to a rain scenario, because it's just so strong in the rain. They always have been, most likely always will be. They're just so dominant in those wet weather conditions. I do want to just call you out a little bit, Les. You were saying how it was like a big shout in your prediction. All you've done is swap P2 and 3 around. That's all you've done.
No. I was on about you, not me. I just wanted to I wanted to throw you in there to see what because you don't like doing that sort of thing.
Well, if it rains, 225 100%. If it's dry, 225 to win. 255. Forgive me. The 255 competition car, those to win if it's wet, 100%. If it's dry, I think you've called it pretty bang on with the other two on the 255 and the 44. But hour and a half, plenty of weather, though we haven't seen it in a couple of hours, could shake things up as we are back on board. We were previously on board with this car, a What a while ago, but we're back on board with the 777, the Williams Esports Academy car, chasing down the number 55 of Fleischer, who when we were last on board with it was in P21. Has he gone through a bit of a maybe an alternate pit strategy? Is he really late on the pit? I'm struggling to sort of see how he's got so far back up the field, but yeah, we could be seeing him move into the bus stop.
As Jesse was saying, we were waffling so much we didn't even notice, Callum.
That's been very part and parcel of us for the past 20 minutes, Les.
And hey, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. So anyway, I've just noticed though, of course, we've got in P17 the number 49 car there has received a 10-second penalty for avoidable contact with the number 27 car. So that was on lap. Oh, hang on a minute. It's on lap 106. So yeah, it's a little while ago, but the stewards have deemed that is that's a 10-second penalty. But so not been an awful lot of incidents in this race so far, Callum, and been quite good. I mean, I know obviously the first hour with all that rain there was a few noise. So I'm just going to pause that as we see Williams Esports Academy car in that 777, the Mercedes. Right, they go for the manoeuvre, look on, and not quite there. The speed's definitely there, trying to catch up behind that Aston, the number 55. Just trying to show the nose as they come now down to this awful downhill, into this awful downhill hairpin. It's really, I don't know about you, Callum, but certainly when I was trying the LMU in the hypercar, that was definitely the corner of nightmares for me. It's a little bit better in the second course competition, but in those hypercars it really was difficult without the ABS. And I don't know about you, Callum, but it's not my favourite corner of this track. But they now go on round towards the back end of the circuit as we now go into this more technical part of the circuit, as we see them trying to really sort of, I was surprised I haven't seen many of the flash of the lights, to be honest. I honestly thought they'd be trying to put them off as much as they can. As we go in now to the Stavalos, Mercedes really been able to turn in a bit better there. Going to the second part of the Stavalo here, and it's all about exit speed, isn't it, Callum?
Yeah, exit speed. I think the exit from Stavalo is so important because this straight just goes on forever. And for me, who is notorious for a little safety lift, I get absolutely chewed up by the time we get into the bus stop. But it looks like the 55 of Fleischer and the Aston just has the legs there. The Merc was comfortably tucked into a slipstream, but gained what seemed to be nothing. Stewie, who is our eyes and ears, the beacon of all knowledge, has confirmed that the 55 has a 10-lap tyre of offset to the 777. So what we're seeing there is just an out-and-out tyre advantage there from the 777. So he might not be flashing, might not be putting him off because he knows it's a matter of time. He knows he's got the tyre benefit. He's just got to wait for the opportunity to come to him as we go on board with the 39 here, hunting down the 202 in the Gladius competition car. Very similar to what we've just seen in the Merc. It does seem like Barrier has the pace right now on the 202. Is he going to try and force a move or just be patient? We've got, it's very different in the sense that you've got two cars where we're just watching. So different characteristics. As we see, the Aston clearly had more straight line pace in the Merc, but here we've got two Astons, Aston versus Aston. We're not looking for car advantages here. It's just outright who can make the move in equal machining. We're going back on board with the 777. He still can't get past this 55. It's a wonderful defensive job here by the number 5 and Fleischer.
Yeah, and I'm assuming out of La Source there would have been probably a very, very good exit. And that's the source. Many people don't realise how important that corner is to gain enough sort of momentum to get yourself up the hill through a Rouge onto Radion and then down that long straight down to Lacombe. And you know, the 777 here is really able to, in the corners, and it's sort of the medium speed corners, really able to get very, very close.
Completely different level of grip, isn't it? It's just so much more grip.
Yeah, I'd say definitely the mechanical side, the mechanical grip side was working much better. We see the 39 now, Boloche car, Valentin Barrier, going into the bus stop side by side with the Gladius car and not able quite to make the move. I was wondering if they're going to try the switchback, but I suppose really they're on the wrong side. But as they now go down to this famous La Source and trying the dummy,
he's gone for it.
Going for the dive and getting close into that apex, and the Gladius car gets on that horrible sausage curve, but actually appears to have the legs to be able to keep the edge Now, are we going to see a side
I'm
by
holding
side?
my breath.
Let's hold our breaths. Oh, cuts back in, go through Eau Rouge and then up towards Valion. And here it's all about the slipstream. It's you know, it doesn't matter now about any setups. It's all about that slipstream. He now pulls out to the left-hand side to try and get alongside. Thinks he's got the momentum. Let it go down to. I would say for me, it would be on the left-hand side. I prefer to approach this chicane into Lecombe. And this is why, as you seem to get the inside then on the second part of the chicane, and they've got the move done, Callum.
Yeah, brilliant move there by Barrio. Set it up all the way from La Source, just disrupting the 202's momentum there, going side by side. Took the high road, wanted to get the slipstream down the main straight after Radion. Got into the slipstream side by side, and controlled that so well on the brakes to go around the outside there of Lecombe. That is not an easy move to do. That corner tightens up quicker than you realise. It really was an absolutely brilliant move. And while we were waffling about that, there's 255, as you predicted, very, very difficult prediction, has got past the number 44. He's got one car left. He's got about 28 seconds to get there. But only one car left to complete this absolute
I'm not liking your attitude. I used my magic 8 ball and I asked it if 255 was going to make it into P2.
I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out.
No, but it's good. It's good to see, and yeah, they are really making headway now, and they have got past and into P2, like you said. As we're now on to another lap, we're now on 117 laps complete. So starting lap 18. And it's all about now, can they close that 28-ish second gap to the leaders of the Gladius competition's 201 car? As we go back to now the 777 back behind the Aston Martin there. As we see,
I can't believe he hasn't got past yet, to be honest. I can't believe he hasn't got past. This is brilliant defensive work.
It is, and as you can see, Fleisch's got actually a longer, bit of a bigger gap this time, and I suppose maybe it's just where the Merc is getting into that dirty air, or maybe they're just thinking, do you know what, they're on a different strategy to us. Let's just leave it for a few more laps. They're going to come into the pits at some point, and let's see if we can. Oh, I thought we were going to dive in then. Let's see if we can just stick behind and keep the slipstream going, give us a bit of extra straight line speed, and then maybe even save the tyres a little bit, and be able to get it to when they can pit, and then we can have a bit of clean air. But you know, we who knows, Callum? Only the guys in the team will know that. But like you said, it's a bit of a surprise they haven't got past yet, as we see them now coming up towards Eau Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, I think there's probably a few things going in the head of the 777. Exactly what you've just spoken about. You know, just waiting patiently, waiting for them to go into the pits. But the longer he waits and loses this pace, he's got the 769 and even the 71 catching up behind him. So that's probably playing on the mind. You've also got from Fleischer to the number 175 Ville de Fante is 21 seconds. So at this stage in the race, you're probably thinking, are we capable of catching up those 21 seconds? Is that even possible? So that probably leads you to, we can just sit back because we know they're pitting. We know we're going to get the position eventually. So you're right. It's high risk, it's high reward sort of scenario. What is the best option for you right now? And if I was in that car, I'd want to get past the 55, 100%. But I don't want to make any big risks to do it. We don't want to bring that 769 or that 71 into play. We want to just get past it nice and clean, wait for that door to open. They're not losing too much on the cars behind, and he knows he's going to get that P9 eventually. So that's exactly what I would be doing. But we've got a similar situation up at the top field, albeit, you know, a 28-second disparity. It's very much a hunter versus a hunted now with those top two positions. I probably waffled a little bit too much about this when we got to the Monza race, but the 201, 28 seconds in the lead, plenty of room to play with. He knows he's got the faster car of the 255, and what does that do? What does that play on your mind? Are you gonna maybe make a few more mistakes? Stewie's just told me that there's a 0.7 second, like a lap disparity between those cars, but as you sort of see that time trickle down more and more, that's going to make you more and more nervous. And I always prefer to be the car chasing. I tend to always be the faster car when I'm chasing as opposed to being chased. But seeing Minar just eke away that 28-second gap, even though it is a big gap, is going to play on the 201 and probably lead to more mistakes, leading to more time loss.
Yeah, but see the 255 is actually closing that gap, and I'm kind of sort of really hoping that they do close that gap a lot more than what we currently have. But as we see now, the 777 really right up and close, right behind now.
He's got to have it here, surely.
You would have thought so, but that Aston's got good legs. At the end of this straight, let's see if they can get down into Lacombe side by side. The Merc is definitely on the preferred side. Let's see if they can get it. Oh,
it's tight.
Oh, a bit of door banging, and the 777's got it done. I do hope in a way that the stewards don't have to get involved in that. But yeah, to be honest, it was really the 55 of Fleischer there. Really should, I think, maybe could have given a little bit more breathing space. But you know, it's done. What's done is done now, and they've got through, and then onward now. And there seems to be quite a bit of clear air for them. They've got about a 10.5-second gap to. Oh, sorry, it's a lot more than that, isn't it? It's about 22 seconds up to Del Fante in the 179 Ferrari. So, Callum, what do you reckon? Do you reckon they can close that gap?
I think it's a tall ask. We know how strong the Ferrari and the Astons are. At the minute, it's a tall order to sort of close that gap with the Mercedes, especially with the straight line performance we've seen from them so far. So, if I was playing it safe, I'd say P9 is the maximum they could achieve today. But it was a brilliant move. Bit of door banging. Looking at that sort of as we saw it, it seemed like there was just enough room given and just a little tap. Just one of those unfortunate things with the number 55, who has now just been royally sucked into the clutches of Martin Lawrence in the 769 as we go on board with another battle. There's battles happening up and down the field right now, Les, with Eric Defante and the number 6 car as well. I'm not going to try and pronounce that name, forgive me, I'm bad with pronunciations, but this is looking a little bit spicy. Ferrari versus Lambo. The Lambos are seeming a bit strong today. The Ferrari is always a strong car, and as you've commented on, the Ferrari seems to have some serious legs down the straight line. So let's see how that impacts him right now, Les.
Certainly had a good run there, didn't he, out of Radion as they now approach the back of Schubeck, I'm going to say. Schubeck, look at that, easy Callum, into the Com and the moves done. I think Del Fante there really had good speed out of Eau Rouge and Radion. It was almost, you could see the gap closing straight away. But yeah, the move is done. On to the next, as they say. And as we now come aboard with Martin Lawrence now approaching the back of the 55, as you said, Fleischer really having it now. Is at the 2 laps ago with the Williams Academy car. Now got Lawrence really sort of hunting him down and really trying to get past, but not able to do it this lap. But I would not be surprised if we see maybe round towards sort of the bus stop if the Bentley can get past. But yeah, I must say we will use this moment right now as they're going around towards No Name and then down towards Pouon. We need to say a big thanks to our partners. As you can see in the bottom left hand of the screen, we've got IMB Racewear. Make sure you visit the link down there in the bottom of the description, and got Moser Racing with us as well. Of course, Zé Corsa Competizione, which we all know about. But yeah, it looks like he's definitely setting the move up here, Martin Lawrence, on Fleischer in that 55 Aston. And as they come round now towards the 2 Stabilos to get to that, as you call it, back straight down towards Blanchimont, I think that might be where Martin will be a bit risky and or risque and try and get the move done down into the bus stop. As
he could get it done before.
Take us away then, Callum.
Yeah, he could be getting it done before. He's right in the slipstream. I think that sort of tyre deficit that we're seeing means he got such a better exit and run through Stavelo as they're going into Blanchimont. No move, no look there, but he's most likely going to take a dive later on the brakes. Maybe too far back, but this brings the 71 into play. We've now got a 3-way fight here. 4 P10, lots of points up for grabs for a lot of people, especially the 71 currently sitting in P2 in the championship. They want to maintain as many points as he can, but as Stewie has just reminded me, the Bentley just doesn't have the top end grunt. So through the first corner and up Eau Rouge through Radion, let's see how this pans out. I think where it currently stands, that Bentley needs to try and get into the slipstream of the 55, or it looks like he may get swallowed up by the 71, Les.
I mean, the Bentley's got great corner exit speed, but wow, 55 car, to see how he got out of the source, just had so much better exit. There was a bit of an accordion effect. I don't know if you saw it, that concertina effect into the source with the 3 cars there, really almost making contact. And as you can see, the Bentley just unable to get close enough. The back end of that 55 car, just purely for the fact of that run out of the source, was just too good from the 55. But yeah, it's a shame because the Bentley around here currently with BOP as well. I don't know if it's just the BOP, I doubt it, but it certainly doesn't appear to have that top end that it needs to make the moves quick enough. It certainly can get the moves done, but just not quick enough.
So Les, as our resident Bentley driver, in the 3 of us that are in this call commentating and broadcasting today, what do you do in this position? How are you sort of crafting a move here on the 55, knowing he's quicker in the straights? You know you've got a bit more corner, and you know you've got the better tyres now. What's sort of going through your head on how you're going to sort of orchestrate this move on the 55?
It's got to be through here in this technical section. You've got the mechanical grip, they've got the tyres, underneath you to be able to get it done. Clearly, Fleischer is pretty decent through this sector, so it's going to be difficult. But this is where I'd want to get it done, and then hope that I can keep the lead and defend going down towards the bus stop chicane and get out of the source well enough so that the Aston's got a bit of a gap and I can defend down into the com. But I could go on about the whole track thinking about it, but
it's just everywhere.
Yeah, I think for me personally, it'd have to be through that more technical second going into the 3rd sector. You can see now the Aston behind Simba really looks like they're getting frustrated as well. I think they're on about trying to get past as well. So Fleischer, I think, is holding both of them up, Callum.
Absolutely. With that sort of tyre deficit that we know that Fleischer has on these other cars, there's definitely an element of holding up, and probably a strong element of holding up. I mean, these all have a potential for a P9 once they get past Fleischer and they start chasing down that 777. So they obviously want to get the move done sooner than later, but as I spoke about, it's a high risk, high reward. You know, we're on the tail end of our season. It looks like the Bentley has a good run here, but I do think Yasser's just going to get those extra bit of legs to see in the slipstream. It just seems like he's not quite gaining there. And you can see how excited I get when I talk about an RCI car. I'm a little bit too biased maybe to be on the comms today, but I do just think they've had such a mammoth drive. But yeah, they want to get past as soon as possible. But where we're on this sort of back end of the season, it's about being smart about your points to really set yourself in the best possible place for Barcelona in a month's time. The last thing you want to do now, have an accident, make a bit of a mistake, lose out the mass at that point, and then you don't have the opportunity in Barca to really jump up the field and make that final impact in the final round.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm talking about go back slightly to that the straight down towards the com. You could see with that sort of spoiler, the rear spoiler cam, looking back at the Bentley, it just was equal, wasn't it? There was no, even in the slipstream, there was no gain at all. So they're going to find it extremely difficult to get past. They're just going to have to hope that the 55 car pits sometime soon. I think the 55 car is probably going to stretch it as best they can to that sort of just under an hour and 5 minutes left to go. So they've only got that one pit stop to do, and maybe that's where they gain get their advantage with the positions made. But yeah, it must be extremely frustrating right now for Martin. It's nothing wrong with supporting them, Callum. I think there's nothing wrong with supporting the current underdogs. I wouldn't say they're normal underdogs, but certainly we'll be getting excited by it there. Go on, Callum.
Yeah, I do think there's maybe an element of frustration, but you also know that the 55 is going to be pitting soon, most likely in a handful of laps, as we ride on board with Valentin having another go at the 202. This has been brewing. They've been side by side a few times, recently coming back, I believe. Retracing my steps, Valentin previously got past the 202, and it may be the 202 coming back at the 39. So a little bit of a comeback there. Maybe Valentin's taken too much out of the tyres as he goes around the outside into this hairspin that you've already said that you dislike. I don't know why the Ferrari's getting involved. I believe that's a lapped car. It really shouldn't be there. A little bit of door banging. I don't think the 39 is going to take too kindly to that. I can imagine there may be a bit of an inquiry into the steward's boxes. If that, it's the number 32 there. It's currently sitting in P23. Like, I understand you may be quicker at this stage of the race, but you've got a battle ahead of you. You can't just be dipping in a nose when you've got 2 cars ahead of you like that. In my opinion, the stewards may see it a little bit differently, but I thought the 39 was going to run away from the 202 when we saw that wonderful move around the outside of Les Combes earlier. I've been proven wrong, not for the first time, and won't be the last time today. This is a fight that could be taken all the way to the wireless.
Yeah, totally agree, and I was totally with you on that, Callum. I honestly thought they were going to just make headway onto the next position, but that obviously wasn't the case. I don't know exactly what happened. Maybe it was a slight, a mistake, and they then were back into the clutches of the Gladius car there. But no, just going back to the Ferrari of David Mathilde there, really getting involved when trying to take an opportunist move. I think seeing the gap, and to be honest, really should have probably just held back a bit. I know my own personal point of view. I definitely wouldn't have wanted to get involved. You've been lapsed. Let's let them battle. Annoying as it is, you just got to bite your tongue and stay with them, and then hope that either they pit or they go off into the distance, or they just let you through. But maybe a bit of a silly move there. But again, that's our opinion. But we're now on board now with Zimmer, Jan Zimmer, with the B Alien Academy, obviously formerly known as Ren Welton. And I've lost my feed. Callum, can you take it away?
I also currently we're having maybe a little bit of technical difficulty, and it's back there as we're back on board with Jan Zimmer. A bit of lag there, we're all part and parcel to maybe the occasional internet issue here. Jan Zimmer doesn't seem to really be attacking Lawrence at the minute. He's probably of a similar mindset of what we've been talking to earlier. We know the 55 is going to pit. One thing I did notice is the 55 is going to pit and still get a full stint in. I thought he potentially would have to pit again. That's the second time I've been wrong in approximately 2 minutes from the first time. But this actually could be a big strategy call for the 55. If this is a used set of tyres and they go into a fresh set, gambling on it being dry, everyone else could be on the used. They've done a massive job of holding up these cars with an unoptimal tyre. Obviously, this is all just speculation I'm speaking about now. This could be a mammoth strategy call for these guys to be pitting here, fresh set tyres to the end of the race. We could be looking at this battle again once another set of pit cycles have occurred.
Yeah, you're right there, and it could well be a great tactic that's been played out here. And I mean, again, we're only surmising and guessing and making assumptions, but it certainly looks like this could be the way they've gone. And we've just over. Well, there you go. The clock has just ticked over that 65 minutes left. So there are going to be some cars pitting very soon, I would have thought, or they're going to be cars that take it all the way down, and maybe they split it in half and they try and make that last hour and a half left with the single pit stop, just to try and split it in half and go 50-50 with a new set of tyres. Or maybe they've gone with one set of tyres for that last hour and a half, and they're just like keeping the fuel levels low to try and help protect those tyres a bit more. But certainly the 55 car certainly looks like they've got a completely different strategy, and fair play to them. This is why we love these type of events, where we've got those the multiple hours where the teams can really play their hand on strategy and make a different call to everyone else. And invariably, you often find it works, and on the odd occasion it might not. But certainly when weather gets involved, Callum, it certainly seems to work.
Yeah, I'm not sure about you, Les, but when I'm making these kind of decisions, it's more often always the wrong one. Obviously, going back to, I know that me and you are racing in our 6-hour series that we have a week before this. We've got a team of friends that it's their first actual sort of season driving here at RCI and on ACC. So I'm meant to be, leading the charge and making the calls for the team. And I always make the wrong one. And I always make the most mistakes. It's their first season, and they got those guys are outperforming and outdriving me by a country mile. So I'm definitely not salty about that, by the way, Les. I don't know if you can tell by the tone of my voice. As it looks like the 769 has had a good run up Eau Rouge. Will he be able to tuck in that slipstream and just make a late braking move on the 55? I just think he's just too far back, and right now he's just praying. Can that 55 just hit right now? That's all he's probably thinking about right now, because it just seems like everything he does, he cannot get past the legs of this Aston Martin. As we've said, the Bentley is great out of the corner, but has horrendous top speed, probably because it's so goddamn big, the boat, after all. Yeah, I feel sorry for him, if anything. One thing I did want to just quickly shout out is we do have a sub on Twitch. Jamper, thanks for the prime on Twitch. Greatly appreciated.
Nice one, Jamper, and thanks, like Callum said. So, yes, I've just noticed as well, we do have a report come through from the stewards. They have deemed that the 32 was too aggressive, driving under blue flags, and they have been awarded a 5-second penalty for doing so. And that was with the 39 and number 32 battling out, as we saw live on our feed. So, yeah, as we thought, Callum, it was too aggressive. It was maybe a little bit silly, and they've now been given a 5-second penalty for that, just to add to their woes. But you know, it just goes to prove you need to be patient. The blue flags around and being a lap down, you just got to. Yes, the gap might have been there, but you really need to be using your brain and thinking of the bigger picture. And unfortunately, slight lapse in that, and they've been given a penalty for it. So, and there's also another penalty actually for the same car for the 32. They've now been awarded another 5-second penalty for the same reason. Aggressive driving under blue flags, Callum.
And one thing I do want to just bring up on that is the 32 is currently sitting P3 in the championship on 207 points, still mathematically in contention for the win. But if not, a really solid result with a P2 or a P3. And we're seeing the 255 show why they're leading the championship right now with an absolutely dominating performance. If they don't win Barcelona, we could potentially see a champion that hasn't won a single race in the season. But with a 32, he knows he's not having the best race. He knows he's maybe a little bit out of position and losing some points in the championship. But to do things like that, get the penalty, it's not adding anything, if that makes sense. And obviously I can't comment on anything, we're far of the caliber of these drivers, but I do think accepting the position you're in, get as many points as you can, and just play that sort of situation a little bit safer probably would have been better. Gaining that extra bit of points where it is so tight in that sort of top 5 positions. That P1 is mathematically possible for the top 4 at this stage, but P2, P3, that's anyone's grabs, and that's a big chunk of prize money.
Yeah, it certainly is. But yeah, no, it's like you said. The number 32 team racing point. They're third in the championship. It's sometimes it can be instances like that can really wreck your overall championship. But yeah, it just needs to have a calm head now. Head down. They're not having the best of their races so far, but it's still a decent haul of points potentially at the end of the race. Currently sitting in P23, like you said. But I must say, we were watching Marlon Lawrence and that 769 Bentley for RCI Esports blue team going through Eau Rouge, and I must say there was a heart in the mouth moment for me as you really saw that Bentley move over Eau Rouge into Radion, and I honestly thought at one point the car might be spinning off out into the fencing, and thankfully that wasn't the case. As we see now, Valentin Barrier again trying to get up close behind that 202 of Sonotti into the Lucon there. Just didn't quite have enough speed to be able to get on the back and maybe side by side into Lucon, but trying yet again. It looks like this battle's going to continue all the way to the end of the race, Callum.
All the way to the end of the race, but who will undoubtedly become 3 as the 45 Aston is only 1.1 seconds behind. So every time Valentin shows a nose, tries to make a little bit of a move, and number 45 is just creeping in, and 2 is very, very quickly going to become a 3-way fight. We've probably got about 25 minutes left of all their stint timers currently, so their tyres are starting to wear. Who's used the most of their tyres at this stage is really going to come into play, and then they're all going to pit, and it's just going to be an outright drag race for that P4 position, where I think all gloves are going to be off. It's already been a little bit scrappy in places, a little bit door banging, some brilliant moves by this trio, but for the final hour we could be seeing a lot more of that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree on that. We're now what I call in the business hour of the race, and yeah, this is where we're going to see maybe some more risky moves and maybe some more safe driving from others. But I know it sounds a little bit silly to say that, but what I mean is, the guys that have got those gaps and they're leading, like the 201 of Gladius car is Currently got the nice healthy gap so far to the 255. They're going to be taking it a little bit easier this last hour just to try and make sure they just bring it home and hope for no instances or any mistakes so they can get this win under their belt. But we are again on board with Martin Lawrence, the 769 RCI Esports Bentley, as we see them now approaching Blanchimont around this very, very fast left-hander, flat out, top gear. Now we come down to the bus stop. It's a very, very heavy braking. So he's going to go
gone for it.
Gone for the dive.
He's too deep. He's too deep.
He is. Oh no!
He's in the pits. The 71 has well and truly arrived. That's a series of some unfortunate events if I've ever seen that. I don't think he meant to go for that move. I think he just slightly missed his breaker point and had to go there. But now the 71 is up the inside into La Source and he's got the move done. Will the Bentley get the run into Radion? We've seen it. We know the Bentley hasn't really got the legs, but he is close. We could see it come back to him by the end of leg com, but that is extremely unfortunate for the 769. Les, sorry to jump in.
No, it's absolutely fine. I was thinking, no, don't do it. But obviously, like you said, just could have easily just slightly misjudged the breaking point, especially when you're in the toes.
He's close.
His mind's now really sniffing at the back of that Aston Martin, getting a full-blown exhaust fuse up the nostrils, but unfortunately not enough to into the commas. There seems to be the same story lap after lap in this Bentley, and now really starting to wonder what my race is going to be like tonight, Callum.
Well, I can tell you exactly what it's going to be like, Les. You're going to see the back of my car the entire time as you are not getting past.
Can you just remind everyone what car you're in tonight, please, Callum?
I'm in the Ferrari.
You're in the front. Brilliant. I can't wait. No, in all seriousness, I'm really starting to wonder what my straight line speed's going to be like. And yeah, anyway, on that note, we will go back to the race in hand, the IMB 6 hour Spa, as we see again. Oh, this might get really wide there. And the 769 looked like he was pretty much drifting around Podium, but we're now getting into the back end of the circuit as we get to this rather technical section, going now down towards the two Stabilos, where it's really, really important. We've already mentioned it. We really need to get a nice exit out this second Stabilo, and it's all about exit speed. And Martin now is probably fuming after this lap that he's had with that 55 of Fleischer coming in at the last second after what had happened as well with the dive down into the bus stop. He must have been fuming. And as we see now, we're coming down towards the bus stop again. Let's see if Martin makes another move. No, he's decided to.
I think he's learned from that one, Les. I think he's learned from that one.
We get a nice little slide at the back end into both parts of the chicane and then off to the source again.
Yeah, and if you are enjoying this race, we've spoken about it a few times. Obviously, me and Les are racing in Night Out later on today. So if you fancy a little race with us, RCI and Spa, I do actually think sign-ups are closed. You can hop in. You can hop in for next week as they've got our Night Out season starting on Saturdays. From this Monday is the Deutschland Masters. Only the German manufacturers of GT cars can race. We've spoken about Martin Lawrence already being upset that he can't use the M6. We're already allowing the M4, but that's got a really interesting calendar in the Nürburgring, Zolder, Circuit of the Americas, Suzuka, and then closing it out with the Nordschleife. So two versions of the Nürburgring Nordschleife that you'll have in that season. This Wednesday is the iRacing IMSA Season 3. Now, I've never raced in that one personally, but I often find myself watching the stream every Wednesday and really slacking on my workouts because it's just so entertaining. It's so entertaining watching the sort of the Wednesday iRacing series here and RCI. And on Friday, we're taking our first dip into a full LMU season. Absolutely stacked calendar. Sign-ups have already absolutely popped off. It's going to be an incredible event. It's one I'm probably extremely excited about. Really our first dive into LMU. I'm taking GT3 because I'm not good enough to drive the hypercars yet, but that's definitely something. If you're watching here today, give it a go. Come sign up, come race with RCI. It's going to be absolutely incredible, that Friday's championship as well as a Monday and the championship.
Well, that's what's great at the moment in RCI, isn't it, Callum? We've got, you know, if ACC is your thing, then you've got on Mondays and we've got Saturday evenings, night out. as Jesse would say. We've got those two events. We've got iRace on a Wednesday, and we've also got this brand new sim LMU on a Friday now. And we've had a couple of one-off LMU events which have run pretty well. We had a bit of an incident with one of the races where we had to postpone due to a server issue, but as we see now, I'm going to have to go back, as we see the 39 car now, Valentin Barrier getting on the left-hand side there into the source. Surely this move's going to get done now. The second time round, should we say. Let's see if they touch doors again. No, they keep it clean this time. And Valentin, no, he has not got the move done, Callum. I was totally wrong.
I thought we were going to get a bit of deja vu, but as I said, that third Aston is right involved in the party. Valentin on the inside now got to do more defending rather than attacking style of driving, which he does brilliantly as we go sort of into sector, well, sort of right in the thick of sector 2 now. No moves really can be done into Podium. Next opportunity really coming out of Stavolo and into the bus stop, but like I said, 2 has now become 3. The second you make that move and you can't make it stick, you can see that the 45 Aston was just right in there, stuck in the mix, dipping a nose. Oh, the second one moves happen. It's impossible to call who comes out the front out of these 3.
Yeah, it really is. And what must be great for the neutral is to see this battle commence. With three cars, all the same car too, all getting so close together there. And with Stephen Roch there in the 45 Aston, really trying to take the opportunity of what looked like a lifetime there. We had to get involved and pass the 39. Unfortunately, just not able to make the move. But yeah, they've got a much poorer exit out of the last Stavolo there. So as they come down to the bus stop, you can really see the gap has increased, and 39 really much better into the bus stop. Oh, it's
contact.
There is contact to take the Gladius car out and spun them round as they come out of the bus stop. That's really unfortunate, and I'm wondering now how the stewards will view that, Callum.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times today, where it's just that minor piece of contact through a corner where you've got a lot of loading on the steering wheel, a little bit of attack in the rear, and the cars are just spinning up. It's been happening up and down the racetrack today, and very unfortunate for obviously the Gladius car, but obviously something that Valentin never would have wanted to do. He just went wide into the bus stop, probably too compromised into the second section, and Valentin just didn't anticipate that. He didn't anticipate, Gladius car to not be on power at this stage. Very unfortunate. I do predict it will be a penalty coming the way of the 39 car after a brilliant drive. So he's got to try and gap this 45. He has to try and get it, so he knows he's probably got a penalty coming, and he needs to get a gap so it doesn't in fact impact his position once we go into the pit stops, and this 45 could potentially jump in.
Yeah, it's clear though that Viscera Esports number 45 there in the hands of Justin appears to be much quicker at this stage of the race than the 39 Veloce car. But yeah, you said it. I have to be in agreement with you. Unfortunately, it looks like a penalty will be on the way for Valentin there, the number 39. And yeah, just didn't anticipate it enough to be able to stop themselves getting into the back of the Gladius car. And unfortunately for the Gladius car, spun round. But we move on, and we await the steward's decision to see what happens. But they'll obviously review it from every angle with all the information to hand, and let's see what happens with that one. But yes, I can definitely see the Viscera Esports this time round now will either get the move done into the bus stop, which if they've got close enough just yet, or certainly if they haven't done it with the bus stop, they'll certainly, by the time we get to the comp, I think the move will get done, Callum. Yeah,
get done either on track or through the pit stops if we get a penalty coming. And while we're on the topic of stewards, I do just want to give a big shout out to the RCI stewarding team, volunteering their time every month for these RCI Esports races. They did an absolutely incredible job in the stewarding booth. I'm not saying I do an incredible job, but I do spend a lot of time in there, so I know the amount of work that each and every one of those stewards do in order to judge these incidents fairly. And on a lap one where it's been quite busy, it can be quite hectic, but they come in month out for these championships and really do an incredible job. So big shout out and big love to the stewards from me. If I had to guess this battle, Valentin's had an incredible drive the whole way through this race. He took the first 3 hours where he swore through the field, Giardia come in and Valentin come in. He's not pace, is what I'm trying to say. So I actually think it would be a big ask for the Special Esports to get past Barry, because I just think it's on fire. Absolute fire right now.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, stay ahead of the 45 here yet again. But yeah, we've seen a great battle so far, and you know, like you said, I applaud the stewards. You know, I couldn't do that job. I've said it many times. It's certainly not a job I could do, and we've got to praise them and thank them for the week in, week out that they do for us, whether it be on these live events or whether it be, you know, post stewarding results. But yeah, it's something definitely I can do, and I always thank them. But we have Jesse Lee has joined us back in the booth, Callum, and I believe he's got something to tell us.
Hey guys, just jumping in here for a brief moment. Well, last year, 2024 was huge for our Twitch channel over on the Twitch, and I just got to say, we got our sub badge sometime between the start of the year and now, and I'm not entirely sure where it was, or when it was, but I have news. We've been getting followers today. Thank you, No Punterino, for the follow, Net Diver, Jam Perp, and Eric Mora, and yeah, those are our newest followers. I went through them a little bit earlier on, but since we went off air, we've gained a bunch of new followers and a couple of new subs. Thank you to Jam Perp for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch, and Wegu Kinelax for also subscribing with their Prime sub. If you have a Prime sub, did you know you can sub to the RCI TV channel for free? That's true. All you got to do is hit the sub button and select use your free Prime sub. Thank you to our 2 newest subs and all of our followers today. And of course, keep going. This is incredible. Thanks for being some of our first subs to the channel. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jesse. And yeah, no, that's great to hear. We seem to be getting a very good following now, and it's growing on every single broadcaster that we seem to have. And no, it's great to hear, and it's, you know, same for YouTube, same for Twitch. It really is growing and growing and growing, and it's without you guys, we couldn't do these type of events. So it's brilliant, and thank you very much, Jesse, for giving us that update. So we've got 45 minutes left, Callum. I think the gap from the 255 to the 201 isn't closing down as quickly as I anticipated. It's certainly looking like the win for the 255 is getting less and less likely. However, we can't totally say it won't happen, and we've got, like I say, just under 45 minutes left to go. We've definitely got another pit stop to go for most of these drivers and teams, and it definitely is going to be a very, very interesting last 45 minutes, Callum.
Yep, it will be a very interesting 45 minutes. We are expecting all the cars down the pit lane one more time, bar maybe the number 55 of Fleischer. So still a couple of sort of off kilter pit strategies coming across the field. Obviously, we know the 255 is going a little bit longer than everyone. So we are expecting, you know, finally the 35 minute sprint race will happen very shortly, and obviously we've got battles up and down the field for P4, P10 getting involved. There's a lot yet to happen in these last 30 minutes, so we're going to just hop off for a quick break, and we'll come back.
Callum.
Hello. Hello everyone and welcome back to the IMB 6-hour series here at Spa, as we are starting to see everyone come into the pit lane for what will be their final stops of this race. A race that's had some wet spells and predominantly a dry spell that's really sort of mixed up strategy and mixed up what we really expected from these will culminate. Very exciting half an hour. We've got a battle for the lead, albeit a rather big margin, but we know that the 255 has the battles all up and down the field for some key points position that will lead them into the final round of Barcelona. One thing I do just want to call out first thing is a pronunciation error from our friend here, Jesse Lee here, who clearly can't read South Korean. Just correct him and say thank you, Alex, for the prime sub. I can't even remember what he called him at that point, but yeah, just wanted to do a quick call out and pronunciation check there on Jesse Lee. I'll throw you now back over to Les Stevenson, going to see me past 30 minutes. How are you?
Yes, great, Callum, and thank you very much for that intro. And we must say, as you're on that subject of Twitch subscribers, thank you, Callum Kerrigan, for becoming a tier 1 subscriber on Twitch. So thank you very much for that as well. So
thank you. I won't be able to feed my cat this month now.
I mean, I did hear it was with real British pounds that you pay for it as well, so that's even more impressive. But that's great. No, it's great, and you know, for everyone for tuning in and watching, and we've got plenty of people on YouTube watching right now, and the same on Twitch. So joining us here at RCI TV, it's always great to see, and with your support, it makes our job that a little bit more satisfying. So thank you. And talking of which, we have got it in the YouTube chat as well. It has been recognised, unfortunately. Whilst we're away having a cup of tea and dunking a biscuit, unfortunately the 39 car, Veloce Esports number 39 with Valentin Barrier and Gladius, as many of you know, on you know, our YouTube, a YouTube streamer, unfortunately have experienced a disconnect, and they are no more. Not that I can see, no more with us in this race. And we see a nice little door-to-door bang there between Sonotti there and the Gladius car, and getting the job done there. Look, as they come out of the pits, they straight away on the battle and straight away get in front of the Gladius car. But yeah, it's just going back to that disconnect. It's such an unfortunate thing to happen. It's nothing anyone can, you know, anyone's got control over. Sometimes it's an internet issue, sometimes it's a server issue, and sometimes it's just what we call ACC things. And I can actually see on the track map the 39 is still going round. So it looks like they have been able to join us back into this IMB 6 hours of Spa race here today. But Callum, isn't it terrible when you hear things like that?
It's just absolutely gutting, especially considering they're having such a good race. I mean, Valentin in particular has been an absolute monster in that Aston today, climbing positions through stint 1 and really holding on to just shy of a podium finish. Even incredible for their championship. They're currently sitting in P4, mathematically capable of taking the win, or taking the win come Barcelona if everything falls their way. But sitting in P4, P5 and having a disconnect at this stage in the race is truly heartbreaking. So I do definitely feel for them. It's good to see them still circulating, you know, getting in those points as when we come to Barcelona, every place matters. They're still in contention for a P2, P3 come Barcelona, which is prize money at the end of the day, is what these guys do. They compete in these competitions to get money, and I think me and you would both love that life of sort of esports for a living, but we're a little bit of the way off for that, as we as you said, we're on board with the 202 Gladius competition car and the 179 Ferrari. Everyone, I'm not 100% sure cycle round for a pit stop. Yeah, I believe we have. That Ferrari is just silently just climbing his way up the field, now sitting in 5. Absolutely brilliant and sort of quiet drive there that we haven't really taken too much notice of. A brilliant drive for the 179. I think 45 is just about the pits as well. Way up ahead currently onto it, potentially as people secured. We're in this last 30 minutes. Some people could be on fresh tyres, some people could be on new, sort of unsure when at this stage, but with gaps around the 2-second P9 there, up to P8, 2-second gap there, P13, P12, there's a 2-second gap, P20, P19, there's a 1.1 second gap. There's fights up and down the field here, Les, to really keep us going to the end of the race.
Sorry, Callum. Right, yes, we've Stewie behind our cameras here doing the broadcast for us. A great job of that too. He's kindly supplying information in the background and letting us know that actually all but 3 cars are double stinting these tyres. So we have 3 cars effectively on a sprint half-hour race for them, and everyone else is double stinting those tyres. So yes, we have. I believe it's the 55, the 20, the 24. According to Stewie there, that are on this sprint race effectively to the end. With 27 minutes remaining, doesn't look like we're going to get any rain now, Callum. I think it's all a bit too late now for any rain to take any effect. Even if it was to come in half an hour, it's obviously not going to be in time for the end of this race. So it's going to be a dry finish to this race. As we've already mentioned, for those that don't know, we did have a wet start. We had quite a bit of rain in that first hour of the event, and where we saw lots of small little instances. We saw some great racing, close racing as well, and also some strategy where we saw even the 769 deciding to start from pit lane and to opt to really use those wet tyres for the right conditions, and they were able to make their way all the way up the field, and very impressively so, and now up into P9. So yeah, it's been an eventful but a classic Spa race, I like to say, with some uncustomary sunny weather right to from, let's say, the last 4.5 hours. So but Callum, I don't know about you, but it's certainly looking like this is all the 201 Gladius the Gladius excuse me, Gladius competition's win today.
I am Les. I called him going to win an arrow.
Yes,
not salty did. At all there, Les. Not salty at all. No, but well called. The 201 is just it just had that lead and he's held on to it. He's done exactly what he knows. The 255's catching up. He knows that the 255 has an incredible amount of pace, but 255 made a mistake early on in the race, so this 201 could just sit, take 5-10% off the pace and just know all he needs to do. Circulate for another 20 minutes and it's in the bag. And what a win it is. Gladius team, who've had a bit of a rough run in the season. The 201 hasn't even last 2 rounds, returning to the championship with a win. It's perfect return to form, as a lot of people will say, and we're on board with the 202, the other Gladius competition. Facing down this P5, it'd be a good haul of points for the team championship. There's no team championship. It's going to be a good haul for Gladius guys.
It certainly is. It certainly is, and certainly allowing this championship to, this series, I say, to really sort of ramp up these last couple of races. As many of you know, this is the 5th out of the 6 races of this series, and here at Spa we will be seeing out to the end, and then of course our next event in around about a month's time we'll be going to Barcelona, which is definitely one of those very technical tracks, not great with tyres, and with the limited tyre sets that are available throughout this series, being the amount that you're allowed in the 6 hours, it's certainly going to make things very, very interesting with strategies and also that sort of thing going on. But yeah, so it's coming to a close of series, but it's certainly not. The trials and tribulations for a lot of teams are very, very up and down, and you can see 255 competition have been the most consistent so far, hence why they're leading the championship, Alan.
Yeah, and fun fact that I believe was spoken about earlier is the 255 hasn't won a single race this season. I believe you brought that up about an hour ago. Won a single race this season. A couple of P3s, a P2 and a P5 sprinkled in there. They don't need the wins to secure what will be, after this race, a hefty championship lead. They've just been consistent. You could put in the best performance of your life in a race car, or a virtual race car, but luck does need to be on your side, and there have been some teams which we know have the pace and we know we've got the capability to really be taking it to these teams and really be up there week in, month out. Sometimes luck just hasn't gone in their way. There's here, like what we just experienced with the 39, who's been on an absolute charge and incredible drive this race, having a disconnect, therefore hurting their sort of chances to hold on P4 in the championship or better it. Luck does come into play, And the 255 not only has performed to that extremely high consistent level, but also just kept cleaner incidents, kept circulating, and they're about to pick up another podium of another P2.
Yeah, and with these endurance events, that's why we always say that the race can't be won at turn one. Even to the extent a lot of people think that qualifying in an endurance event such as this is not all that important. And when you look at the 769, the RCI Esports Blue Bentley starting from pit lane today, just goes to prove that solidly in the top 10 now. Another shout out really, number 7, the Williams Esports Academy team in that Mercedes. If they finish today in P8, which is looking likely with the gaps around, you've got to be a little bit careful with Martin Lawrence closing in behind. But if they can hold this for the next 20 or so minutes, they will equal their best finish in this series so far. So another good day for these guys and a standout team so far for me. But we looked at it a couple of hours ago. You'd look at the top sort of 10 really, and it was mainly Aston Martins and Lamborghinis, and now we've got a little bit more of a mix. We've got a few more manufacturers mixed in there, and the Lambos, Ferraris, and Mercedes, and one Bentley. But yeah, it's certainly proving longevity for some of these teams, and consistency is always key.
You've even got the Beamers and the McLaren sort of sprinkled in there into the top 20. It's been a really sort of consistent sort of even race. I found this one, even though we are seeing some Aston dominance, which we've seen in previous rounds, especially in the wet weather. The Lambos, I spoke about them earlier. I've got a soft spot for them in this race in particular because they really provided some solid entertainment in that first thing. But, see P44 Durbin currently sitting there in the Lambos, secured that P3 quite comfortably. During the first stint, I think the number 6 was up there into the podium positions as well. So sprinkle the Ferrari in the mix. Yeah, what you said about the Williams Academy car, you're absolutely right. The Mercedes hasn't been the strongest this season, but to get that into P8 has been an absolute mammoth drive for them, and all they've got to do is survive the windshield, sorry, the rear mirror sort of staring down, the Bentley staring down them. We're probably filling every inch of that rear view mirror considering the size of the Bentley. And yeah, we're going aboard with Barry, as we said. He's rejoined since his disconnect, which is really good to see because every point matters, especially with where they're sitting in the championship. But he's picked up a little purple lap, showing off that he's absolutely had the pace today and some very, very key points for that championship fight.
Yeah, and it's great to see them back and still going for it. Like I said, every point counts. It's just to add a little bit of salt to the wound there, getting a fastest lap as well. And that takes a point away, of course, from the guys that had it originally. I can't remember. I think it might have been Abeladze, the 255 competition car that had it originally. So taking that away, so that's another point sort of gained, I suppose, really from them and taken away from others. So it's always worth, guys, if you do experience this type of thing yourself, don't give up. It's the last half an hour of the race. Yes, granted, you feel like giving up, but at the end of the day, it's worth going back in. You never know how many points you could just pick up here and there by other people having similar problems, or just a small mistake can cause you going into the barriers, and before you know, that's no pun intended, by the way, and then before you know, you can gain some more points that way. So it's always worth, and these guys are proving it to finish out the race and carry on. But yeah, it's a real shame, but it's happened. They've got to take it under the chin and really sort of get on with it. And you hope sort of Jardier's teammates really putting his arm around him and making sure that he can finish out this race with a positive mind to get the job done. But yeah, really unfortunate. But going down now 3 laps down, as we see now a drive-through for one of, I can't believe someone else is using my race number 46. But Alfano there's got a drive-through what can only be 4 track limits. So this late on in the race, really, really unfortunate. That could be, you never know. I don't know in regards to their laps behind, but you never know. It might be the 39 picks up another position that way. But Callum, it certainly is one of those things I always install in any team I'm with. You go to the end, no matter what.
Yeah, I wish I had that same mentality, Les. As you know, I'm quite prone to a cheeky retirement from here and then. But yeah, perseverance get the points, do the laps, get that purple lap, and show off the pace that the 39 could have had, and it's just absolutely gutting because they've had just such a good race, and we are for the first time in I believe quite a long time on board with the lead. Absolute dominance from the 201. Took the lead early on after sort of the round of pit stops from the dry runners and has just run away. Absolutely dominated. A comfortable 16-second margin, unless they lose a second, a minute to that 255 car. What is Stewie showing us on the rear wing there, Les?
To be honest, my eyesight's that bad I can't see it. So it's I'm sure it's nothing rude, but no, some great liveries on these teams' cars today and throughout the series, and we can say racing for Christian there. So that's nice to see there on the bonnet. But no, you're right. Gladius competition there really have taken the bull by the horns and really gone on with this race. And to be honest, they just stayed clear of any issues, and they've been able to sort of get a little bit of a lead out ahead of the 255 competition car who've made their way up to P2, and and have been able to keep it there. And yes, the gap's come down to 16 seconds, but that's probably more of Gladius really sort of taking their foot off the gas a little bit, trying to make sure that they can really bring the car home and secure this win. And I hope I'm not putting that commentator's curse on them, which I really hope.
If you have, we're never speaking again.
Okay, I'll take that one. Like that. But let's hope that it's what is for them. The karma. I'm a full believer in karma, and if that's what they deserve, that's what they deserve, and I'm sure they do. And it's been a great performance so far. But Callum, I don't know about you. 15 minutes left to go. I often think, it's a 6-hour race. Most of these teams are running the 2 drivers. They can have 3. We haven't really had to worry too much about limited tyre sets today. So there has been a lot of flat-out racing. We've had rain, which has really taken its toll on some drivers. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on, after 15 minutes, how easy it can be to lose concentration, and maybe something untoward can happen to that team.
Well, there's you know me, probably as well as most people here at RCI. I am an absolute I have abysmal concentration when it comes to a 30-minute or a 45-minute race, let alone a 6-hour. And sort of the mental ability these guys have to stay in this level of focus and drive at this level of competitiveness for the 6 hours. Albeit, you're swapping in and out of teams, but you go to Barrier. He's done 5 hours today. You saw Boothby last race do 4, or was it another 5 hours? Keeping that level of mental concentration and operate at that level is genuinely mind-blowing for me. It's something which I know I personally won't be able to do, because I just instantly lose concentration and things like this. But it's a completely different ball game to stay this focused.
At this focus and at this level, I suppose. Yeah, that's what you're saying. And yeah, I think you've got more concentration than you give yourself credit for. But I know what you're trying to say. And yes, it's easily done. But with enough practice and enough willpower, I suppose, and your teammates sort of willing you on, I think it can be done. And let's not forget, like yourself and myself, we've done 4-hour stints on our own. I mean, I've done one through the night here at this very track in a 24-hour race for RCI. With RCI, and and I know that we've done that one. We've done a one-off Nordschleife event in the M2. That lovely car. I do love that car. The BMW M2 competition car, or the CS M2, and it's we did it was 6 hours maybe, actually, think about it.
We did.
I'm not going to cry about it, but I did win that race. But anyway, on that note, we are looking down the order. See, I'll tell you one car that's really surprised me a little bit, actually, is the 138 of Makovkin. Really dropped down the order. I don't know what's happened there, whether it was strategy, played a bit of that, or what. Right, okay, we had just been informed by Stewie there was a drive-through, and actually going to them now, we can see making a move now on the CRT car. Sorry, they are the CRT. Having a move made on them, shall I say, by the other Aston Martin there, and having that position. Where was it for a lap car? Oh no, it's Valentine Barrier, of course. I'm completely wrong. As they got past with their fresher tyres, and and lot less fuel most likely. But no, it's been a bit of a surprise. I forgot all about that drive-through, so that makes a little bit of sense. One thing I did notice actually, Callum, is the 46 car. Not only did they have the drive-through there for track limits, but also they've managed to accumulate 2 5-second penalties from the stewards, where it's been reported that they've had. One was for a dive bomb leading to an avoidable contact with the number 20 car, and another 5 seconds for pit entry violation. All 4 wheels over the line, Adam.
All 4 wheels? Well, they stole your number and your driving ability, Les. I'm joking. It's a logo. I do apologise. Yeah, very unfortunate. We do have strict pit exit rules here at RCI, and I think we've seen sort of up and down the field a number of those sort of being broken, albeit 1, 2, or even 4 wheels off the line. There have been a host of penalties coming to drivers for those particular infringements.
I mean, that was a particular low blow, and I'm not going to let you have that. But at the same time, it was actually a pit entry violation. Rather than exit. Yes, so I have to correct you there, Kevin, I'm afraid. But on that note, looking at the time left to go, I must say we do have to throw a few shout-outs and a big thanks to our partners with IMB Racewear. See at the bottom left-hand corner of the screen right now. Scrolling across the Moser Racing as well with some great sim racing equipment that you can purchase through those guys. And please don't forget to use our affiliate links. And of course, a set of competition, of course, the sim that we are currently in and broadcasting to you right now and using for our esports series. But you know, with this IMB 6 hours of Spa really coming to a close now, things have calmed down a little bit. We've got lots of big gaps between cars. There are a few smaller gaps. We've got Martin Lawrence getting very close now to the back of the 777 Williams Esports Academy Mercedes there, and you come on board now. See how the gap really has closed down, and I think Martin's really going to be looking to get this position from the 777 as soon as possible with only 10 minutes left to go. He's still got plenty of time. There is a small gap. Sorry, there's quite a smallish gap between 777 and the next car ahead, the number 6 of Schubeck, but unfortunately I think that'll be a bit too much for such a little time left, Callum.
Yeah, absolutely, but he's just gunning for this P8 at the minute. 6 tenths behind. We know that the Mercedes struggles a little bit in straight line here today, so this could be a little bit different to what we've seen from the 769 in regards to chasing the Aston. We've probably got a little bit less of a straight line disparity between the 2 cars. So with 9 minutes left, 5-ish laps, it's for all the marbles in these guys. That we may see some elbows, hopefully no aggressive moves, calculated moves. Martin knows he's quicker, so he's probably just wait for the opportunity or hook it into the slipstream into Les Combes or the bus stop. As we have only got 9.5 minutes to go, and we've watched 769 climb up towards the 777 Williams Esports car. As I usually do at the end of a race like this, I want your team of the day, Les, as well as your favourite livery.
Well, team of the day has to go to the 201. I know that sounds a bit boring. They're leading the race. They're most likely going to win as well. But it has to go to the 201. I mean, that Gladius competitions car currently sitting 21st in the series. This will be their first win. Equally, it's going to mean that there's going to be a third different team winning a race in this series. That's always good to see and hear as well. So for me at the moment, I'd have to say the Gladius competitions 201 Aston Martin for me is team of the day. And then I would have to say it goes to the liveries. I think my favourite, it's a bit of a, unfortunately it's in the heart, I'm afraid, but I always have to go for the RCI Esports livery for me on the Bentley. Lovely looking car anyway. I just love that livery. It's always one that's always one of my favourites. What about you, Callum?
Well, I think it's hard to argue with the 201, and isn't it, Les? Just really seized the opportunity and dominated this race from the front. But I'm going to go on the boring side again, and I've said it time and time again in this race. The 255 to make the time mistake they did early on in this race. Had to be 16 seconds behind the lead. I think at one point they were 46 seconds off. I think was the timing calculated as Martin Lawrence gets very close. Hopefully he doesn't lose too much time there in order to have another go. It looks like he just didn't anticipate the Merc or missed his own braking point. He just broke way too late. Stewie's telling me just missed his braking point a touch and lost a amount of time to that 777, losing, and then the laps just running down for him. So he needs to now catch up. Catching is one thing, passing is for Martin Lawrence. But yeah, onto the 255. It's just hard not to say, to come from the back of the grid after pitting on lap 3 and to be in the position. I think we did look at it. It was 46 seconds at one point. It's hard not to give that shout out. As I said, I've got a big soft spot for the Lambos. I do want to give 39 a shout. I think they drove a brilliant race. And in terms of liveries, the Rusty's Aston Martin I haven't seen today, which is usually my pick, because big up to Pixar's cars. But I actually really like the Gladius livery because there's a little bit of pink on it, and you know how I like pink on cars.
Oh yeah, pink is very close to you, Gallagher. You like a bit of pink, but yeah, no, it's there's some great liveries out there. I mean, even the 255 competition car, I quite like that livery as well. And we now see the Mustang here of Jonas Klosfeld. That's quite an interesting livery as well. Got a bit of a zebra and a tiger mix to it, Callum.
Yeah, I wonder if Stu is showing some of his favourite liveries right now to us. But I will say, if there is anyone watching these last 6 minutes with us, please drop in the YouTube and RCI chats what your favourite liveries and what your team of the days were, so we can give them a shout out and sort of get some opinions from our watchers here. So yeah, Stewie just suckling through a few nice liveries. That 99 is actually lovely, and we saw this, the 32, the Dave Patel car, get involved in a few scraps with Valentine Barrier while he was being lapped. That is also a lovely sort of graffiti style car. And then the Gladius, which is one of my favourites. I probably will say I like it a bit more than the Ferrari than I do the Aston. That's because I'm a Ferrari driver occasionally. As we go on board with the 26, also a lovely livery here. They're your colours, aren't they?
Yes, they are. But it's not on one of my favourite cars. I must say, I'm not a massive fan of the Mustang. But yeah, it looks pretty decent. I do like this Eau Rouge sponsor on the car. Very relevant, or very fitting, sorry, for this particular race. Simply Pace,
I think. Simply Pace, yeah. I tell you what, I like that livery. It's just simple, isn't it? Just simple shapes, but really, really effective.
Yeah, I mean, if you want simple, look at that Ferrari, just all white. But yeah, we've got another nice BMW in the #1 car here, West Competition Racing. Again, a bit more of a almost graffiti style livery with some nice, interesting colours there. As another, you can see the RCI Esports red team, I'm assuming they're behind #1 car as well. So. Yes, it is a Martin Gradient behind the wheel, but looks like they're going to get a move done as well. But yeah, we've got the Lambos. They always have pretty decent liveries. Benzo, and back to the Gladius. But yeah, there's some great liveries in here. Oh, of course, we've got the Del Fante gold, red, and black livery. Again, kept it simple. Just not a massive fan of gold on cars, but that's just my personal opinion. But, some of these liveries are really a lot of time spent in them. I can't do liveries, that's why I get used to it, Callum.
I don't know why you get me to do them, because I'm not very good at them either. But we have just got a shout out for the Gladius cars in both categories that I asked for in the chat. So a lot of love there for the Gladius cars. We also got a shout out to the boys in the 44 and the 45 car today for putting in a solid drive. Absolutely loving these shout outs coming from the chat right now.
I don't think they could have said any better. Solid drive indeed. P3 and P4 to say a solid drive, that is bang on. I mean, to get a podium and a 4th place, I think that's pretty good going in a esports event such as this. And as we see now, Martin Lawrence right on the back now of the 777 William Esports Academy.
2 laps to do this. I think there's 2 laps.
Yeah. Where's the leader? The leader. Yes, I would say 2 laps. Yeah, we've got this and I'd say, I'd say this and 2 more. But yeah, he's really getting a good job with that. That Merc did really get a good drive off of the source. It does look from here like the brake lights are flashing. I can tell you they're definitely not. As we get a nice, look how loose the car is as they go through the Rouge into Radion. That is scary, and I think Stewie agrees. But see a replay here, to see the steering, the correction having to be done there as they go over the bumps, and the elevation change really unsettling the car. But they've obviously set up a very, very loose rear end to that car, and maybe a little bit on the stiff side as well. But still unable to get this move done, but very, very close, Callum.
Yeah, very, very close. And, he's going to be coming through the twisted section. So the next opportunity is most likely coming at the bus stop. So while we wait for that, we've got another couple of messages in the chat. Miss Inconsistent saying this is their first ever sim racing stream that they've watched. So welcome. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And they are very biased. So they are loving the 52 and the 2 car, who have also had brilliant drives today.
Oh yes, learning the ropes today. Well, fair play, and welcome Miss Inconsistent with the word that Callum can't pronounce. The 52 and the 62 cars, right? Okay, interesting. And yeah, let's see your seats. The Brabant. Yeah, I've got Warner up in P15, and I'm just struggling to find the 62 typically. But yeah, no, it's that's great to see new people coming in and enjoying the event. And as you see, there's Stewie quite rightly puts us down there to see 62 car. But yeah, no, it's good to have you with us. And Giacomo is obviously saying that they can't complain. And then we've got Pranav Kalavala. There you go. I nearly couldn't pronounce it. Hopefully, some vengeance coming from Monza in the next 2 laps. Well, oh, and Martin Lyons
a little bonk there.
Just to let them know they're there, Callum.
Yeah, I think they both went a little bit too deep, trying to get the better of each other into the braking zone. It just came together there as they were trying to straighten their car up, ready for the second part of the bus stop, as they are now on their final lap. The leaders are coming through Stavolo, so we've got the leaders to watch as they come through their dominant drive, as well as these two fighting for the final position of P8. Right now, I couldn't flip a coin and tell you where it goes, Les.
Well, I'm just looking at where the leaders are now, and I think unless they let off the gas a little bit, they might well be making another lap out of this. It's going to be close.
Oh, yeah, you're very right.
They're coming up to the bus stop now, so it looks like they're either going to have to completely stop at the line and wait for the clock to tick down, because they do have enough time behind them to do that, but they're not going to do that. They're going to go over the line, so it's going to be another lap. Right, we've got the RCI Esports blue team now have the remains of this lap, and then one more lap to get the job done, to get that P8. But it's I kind of want the 777 to be at a whole position to equal their best finish so far in the series and make a good finish of this race. But at the same time, obviously RCI close to the heart, I want them to do well as well. So it will certainly be interesting. I do think the gap has definitely increased since that small tap, that love tap into the bus stop. So I don't know if they're going to be able to get it done, Callum, but I don't know about you, but it's been a great race.
Been a great race, has still given us entertainment all the way to the end, as the leader is on their final lap coming through the Les Combes chicane. This is actually the tallest, so sort of the most elevated point in the track. I don't think if you've never been to Spa in real life, you've got Rouge and Radion, but all the way down that straight up to Les Combes, it's still going uphill. And I went in 2013, my legs have still never fully recovered. But the second you go through that Les Combes chicane, you're actually downhill all the way to Stavolo, and Stavolo is the lowest point of the race. You then climb back up to the bus stop, which once you're there, actually about the same elevation height as the top of Radion. It's really, really interesting, because I don't think the games or sort of any TV actually do the elevation of this place justice. It is absolutely colossal, and if you ever get a chance to go far, I highly, highly recommend it. Les, I'm going to hand over to yourself as we see our leader in the 201 come through Stavolo, taking his final full pelt onto the throttle into the bus stop for what will be an incredible race, an incredible win for this team.
Thank you, Callum, and yes, you are rightly so. From every word there, bang on. And we've got the Gladius competitions 201 now coming around Blanchimont to complete this 6-hour 6-hour series race. IMB 6 hours of Spa, of course, not to forget, as they take a last little dive down into the bus stop. Take what is going to be a great win for this team, and to make it the third team in this series to win a race. So it's great, and you can see they're very, very happy. Almost making a spectacle there. And we see the 255 steered by Philip Menard, going to bring this team, the 255 competition car, over for P2 and a well-deserved P2. Probably a little bit disgruntled from where they started on the pole, but to finish in P2 after 6 hours is still mighty impressive, especially after the problems that they had. And I'm intrigued now, Stuart. I do apologise, but I'm intrigued to see what's happening with Martin Lawrence in the 769 now. But we are on board at the moment with Jonas Koesveld, overseeing racing in Sports number 42 Mustang. See if they can get their move done.
Oh, last move in the final corner for a position. Is he going to get it? He's going to have to go out on exit. Is he going to get a better exit than the McLaren? I don't think he's done. The McLaren's going to stick that as P. Oh, a little bit of a tap there maybe. Did he run out of fuel? I'm not sure what happened. As we see the P3, number 44 of the Visceral Esports car, come through in P3. An incredible drive from the Lamborghini, sandwiched in a little host of Astons as we ride on board with the 769 for position. This is coming all the way down to the final corner.
He's gonna dive it.
Oh, is he gonna?
He's gonna make the move. I know he is. He's gonna go for the left-hand side to try and get the switch back. Oh,
he's lost it. It has to be said, the Williams placing the car there in the middle of the track, so there was not a lot of room either side. Was absolutely genius from them from a defensive position. A well-deserved and matching the best result of the season there in P8, as we see a few cars coming across the line. Now Fleischer in P11.
Yes, Callum, and now we see the last of the Visceral Esports cars, I believe, to then cross the line in P12. But we did see the two Visceral Esports making a bit of a bum draft up the air as I obviously congratulate their teammates on what's been a great race today. And we see now Oystein Brenham taking the West Competition number 1 Beamer across the finish line as well, to finish in P13. And must say, going into the bus stop there, I did wonder if Martin was going to be able to get that move done, and I think he just lost the rear end, as we all witnessed. It's clear as day, and unable to get it done. But what a great finish to what was a great event, Callum.
Yeah, brilliant finish and a well-deserved victory there by the 201. Saw the opportunity with the 255, making the mistake, took that lead, ran away really in those first two stints, just got that comfortable gap, ready to take a good 95, good 5 or 10% off of pace, and just controlled that absolutely beautifully. A well-deserved first-time winner in this series, especially considering the run they've had so far. So GG, well played, Gladius.
Yeah, GG indeed. And you look down the results there, and as we can see, most of the teams running a two-person team, but did have the odd 3. But yeah, it's good. These team events always provide good racing, with a bit of weather spiced in there as well, or mixed in and added spice. Always gives and promotes good racing anyway. So no, it's been a great spectacle today. A little bit of a lull during the middle of the race, but that's nothing unusual. And today was no different. So yeah, some great racing, great liveries, great teamwork, great strategies played across the board. Unfortunately, because the rain was only sort of an hour really, it meant that the teams didn't really have to worry too much about their slicks being limited to only the 4 sets for the race. But either way, it's been great. And I don't know about you, Callum, I really can't wait until this last round now in Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking ready for interview, we've got a few interviews to conduct. Should we bring them in?
Oh, absolutely. Let's bring them in. Yes, of course. Yes, as Callum quite rightly said, we've got a few people waiting in the green room. Probably having a cup of tea and maybe dunking some of our biscuits while they're waiting. But yeah, Callum, by all means, bring some people over and let's see how their race went today and see their perspective. I think we're gonna bring Philip Menard over. Hello, Philip. Congratulations on the P2 today and your 245 competition car today. Just interested really on your perspective of how that went today for you guys.
Yeah, mixed at the start, but we kind of pulled it back. The pace we had, I think if we took the right strategy, for sure the win was on the cards smoothly, but yeah, just damage limitation after the first stint, so pretty happy with this. Unfortunately, the championship's gonna probably go to Barcelona now. So yeah, what did it really?
Well, from my perspective, obviously it's great to see other teams winning, and I know you guys are leading the championship, but to be leading it without actually winning a race so far in this series, is the goal now at Barcelona just to finish enough to win the championship, or do you really want to go out there and just win the race and be done with it?
I mean, we always go for the win wherever we race, so yeah, we're for sure gonna be contending. I don't know if Yachislav is going to drive with me though. We might have a guest appearance for that, but we'll see. It's going to be a busy day. I think that's
No, it's great. I'm going to pass over to Callum now, see if he's got some questions for yourself.
Just one for me. Mammoth drive to end up in the position you were. I guess the only question is, do you have one hand on that championship now, do you think?
well, maybe 1.5, but it's not there yet. I think it's still. I think we need to get a deep result at Barcelona, and then we should. But I think the alien car was pretty. So they didn't have the main lineup too, but yeah, they were still really quick, and they gained a lot of positions. I think if they stayed in 17th, we would have probably taken the championship, but they obviously didn't. So we're gonna go to Barcelona. So what did that?
No worries. Well, best of luck. Just before we send you off and we bring in P3, do you have anyone you want to shout out for today's race?
Yeah. Well, first of all, sponsors: Go Setups, FM, Sync Mesh Gloves, and AT Drive. And nothing much else apart from that.
Well, thank you very much, Philip, and an incredible drive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much, Philip, and Brick coming in for the interview as well, and congratulations to the team. If you can pass that on to all you guys, and yeah, that's a great shout out as well, and congratulations, and we'll see you in Barcelona.
Cheers.
Okay, Callum. So we're going to bring over now. I think let's bring over the leaders. Let's bring over the winners. Actually, let's bring the winners over to speak to guys. Work this out. Me and technology, Callum, not mixing again.
Yeah, well, I'm not too good with technology either, but we'll just bring them over very shortly.
And there we go. So Tobias and Marco. Oh, we've got another one, and Lorenzo as well. Hey guys, welcome into the booth. Great win today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yes, and it's been we were mentioning it in the broadcast, and we were looking at results previously, and we've very quickly realised that you guys are the third team to win in this series, win a race, of course, and that's great to see someone else winning. But also great to see you guys, with a great livery car, as we mentioned as well, to really get up there and get the job done. And congratulations. I just wanted to see if you guys, what you found during the race was sort of the most sort of challenging, really.
Well, thank you very much. First, so I think that the most important thing in endurance races is consistency, and we just didn't do a single mistake. Every lap perfect. Also a very good preparation, and well, that's I think worked for this race, and well, fantastic.
Marco and Tobias, you want to chip in at all?
Well, I think it was important to keep an eye on the tires over the stint, and we really managed that well. And yeah, the setup we had, it was amazing. So it was just a really great race. No problems from start to finish.
Sorry to just chip in there, but so Tobias and Marco and Lorenzo. Who predominantly sort of does your setup? So do you work together as a team to get that setup correct, or is it just one person and you all just drive to that one setup?
Yeah, with the Aston, we use for all the season the Aston, so we have a certain base for every track, and we try to work on it as a team and trying to put in what we can put, and everyone is trying to help to change the for at the minimum level the setup.
Yeah, that's great. You know, teamwork at its best, I suppose. And yeah, that's brilliant. Well, Callum, you got any questions for these guys that have won this fabulous event?
Mainly just the utmost congratulations, guys. It was so good to see you guys take a dominant lead and really just control that pace at the front. It was truly a stellar drive, and I noted on your results you haven't had the strongest of seasons, so sort of come back in this way and get a win must be really satisfying.
Yeah, true. After basically 3 disconnection, finally we could show our real pace. So we're very happy for this win and hope to another one in the last race.
Absolutely. Well, I'll definitely do a subtle route for you, as I'm a big fan of Team Gladius after this race. Is there anyone you want to shout out before we head over to P3?
Oh yeah, maybe, of course we can. Obviously, want to thank all the team, Gladius, Giacomo, James, who always helps with the setup and strategy and everything. With a big shout out to Marcello Bonaccorti, our captain, always present, and also all the other guys of the team. The 202 car, a very good last part of the season, and also the Vincent Beer car with Bean and the other guys, very good.
That's brilliant. Well, thank you all very much for competing, and a massive congratulations on your win today, guys. We are looking forward to seeing you challenge for that victory in Barcelona.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Just quickly, guys, before you disappear, I know one of you already has. Sorry. Just very quickly, who does your livery for your car? Because I must say, it is one of the nicer ones.
Giacomo Chiappi, our team manager.
So big shout out to Jacko then, eh?
Yeah, fantastic job from Giacomo.
Yeah.
Every livery is amazing.
That's brilliant. Okay, then, guys. So, like Callum said, we look forward to seeing you at Barcelona, and we'll be rooting for you just as much as everyone else. But it'd be nice to see you guys do well there as well. So, well done today, and big congratulations to the whole team. And we'll see you in Barcelona.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, Callum. Well, we're going to bring in the P3 guys now. We got Kevin today, and we've also got Fabrizio Campanella as well that have joined us. So, guys, how was that for you? Congratulations on P3. How was that for you guys today?
That was definitely an eventful race. For an endurance, that was quite eventful. The changeable weather, at least at the start, played a key part, and positions obviously shuffling. For example, if I gotta be honest, we thought the 255 guys were done after the wrong call, but they were able, for example, to get back up to the top places, finish P2. Great job by them. And yeah, it's definitely been a race with a lot of challenges, but we were able to get past all of them and finish in the podium place, which is what we like.
So, if memory serves you right, Fabrizio, was it yourself that managed to get those two positions in one corner? I think it was Jardier and the other car evades my memory right now, but it was quite an eventful lap for you guys, wasn't it?
Yeah, it kind of was. It was a nice overtake, a little bit of a improvised overtake, I have to say, because I was like behind sitting there. Oh, I can't gain enough on the straight. In the other Gladius car also had the tow from Jadia, so I was like, I can't get through. But I mean, I tried to use the opportunity as much as possible. I knew they were going to widen the corner and their exit was going to be compromised. So I tried to take the most of it, and I'd say it really paid off, especially because I was able to then put a gap between us and them, and yeah, that also played a crucial part.
Yeah, no, it was really quite it was quite funny to see, but at the same time we were like oh, is he going to get through? And it was a nice opportunistic move, and congratulations on that. And like I said, congratulations on P3 overall. And I'm sure Callum's got a few questions for you as well, but I'll pass you over to him anyway.
Hi guys, congratulations on a brilliant drive and a P3. I just mainly wanted to thank you. You provided such entertainment throughout that race. I mean, predominantly, obviously, in stint 1, where you were absolutely like the biggest and widest Lamborghini I've seen for a long time. And even then, with the move that you sort of spoke about with Les there, what was your favourite part about what you have said has been such an eventful race?
Our favorite part was, I would say, sticking stint after stint to the top positions. So we never had to do, for example, a comeback. Generally, the thing is that there's a lot of satisfaction where you don't get a single call wrong strategy. So that was something that was the biggest challenge today, and it was very, very good. It was amazing to see that we had the right call every time.
Guys were on the money with the strategy. It was so nice to see sort of a Lambo up there. I mean, if you watch the broadcast back, you will probably see that I was maybe a little bit of a fanboy of you guys going through the race. So yeah, no, thank you for providing the entertainment. Before we sort of say goodbye and we'll see you again in Barcelona. Is there anyone you want to call out? Anyone you want to shout out?
Say shout out to the sponsor, to the team manager, Fran, which always helped us. Absolutely. I have to thank Kevin and Fabio, of course. It's thanks to them if we finished P3. So, and also thanks to you organizers to put up this really good event, and let's make it also better for Barcelona.
Thank you. And Pran, we brought you in a little bit late. Is there anything you want to quickly say as well?
Just wanted to sort of emphasize how hard these boys have been working. You know, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and yeah, these lot have been pushing. So to get 2 podiums on the bounce for our team is just immensely satisfying. And yeah, the platform that you guys put on, get these events out there for us and to show off like Fabrizio, Kevin, and Fabio's talent, always appreciated. So thank you very much to all the RCI staff for putting out these events and continuing to raise the bar.
Well, Pran, thank you very much for those kind words. It's very nice to hear, and those words are appreciated, and obviously will get passed on. But just out of interest, you mentioned there was a lot of work behind the scenes. I just wondered if you could just let our viewers know, and to be honest, I'm being nosy. When you say work that goes on behind the scenes, what we're talking about? We're talking about setup work. We're talking about working out strategies. Is it who's going to drive when? Just give us a little insight if you could.
Yeah, indeed. It's more, setup work and adapting to the situation. Yeah, it's a case of like experience allows proper strategy to sort of manifest, and to get all these sort of races going and all these on your belt. It's that you can drive yourself forward in more ways than driving fast. And also, it's just a case of, team cohesion. I mean, these 3 have been driving together for quite a long time now. So, it's not only setup work, but also team cohesion. And that's something that's paramount to the success of a team, when everyone can work together like clockwork.
Yeah, I respect there's a lot of trust that goes into it as well. You hand over the car to your teammate and you trust in them to bring that car back for the end of their stint, to then change over with the car still in one piece, for example. Or maybe, as a conversation I quite have with my teammates, is how many track limits have I got to work with? But yeah, no, it's great. It's really been a great race from from your guys' perspective, and it's great for your team. And congratulations to everyone involved. And like I said, with P3, I'm hoping that you've got big grins on your faces, and we look forward to seeing you at Barcelona.
Look forward to see you too.
That's great. Well, thank you very much for joining us, guys. And like I said, we'll see you in Barcelona.
See you later.
Right, Callum. Well, that brings us towards the end, but there are quite a few shout-outs we must give. And I don't know about you, Callum, but you mentioned already about the stewards. You know, we've had live stewarding today, like we do on quite a lot of these types of events. But you know, big shout out to all our stewards at RCI. You know, it's all voluntary, and we do. It's a job that I definitely wouldn't want to be doing, and probably don't think I could do. I'm very biased on when it comes to my own instance, for example. So it's something I definitely couldn't do. You know, we've got Stu behind the cameras bringing the great pictures that you guys have seen on both on Twitch and on YouTube. And, you know, we've got Jesse and Matt Malcolm, Jesse Lee and Matt Malcolm, obviously, that brought us the qualifying that talks us right way through to 4 hours into this race where you and I could take the easy route and have the last couple of hours. And so big thanks to them. And just everyone, you know, all our viewers, you know, everyone's got involved in the chat on YouTube and on Twitch, and you know, everyone in the community. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't exist. You know, the whole RCI wouldn't exist. So it's things like this, you know, that really make me realise that we do have a great community, Callum.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I do just want to give another shout out to Stewie, whose team is currently P3 in the 24 hour of Daytona. Spent 6 hours here. 6 hours doing the broadcast for us. The man is an absolute machine, and above all, he has to put up with me giving me information and me forgetting it, even though I've literally just read it. So thank you to Stewie, a massive love to the show, and to Jesse and Malcolm, who covered the first 4 hours in impeccable fashion.
Obviously, and we wouldn't expect anything else from you, Callum. And we probably ruined it for him, really, didn't we? But never mind. But no, we're coming to a close now. But if everyone, I mean, we've already mentioned it before, and Callum, that you know, we all know that the next race for this, well, it's actually the last race for this event, for this 6 hour esports series that we have here at RCI, is going to be at Barcelona, and I'm just double checking the date, and we have it down for February 15th. So yes, please don't forget. I mean, obviously, make sure that you've if you liked our stream, then please like the stream and subscribe. But equally, make sure you press the notification bell. Make sure that you get a notification when we're next streaming. And of course, Callum, please tell everyone when we're next streaming, because I know there's a lot coming up.
Yeah, you're absolutely true. Obviously, we've got the night out tonight. We've got the Deutschland Master starting Monday. Our IMSA series starting on starting on Friday. We spoke about them in length earlier. I'm not going to speak about them in length today, but please check out the RCI website for all upcoming events and then the last round of our 6 hour series. So if you want to get involved in a race, very simple, please check out the website.
And of course, the website being racerci.com, and make sure you have a good old look in there and see what suits you. Like you said, you know, you've already mentioned there, we've got 4 different events that happen on a weekly basis with 3 different sims. So if it's ACC is not your thing, don't worry, we've got something else for you. Or if iRace is not your thing, we've also got something for you. So please check out the website. Make sure that you get involved. You know, this is what the community is all about. The more they get involved, the more the fun that's normally had. You know, we do have a healthy amount in most of the splits. I've seen the LMU, for example, we've had to open extra splits due to people having to, people have signed up, obviously, and not be able to fit it all in just one split. So it's really healthy to see, really good to see. It's exciting at the same time. But yeah, get involved, guys. If you're watching it and you want to get involved, please do. Don't be scared. Get on that website and have a look and see what we've got to offer. But yeah, we've got some really good events coming up. And thank you for listing those out, Callum, because my memory is terrible. But we must go back to today's event. And I must mention as well, big thanks to our partners, Moser Racing, IMB Racewear, and of course, Competizione. And of course, the best one on there, obviously, is RCI. So let's just have a quick chat, Callum, before we go. Highlights of this race for me, I would say, is going to have to be the battle. We mentioned it with the guys in the interview, but certainly the battle there that was had with Jardier. I think it was the 44 car and the 45, and the 45 being able to nip in and take those 2 positions in one corner. And for me, that was probably one of the best moves of the day. But certainly to see the Gladius competition car get that overall win, and we see that third different team winning in this series, has really, really sort of spiced it up for me for this whole championship.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Race highlight for me is just outright the Gladius win. Phenomenal drive after some poor performance. Well, not poor performance. They're better than we'll ever be, but some poor run of form in this series to come back and perform like that. Yeah, that can't knock it. It's been incredible by them.
No, it really has. And thank you, Callum, as well for joining me in the booth today and in these last few hours of this race. And it's been, I've really had a good fun, and I hope you have too. And I look forward to the next time we're in the booth together. But again, thanks to Jesse and Matt for bringing us start. I think that's all we got time for today, guys. So I hope you all enjoyed the race. Like I said before, give us a like and a subscribe, and if you can, if you don't want to, don't bother. But make sure you check the website out as well at racerci.com for all our future events. And I think we're going to leave it there, Callum, and just thank you everyone for watching. And I'm hoping that you enjoyed the race as much as we did. And we look forward to seeing you on the next RCI Esports event, which of course is at Barcelona on February 15th. So without further ado, for me, it's time to say goodbye. Callum, thank you again. Stewie, thank you again. And of course, to everyone else that's involved. And the only few words left for me to say are keep the dreams soaring and the engines roaring. Good night.